念啊这些，所以最后还是要。
也有看过，就是陆先是自己在带点燃的嘛，就是觉得说他就算要吃到那个 CC， 但他也是要跟你拼到底，他要把你拼死的。
对，通常他带点燃的话，那辅助可能前面第一件装就是
米凯
来支援他。
那这个召唤师技能上，可能辅助这边会帮他带上治愈哦。那还是要看这整体下来，因为左边就是韩华整体前面的节奏是需要打得比较紧的，因为真的要往后拖的话，包含对面的双射手，就是这个崔斯塔纳跟亚菲利欧往后拖的这个战斗能力是很强的。
对，手很长，而且加上茂凯加蓝宝的缓速啊、控场啊，其实让他们发挥空间是很大的。
是，那这样看起来，韩华前面给他们一个这个就是及格达标的一个前中期的领先量吧，经济领先量。就差不多可能3、4千块、5千块，
但是没这么简单啊，因为毕竟他们是雅宁打小炮，而且陆先打亚菲利欧也没这么简单，
是，尤其是还辅助还搭到露的情况下，这个真的要对拼，下路也不一定会有个大优势，
不一定会赢。对，
那这样选起来的话，韩华看起来是有那么一点赌这个他们拼操作的感觉，
主要还是看团战，因为两边看起来就是拼大团，前期的话可能就是做交换，
那就看前面他们在。毕竟这也是韩华的第一天的出场，所以要看他们对包含不管是虚空幼虫也好，或者说在这个版本的龙魂的一个顺位怎么样。
而且这个是我们很常见，几乎每一把都会见到，就是会有3、4个人在下路想要采草丛。
稍微来看一下哦。
对，毕竟这版本下路还是最重要。
是，那下路有线权的话，不管你要前面去换线上来去吃这个虚空幼虫也好，或者说你要控龙也好，维持着下路优势等等的。那这把 Viper 还真的带上点燃了。
哇，那真的很敢打哦！
而且这波他其实这个心理博弈是赢的，因为 Teddy 是真的也带了光盾，
对，因为对面没带净化，没带虚弱，
所以这波的点燃是有打出效果的。
而且这就很适合 Viper 的打法，
很凶，就是要凶到底。我不过看到陆贤这也带上的就先发制人，因为在改到了14.1之后嘛，也出现了2套的玩法，除了一套是维持着原本的这个海妖加 Now 的玩法之外呢，出现另外一套是这个走全冲能流的。
对，冲能流
就是包含出这个电流旋风剑啊，然后狂暴利刃，甚至是这个，哎呦，这是呼尼，
哎，怎么一个人坐在这里？
我特别给他一个镜头。
对，
哎呀，那个下路这边看起来是 DRX 要靠着这个手长的优势稍微压制一下。花生的话也是直接起了6鸟之后，要直接往下半部来走吗？
对，看起来有可能往下，因为下路两边都会想要推线。下路现在正常的打法都是3波兵推进去，然后看有没有机会 recall 或去河道做视野。那可能 Pina 想要趁这个时间去抓个 gank。
对，而且看到 Sponge 的红区是有一个眼睛，现在是有看到对方开野的路线的，所以知道对方下路是孤立无援，抢到2等的 Viper， 滑上去直接打了一套，把 Plata 的治愈给逼出来了。
这个就是抢2等，然后2等打1等的时候，
但这个治愈好像按的有点早，因为好像那个 Teddy 还没受伤，那个治愈加速先按了。
他这个治愈我觉得按的还可以接受，因为如果他不按的话会被 Viper 打一套。
对，
那可能到时候你的治愈就就是可能才补个90滴也没怎么样。
对，那也确实是用这个加速上来 ，Viper 则是知道对面没有治愈，挂了点燃之后也逼了一个光盾。
对，因为那边他是 Delight 先用治愈，那他看到对面加速过来，那他自己也交换一个治愈。
我的中路 Zeka 直接被打到剩下100滴血了，还要再 Q3回去。那另外一边在 DRX 的蓝区，花生跟 Sponge 也是见到了彼此，刷野数都是一样的，而且 Delight 是先靠过来，最后是 Plata， 最后蓝 buff 的争夺是由花生拿到了这个蓝。哎呦，那这个前面在下半区的碰撞，其实虽然还没有出现击杀，但是看得出来是蛮激烈的。
对，看得出就是 Viper 的打法就是这样，
就是要凶。
对，而且中路刚才有说到，就是雅宁打小炮前面就是会逆风，他需要到回家可能1、2趟后，尤其是6等后，他才会比较好打。
有这个拼操作，有拼杀的这个机会的时候，小炮才会有点压力哦。
没错，因为不然你手太短，对线的时候小炮就是会一直免费 A 你哦。
而且提到雅宁嘛，这个核心装备就是这个攻速鞋，出来之后就会肯定舒服很多，但 Sponge 马上回来是用重击还你颜色，把河蟹，谢谢你的河蟹，
你偷我蓝，我偷你河蟹。
是，那这两边刷野的数量的话，反而是花生这边是有点浪费到自己的时间的，稍微小落后一点。
对，但是花生的话，他也没办法，因为其实如果他去上半部，他是可以选择去上半部，但是如果去上半部的话，茂凯吃了下河蟹，他是可以尝试 gank 下或中。那如果他在下，就算被偷了，至少他在下知道，茂凯还在下，那我来 cover 你们一下。
也只能做掩护了，毕竟 Viper 这边的魔力跟状态其实都已经就是快要见底了。
对，我觉得这边可能黑小一 比较小哭一点，因为其实看得到他们状态比较差哦，而且陆先需要回家已经没魔量了，那他们前面想要打凶都已经被对面阻止了。
对，就看起来反而是在吃兵数上，这边是因为 Teddy 反推的话，也没有被压制到多少的 CS。那前一轮的压制看起来很凶，但实际上并没有一个太好的效果。
对。
那上路的话，其实这上中前面的对线看起来也都过得不是很舒服哦。那前面花生甚至还拖到了一点自己的节奏。这前面对于韩华而言，这个碰撞并不是他们想要看到的结果。
对，而且 Zeka 这边是一直尝试换血哦，但是我觉得这边不太优，因为其实他硬要换血，你看起来是想要换赢了，但是对面是有 TP 的。那你跟对面换的时候，你可能被打200滴，对面被打400滴，但是他可以传送回来，又是满血了。
是，但 Zeka 的状态其实没有掉到特别多，而且回家是有买这个150的回复药水的，所以还能再稍微把自己的状态给补起来。然后看到 Viper 回家，世界地图买起来了。
对，大家现在看到下路都很喜欢买世界地图，
双辅助装嘛。只能说我觉得昨天已经有看到这个 PBE 就是测试服的一个改动了，就这下一个版本一看起来是玩不到了啦。
对，因为只要看到你比赛，大家都一直这样玩。
是，就设计师是不希望看到一张地图，然后全部人都在买的。
没错。
对，那不过花生还是有拿到了这3只虫。
对，而且瑞尔吃这个的话算蛮快的哦，吃虫子。
对，因为吃完1只虫会有护盾嘛，然后瑞尔的 Q 刚好是有这个破盾的效果，所以在吃的这个速度也确实是不错，一个人就把上半部的3只幼虫给拿下来了。那对于韩华而言，其实他看起来交换起来还是不错的，毕竟前面提到上中看起来在对线上是有点小劣势的，但花生还是找了一个可能抓到了 Sponge 的回补时间点，或者说他们知道想换龙，所以是先把幼虫吃掉了。
我觉得现在这版本很难，就是没做到交换，因为其实你如果上路下路都输，那就没办法，但是至少你会有一路是赢的。
就可能在以前吧，就是5分钟的小龙，但是预示者要等到8分钟，所以你前面如果下半部碰撞输了，等于你是免费让了一条龙出去。可是现在你有一个下半部你碰撞输了，那我们再转来上半部，
对，我们就去上半部，上半部输了我们去试龙，
就哪边打不赢我们就换另外一边，
两边输那我们就下一把，下一把再加油，下一把加油。
哇，那不得了，掉一条龙再掉3只幼虫，那真的很难玩。而上路多人把人给抱了回来，打了 Resco 一整套，但这个 Q 空了，没有击到 Q3 就没办法再往前打了。
这波他是抓到 Resco 是刚好没怒气哦，
刚好没有这个温度。没有过热的情况打了 Resco 一整套，但不过 Resco 这边也没有被打出技能，这波可能要回补了。但毕竟他是没有带 TP 的，这回补时间是要再抓一下。
对，没带 TP 的话，蓝宝是比较能接受，因为他们如果真的需要回家，就直接开大清兵哦。
对，把线洗了，赶快走了。
对，
是这个等离子飞弹的清线效果，从这个去年的夏季赛开始，蓝宝的出场也有看过很多了。而中路杨林有了攻速鞋，来到7等之后，再对上崔斯塔纳，看起来已经是没有什么压力了。
对，开始有优势，那小炮就可能比较难受一点喽。现在开始，
你看到下路这个压制还在持续，但依旧是没有压出 CS 或者说经验上的差距，就只是一直要压在这个位置，但其实并没有什么实质的效果。当然，这波突然滑上去打了一整套，但是对方的盾有点多，反而是 Viper 自己掉了半血，而 Teddy 身上挂了点燃，还有一个红白刀可以往前稍微再威吓一下。不过花生也到了，那 Teddy 也是知道自己家打野在上半部，这个下半部是不要碰撞到底的。
对，而且 DRX 这边打得很好，他们知道换血赢了，但是他们没有选择去 all in 哦，知道 Pina 在附近。
但这感觉就是这个盾斧跟这个回血的辅助会有的差别哦。就虽然说上一波的碰撞看起来是赢的，可是纳米这个水一直泼，路西恩这个水一直喝起来，其实状态看起来又是 Viper 这边赢了。
对。而且这边 Pina 知道他们状态比较好，而且他们如果再不拿优势的话，其实会拖到后期就不好打。
但是下路 Teddy 先回家，但 Plata 没有一起回，所以这边被花生冲出来逼了个闪现，还让 Viper 跟 Dela 可以点1-2层护甲层。但是这波 Sponge 也来了，下半部感觉是要来波3打3吗？
没有，这波应该是就是利用对面没血的时候多点一下塔，反正花生也没东西做嘛。
但这边下路韩华还是决定要回城了。那再看到中上，虽然说这个前面有点 CS 的差距，可是也在等级装备慢慢有提升起来之后，其实这个差距也是慢慢的在弥补回来了。对，
这个就是多兰盾的厉害。
而且也看到 Viper 他在主系是点启示的情况下，他是有带这个贪婪药剂的。这个药剂也确实是看起来对路线而言是不错的。这3等可以推线，那6等可以有一波这个适性的爆发。在这个需要碰撞的一些英雄身上，这个贪婪药剂确实是在全新的版本当中可以去尝试做的一个选择。 但这把下来，这个节奏虽然说韩华看起来一直有在尝试的对下半部做进攻啊和压缩，但依旧就我们一直有提到，没有很实质的一个效果。就他们的领先量看起来是没有这么足够的。
对，因为其实 DRX 虽然是很多新人，但是他们其实个人实力是很强，所以其实他们打的比赛前期都不太会输。
是，那不过这边就要提出问题了，毕竟韩华他们有提到，就是他们不能够去跟对方这个阵容拼拖后，那他们现在还没有拉开一个甚至超过1000块的差距，那什么时候才会是他们一个重要的转捩点？
差不多第一个预示者吧，因为其实前期的物件啊、龙团啊、小虫啊这些都不太会去打起来。如果你打不过，你通常队伍都会选择放，那你就要等到14分钟、15分钟，可能第3条龙或者是预示者出的时候才会有大团，因为他们选择的阵容基本上就是想要打大团。
是，但也提到嘛，就是虫虽然它看起来很强，但一样点不到塔就没有用，所以他们至少不能会因为要抢这个虫，导致自己他们在团战当中是可能拼输一波团，经济劣势被人家滚雪球。
对，那其实对他们来说时间算是蛮舒服的，因为其实他们吃完虫子后，下一波龙团他们可以选择去打。
这也是虫子跟龙的重生时间的差距，但是下半部 Sponge 从后面来了一波树根，绑住了 Delay， 但是2个人同时都吃到了绑，但 Viper 被对方的 CC 给灌满，月守护吃到之后，被 Teddy 的月轮拿下一波 Double Kill。
哇，我觉得这个配合 CC 控场做得很完美哦，因为他们知道下路对面只要被绑到，就有人必死。那被绑到后，他们也是直接把路线变小动物，直接杀死哦。
哇，那这突然的一波往后，这下半部反而是由 DRX 放掉了，就是后面3只虫之后，在下路找到了2颗人头的交换。
对，所以我觉得这版其实做的蛮平均的，就是如果我前期逆风，那我可以往另外一边去做点事情，就是放掉也不会是免费放的，我至少可以做点事。
是，我觉得这里其实也蛮契合，就设计师所提到的这个，他们想要降低打野的难度这件事情，就是你在另外一边亏了，那你至少可以在就是另外一个半边去做弥补。但这条龙2边看起来都想要争哦。但不过 DRX 刚在上一波抓下是开掉比较多的大绝，不过韩华下路双人组是跟自己的正面大部队中野2个人是分开的，马上叫了一个多人的 TP 下来往前想要开 Sponge， 知道 Sponge 是没有大绝，但还是被他闪现上墙，成功逃离了这一波。Teddy 这波再狙到了一枪 Peanut， 赶到了 Resco 下了一个等离子飞弹，但只烫到了1-2下，这条小龙最后看起来是要有韩华收下了。后续还想要再打一波 Q3 的击飞，但 Teddy 跟 Plata 也是不想把这个窄口给让了出去。突然有人过热，开着火焰喷射器烧了上去，但多人把人给推走，再把 Resco 给爆了回来，但自己却是喷了比较多的血量。Setup 跳了过来，一发爆弹送走了多人。
我觉得这边 DRX 虽然因为我有提到，就是他们没大绝，前一波已经杀了人，但是他们知道 HLE 的下路也是没大绝哦，那他们其实是有自信，蓝宝过来的话，我能用蓝宝这个时间很强的一个时间点去跟对面碰撞。
对，这一波的抓人，但反而是 HLE 这边的沟通看起来是有那么一点分裂的，因为他们似乎是有人想走，有人又觉得好像可以打。
对，而且他们其实有很多波都是被对面控制位置哦。
哇，那这波反而是等到了对方这个技能转的差不多的时候，又捞了一个人头回来。下路想要尝试一下 Q3 起飞到，但还是被 Resco 闪现躲掉封命斩。哇，那再回到塔下，这波线还想要再接。这蓝宝的新鲜速度在塔前还是成功的守住了这一波，而且上路 Setup 是直接 TP 到上去赚了1层的护甲。
对，开始分带。
哇，也看到了 Sponge 第一件装备就马上买了冰心哦。那也是冰心在这个版本真的也是看起来就会成为大多数前排的一个首选。那先看一下下路这一波，
这波我觉得 gank 就做得很好。而且这边路线很不小心的回来又被绑到了，
本来迪拉已经帮他挡好了，就是他这个后面那一根树根还没有飘走，他又走过去吃到了，
走过去吃到了，而且这个塔有点痛，
是卡打2下就让 Teddy 残血，但他这波拿下2个人头，这亚菲利欧加速发育，而且刚在碰小龙的时候，这个多人的人头也是被崔斯塔纳拿走的哦，这对 DRX 而言，这双射手的发育都是有拿到一点这个经济的，
都已经起来了，
是都有海妖在手。那反而是 HLE 这里的装备牙令还没有成装，而在 AD 路线这边也是只买了狂暴利刃而已，这鞋子没有升级。那这样子节奏，而且还是可以由 DRX 这边慢慢的去拖，毕竟他们也是有放掉了前3只虫子，拿到了1条的小龙。
对，只要对面都不能点塔，那虫子根本没用。
没错，然后下路这买出了陨落的 ZK， 还想要在边线稍微拼一下，但把 Setup 大绝交了之后就直接走了。
因为其实刚有说到嘛，只要带边线或者是6等后 Z 卡单挑的话，一定是赢小炮。
这下路看起来也是没有起到很好的效果。那这样子，经济虽然说还是持平，但 LE 进到了14分钟，这个预示者他们看起来好像也没这么好争了。毕竟对方都是有橙装，都是有神话，应该说都是有第一件大装的情况下，这个要拼起来，得看这个团战怎么打了。
我觉得他们现在黑小 E 的打法可能就是一直让 Z 卡去带边线哦，毕竟他边线是一定赢的。
是，但 Z 卡是 TP 到边线的，等于说他们前面所提到的要争预示者，看起来是就放掉了，因
为其实他们提早打了一波团，他们就是打龙团，然后可能输了就觉得，其实我们好像没这么容易赢。
对，但现在也没这么容易赢，但真的要再拖，后面也没这么容易赢。那他们什么时候容易赢？
就要看 Viper 有没有找到机会了，因为其实中路他都是可以找机会去换血，但是还是要小心亚菲利欧的枪哦。
哇，那只能靠他了。
对，因为其实他们十多分钟后开始打团是可以赢的，但是他们前面有给了亚菲利欧2颗头，那很快就成型了。
那这个装备没有领先 ，LE 只能慢慢的寻找机会，但这波滑上来，反而是被对方打了一整套。右边甚至 Sponge 大局也叫了出来，这边马上是有花生帮挡，但花生看起来会被绑到死了，不过没事，有一波治愈接海浪，回头起跳之后，Peanut 是成功离开了。
这边黑小 E 为了去防对面茂凯大绝，用了也蛮多大绝的哦。
但是也真的就跟你说的一样 ，Viper 很尽力在找机会了，但这波反而是他给出了一波机会。
对，因为其实滑上去距离没拉好的话，就是会被亚菲利欧反打。
是，先发制人转好，再打了一套，但对面的盾真的太多了，只用先发制人赚了51块，但依旧没有产生击杀，甚至也没把这个 Teddy 逼回家。
他们现在比较可惜的话，就是茂凯出大绝的话，没人能挡哦。
甚至刚最坦，应该要是最坦的瑞尔吃了茂凯的大绝，都差点死去。
没错，
那现在真的难受了，只能靠 Z 卡在边线，利用他们有6只虫的优势，看能不能多消耗一下防御塔的血量。
对，但是 Z 卡这边要小心哦，因为其实他没1的话是打不太过小炮。
哇，那这个也是没什么办法。这预示者可以用稍微中路刚那一波的技能交换，花生还是找到了一波机会哦。那这场比赛，花生也确实都是找到这种可能技能的真空期，或者说回补的一个时间差，去控到了上半部的物资。
没错，因为其实前面 Sponge 有讲嘛，访问的时候，打起来我一定赢。
但不打起来呢？
不打起来我没办法赢，对不对？经验老道啊。
这你什么时候回补？你什么时候会在什么地方？这花生可能都猜得到。
对，而且他都知道什么时候可以打，什么时候不能打，什么时候该做交换。
那这样看起来，刚刚 Viper 上去换的那波的技能，换的那波的时间回补的时间差，也确实是让花生找到了一个很好的机会哦。但现在下一条龙，这是本场第3条小龙的重生了。LE 整体的走向看起来是要用预示者去撞中塔做交换。
对，可是这个跟以前不一样，因为以前是可以放了，然后就大家5个人过去打龙团，现在你放了，
你还得自己上车，
还需要骑车啊。
是你得自己去操控它，但这个中塔毕竟是满血的，撞过去这一波的消耗也顶多耗掉半血。
但是这个对他们来说很重要，因为其实如果他们没有拿这个预示者的话，他们基本上碰不到中塔。因为毕竟亚菲利欧打路线的话，一定是亚菲利欧推线哦，因为毕竟手比较长。
而且加上自己这么多盾，不怕被换一整套的话，那真的路线这边找不到任何推线的机会。那幸好这个条小龙至少是没白给，但不过 DRX 目前的发育节奏还是很舒服。
对，
又拿到了一条小龙。
对，而且是火龙哦。
对，这把是一个火龙的龙魂。那这样子变成是本来应该要有发育压力，或者说前面要打得比较凶的韩华，现在是龙也输了，然后这个中塔也没换掉。
而且我们看小地图的话，其实 DRX 有做改善，尤其是他们地图上红色的眼蛮多的。
那下半部基本上都是 DRX 的视野，但在下路的这卡跟花生好像是要出事，这是一波4+2，茂凯大绝已经下了，花生看起来走不掉，是闪现想要硬吸，想要帮这卡多撑一点的时间，但这波封闭斩居然是空掉了，那反而是在按了一个 Q3，最后还想要做交换，但在塔下是中野惨死 ，DRX 一人未倒。
我这波 DRX 判断就还不错，利用中路的推线权靠下。那这边他们做的很好，就是他们靠下的时候，小炮把上路清了，马上靠中，确保他们的中路塔没掉。那第二叉他们做了什么事是很好，中路先推，那我双人线靠下，拿了双杀后，我再让 AD 单独拿塔。
哇，那这个亚菲利欧的发育真的有点挡不住，身上浮了一个200块，但是韩华提不出来的赏金。哇，那这样这波打完下塔拿到 DRX 正式开始把这个经济稍微有拉开了。
对，因为 DRX 他们其实很清楚，对面唯一能吸的就是牙宁了，因为牙宁带边线他们没办法打。 那我就用人数的我人数比你多去跟你打，
来个多打少，人数的压制。而且看到这时候小地图的中路级也没办法，就是赶快把线给推进去，至少把中塔点掉。等于说这波韩华是没做到什么交换的，
没错，
顶多就是可能多人多推了一波线，
然后当然偷了对面的红 buff，
是就这样而已。但对面你是死了2个人去换这些东西的，
你还掉了一座塔，
没错，
而且都给我 AD 拿到。
哇，那只能说亚菲利欧这把感觉是有机会接管比赛的。AD这把就有看出来了，就是这个第一天的比赛嘛，拿了2场可能都需要比较有这种进攻压力的阵容，发现不行，这个跟不上，这个队友可能跟不上 Teddy， 那没办法，就让这个 Teddy 拿这种大 carry 后期的大 C 英雄。
对 ，DRX 已经有优势嘛，他们先打了一把比赛，那他们也知道，我路先打亚菲利欧赢不了，
真赢不了，打不赢就嘛，我们加入，
我开路先给你，你抢啊，反正我 ban 了米里欧，所以他们有可能就是这个原因，因为我 ban 了米里欧。那你路先拿了也没这么强，
是看起来路先纳米就顶多打爆发嘛，
对，
因为他就是顶多这个线上前面说压也没压多少，那看起来没有米里欧开纳米是或许在之后 DRX 的一个方针，
对，因为米里欧可以让他手长，那你手就不会比亚菲利欧短了，
是就有可能被拉扯亚菲利欧这里，但现在这个纳米看起来上去要打爆发，你有光盾有这个露露的盾的保护，就真要对拼，看起来是不会吃太多的亏。
那这边还看到黑小一，就是做我们刚才所提到的嘛，他就只能带边线，他们唯一能赢就是带边线跟打大团。但大团的话，只有卡萨蒂能吃茂凯的大绝哦。
但侧边 Viper 扫了一整套吃的屠戮在 Sponge 的身上，但 Teddy 走过来，马上是劝退了 Viper。加入 Zeka 还在尝试的带深一点，但现在巴龙是有重生的 DRX， 想要来硬是把这个中路的外塔点掉。
对，每次上次换血都没办法赢啊，
滑上去 Viper 都是变成半血的。
对 ，Teddy 都是站着打，
是就站着 Annie， 就说你来，就跟我拼。那这波这状态又被换掉，那 Zeka 还想要再找一波机会，已经把下路的2塔换到了半血，但是 Teddy 居然直接走在了瑞尔的脸上，被晕到，马上是被逼出闪现跟 Plata 的大绝，
给到了机会哦，因为龙剩50秒就要出来哦，他这波其实有点可惜，因为其实他把闪现光盾还有露露的大绝都逼掉了。
那这样一次扫3招不得了了。
对，那这波龙团就不确定他们会不会打，因为下一波瑞尔、卡萨蒂、雅尼会针对他哦。
是都到场的情况下，这个露露不一定能够在全部大汉冲到这个亚菲利欧脸上的时候，真的能够保住哦。多人也是有 TP 的，马上再去上路，想要再多推一波线。那这波的龙团设置 DRX。其实整体视野也没有布得很深了，那现在赶快来抢中线。
对，这边其实我们有看到，就是 DRX 其实小炮是可以推下，但是太怕了，因为大家都会怕雅尼现在太强了，
尤其是对方这个时候这个 Zeka 熟练度很高，很有可能跟你上来拼操作。
没错，你只要被他蹲到，有可能就直接一波被带走。
是，但中路马上叫出的是多尔回补完贾克秀出来过后的 TP， 这是小龙中线是必须得争夺下来的。
对，而且这边他们就会武打4，因为雅宁会继续带边线了。如果你不过来，我就继续推下路2塔。
下路的边线压力是不小的。那现在 Teddy 这波绿子其实对于团战的帮助也没有到特别的大。
而且可以看到 Teddy 很怕，就躲得很远，
真的很怕被开。那下路线进来 ，Zeka 也来到了河道上。DRX 还是想要来试试看，即使亚菲利欧的双招还没转好，不过露露的大绝已经转好了。
对 ，Pina 这边在找位置哦，
绕背
大绝已经好了，
但是有被眼睛给看到，龙还有一半的血量。Zeka 慢慢的在疾风 ，Viper 突然滑上去，稍微给了一下压力，但现在突然是茂凯一波绑进来，而且是 Q 重击把龙给拿走了。不过左边反而是封闭弹斩到3个人，但伤害并没有补上，反而是前面的 Zeka 被迫得先幻化回去。但是这时候 Teddy 又被瑞尔给晕到 ，Viper 滑上来，但 Teddy 真的走得太快，没有办法 all in。那小龙没了，团也没开起来，
而且第3条龙了，
听牌了 DRX。
我觉得 DRX 那波打得很漂亮，是他们亚菲利欧其实站得很后面，
是。但左边右边这边是挡到，再把 Viper 给敲了回来，逼了个闪现。中路2塔也要逼，不过后面是有一个花生，不过花生是没有大绝的。
哇，控完了龙，再控中塔，
再用火炮点2枪，但 Setup 还有火箭跳跃可以再走。整体 DRX 往上半部去做撤退，韩华现在是
可以换中路，中塔
是能够再反推一波，但是应该就只能推一座了。这2塔有机会吗？
应该没机会，因为对面 recall 出来的话，如果你这波不回的话，那你节奏会很慢，因为你身上会带着一堆钱去跟对面打。
是，而且这波如果再被开到的话，那可能巴龙也要没了。
刚才我有提到，就是 DRX 塔团打得很漂亮，因为其实亚菲利欧有一波 瑞尔开进来后，亚菲溜其实在最前面的，他位置是很差，那他很容易就会死掉。但是茂凯留下来帮他就是帮他缓速，都会看到
多人一个人挡了树根。然后后续这 CC 其实灌得很满，但伤害不够。
对，伤害不够，主要是路线后面又被绑到了。其实这个茂凯大绝好像绑到4、5个人哦。这边看到亚菲溜其实位置很差，然后茂凯有回头帮他 Q。
那也是保好位置之后，刷好了枪，一波红白刀，这波上去压制了韩华的血量，然后顺势的也把中路的2塔给拔了。而且 Sponge 这个找机会能力也确实跟他这个访问讲的一样哦，真的打起来了他就是会赢哦。
他有自信，对，他也知道什么时候该开大，什么时候该闪绑。他这波闪绑就已经把陆仙的闪逼掉，那陆仙没闪的话就没这么敢直接滑上来打一套。
这个找机会能力就下降了不少。那现在这双 C 双射手都已经来到2件套了，这个该有的装备，小炮有了纳欧，亚菲溜有了无尽，哇，那这不得了了。这等下双射手在正面打的伤害。尤其多人为了兑现第一件是买凯尼克欺瞒者的，所以他唯一的物防装备只有他的这个镀板钢盖跟甲克修，所以真的要扛还没这么好扛啊。
这边黑小一就只能继续带边线，然后等巴龙跟龙团。但是他们其实如果再等下去会很难做抉择哦，因为如果你对面吃龙的话，你去吃巴龙，那你还是会很亏。所以他们需要，因为对面有龙魂是永久的，但是你巴龙就3分钟。所以他们需要在龙出前看有没有办法逼一波大团。
是，他们只能以这个龙魂为目标了，他们不能够就是可能让放了这个火龙魂去交换巴龙，交换对他们来说已经不成立，他们一定得在同一边出现。
没错，但是 DR 这边是可以做交换的。
那主导权、主动权都在 DR 这边，而且前排的装备其实也慢慢的在买起来了。这个 Sponge 上一波吃了这么多的伤害，但有一个冰霜之星旗就已经顶住了很多。那还是要看接下来的团战啊，这路线的位置真的不能再被这个 Sponge 这么简单的树根就绑到。
对，因为其实他2波了，已经是队友有尝试帮他挡大绝，但是他就是会滑出去。
对，就是挡也帮你挡了，他就这么多条，那也没办法，他必须得抓这个输出的空间跟机会。但往前一滑，那又吃到了绑，输出又没办法跟上。这前排一没倒，那 DRX 这后排就是尽力输出。
对，因为其实他扫大绝的时候，他自己眼睛需要看着前面，看扫队友的对面的位置哦。
是，但还是也没办法，因为我们在 BP 的时候其实就有说到，这个蓝宝加茂凯的这个上野，他不只要躲树根啊，他还要躲这个飞弹。这地板上东西很多
很多，而且你在躲的时候，小炮亚菲利欧的手长就在开始 A 你了。
如果小炮突然跳上来怎么办？那没办法了。
小炮应该团战不会跳，跳上去可能
不好说。真的有那个会跳进去的，然后那个比赛可能就这样子翻掉的也不一定。
哦，那可能是别的赛区，可能是我们的赛区。
你说那个扛的不是大炮，扛的是摄影机的，是不是？
那个我老队友 A，
哎呀，他只能说不得了，希望不要看到。
对对对，
这毕竟是 LCK
忍不住了，忍不住就跳上去。
那还是要再看一下，这接下来持续的发育，这等下双射手都是要买这个，看到都是要买这个大穿透的，所以说这前排这卡桑蒂跟瑞尔也不一定能够去顶住这双射手的输出。
对，现在主要是看黑小鱼4个人能不能挡对面5个人哦，因为 Z 卡的话，对面已经知道没有人敢去守他，我永远都在塔下收兵就好，太可怕了这个 Z 卡。
是，那这边线只能用它去给压力的，而且现在唯一经济能够持平的原因，估计也就是 Z 卡其实在边线砍塔啊、砍兵的这个数量是不少的。
而且我觉得 DRX 的露露玩得很好，他每一波陆轩上来的话，一夸他就被打到了，因为他打了28分钟，每一波陆轩上来，他都帮队友给到盾，队友其实是没吃什么伤害，而且他自己是没被换到血。
反应是很快的，但这波是来到了半血，但是一样保持好位置是没有问题的。韩华已经开始先动龙，剩下3000滴，这 Sponge 是挤不进去的，龙已经被韩华给 rush 掉，而且前面的多人看起来还想要再继续的留人。Q3 这波想要打 Resco 没有打到，不过树根又绑住了多人，再绑上去想要把人给敲回来，但 Sponge 这波喷的血量是有点多，得闪现出场。
对，而且亚菲利欧大绝没中，只好跑啊，快跑啊！
但是卡桑蒂想要再追，这拼死一搏把空中想要跳跃的小炮给拉了下来，随后是马上 Q3 上去击分2个人的 Z 卡，要把对面的中野给秒杀。右边骑进来的平亚的吸住了一个 Sponge，吸住了一个是 Resco 的前面被卖掉的 Teddy， 人头由 Viper 给收下来了。
哎呀 ，Step 的小炮玩得太过分了，他怎么远程距离他武功距离应该有700多，但是他跟卡桑蒂是站着 A， 在人家脸上 A，
你知道他虽然没有跳进去，但他站在他的脸上了。
对，我直接变近战了。
是，他那个炮他是 他不是用那个子弹，不是用炮弹在打人的，
不得了，
拿起来砸人的，
拿起来敲你脸，
哇，那这敲一敲自己敲没了，
对，所以他就被带下来了，
哇，那不得了，那这巴龙龙魂被断，巴龙可能也要有危险 ，Resco Plata 想要再尝试稍微看一下，但是自己没有打野，
对，这个过来就可能没机会了，因为你没中击的话，你过来就只是给机会。
但韩华有点犹豫哦，这两波。这个两个人的吸引，让他们这个吃棒的手是有点慢下来了。Sponge 还在走，但这时候突然闪进来，想要硬烧，但吃到了水炮。Delay 拿到了 Resco 的人头，巴龙有韩华拿下 Doran。这波的 TB 下来也是直接劝退了 DRX 的人。
DRX 还是犯同样的失误，就是他们到中后期就是有点迷茫，不知道自己该怎么做或者该怎么打。毕竟有3个新人。
对，哇，那感觉。这中间都扛得很好，但真的就是来到了这种关键这个决策的时候，会出现一点小问题了。
对，因为这边他们想要打，但是这边亚菲利欧空大了，其实这边就是拉掉，然后等下一波。
是，而且其实再看到这波亚菲的又是一个绿子，所以在团战中，就算他这个大绝中了，可能也不会有一个很好的效果。
对，这边小炮就是没在玩距离，很轻松的就被 A 到了。
很简单的就被卡桑蒂进到一个可以用大绝把他带走的这个距离哦。那 Teddy 的身旁没了辅助，自己也是被 Viper 找到了一个梦寐以求的机会，终于是把你给秒了。虽然说双射手3件套，但现在的 DRX 陷入了劣势，马上刚刚还持平的经济，在一波团战下来掉了龙，掉了巴龙，掉了差不多接近3、4千块的经济差距。
对，我觉得 DRX 该有一个失误，就是他们派了蛮多人去上半部。那龙快出的时候，其实他们知道雅尼在下，那你就派2、3个人去下推线就好，去应付这个雅尼。
Viper 又找了一波机会，扫残了 Setup。
对，因为如果你让雅尼推下的话，那他们永远是靠龙是很简单的。
对，鬼灵之窝这波的尝试也没有带来一个很好的效果，韩华的压制还在继续。而且这个前排下来看起来已经有能够撑住了哦，就虽然说刚刚有被绑到，但 Doran 有能够利用自己的位移，利用自己的多段机动性，只有躲掉这波的伤害，反而是 Sponge 这波是完全扛不住正面的伤害，被人给爆了回来之后，在自己家队友的等离子飞弹上死去。而现在前面的 Resco 按了一个惊人，但是吃到水炮之后，这个血条喷的速度有点太炸裂的快，还有一波的 Q3，这就是卡桑蒂带回了 Teddy， 人头再由 Viper 抽掉。那 DRX 这波有办法来一波吗？背一波吗？
应该背一波啦，因为这波他们剩一个小炮，那你只要有一个前排站在小炮前面去挡他的输出就可以了。那这边大家都有点低哦，还是要小心一点。
是血量状态不是很好 ，Setup 还是一个有伤害的崔斯塔纳，配合一个露露是有机会做防守的，但是虫的数量有点多啊，这5个人都点塔，这个跑出了一大堆的虫，但2座门牙都已经垮了，前面的 Setup 炮 A 的很用力，但是吃到了一堆的 CC， 全部的大汗灌到他的脸上，那他是守不了这个主堡。这场的比赛，我们最后是要恭喜韩华拿到了胜利。
哇，好可惜哦 ，DRX 打了一把好局，结果就一个小失误，导致游戏输了。
差不多打了30几分钟的好局，这就是前面的交换，不管是扛线，甚至你一度也称赞了这个辅助露露给队友的保护都做得很好，但我想这就是韩华的这些选手的价值吧，在这个赛场的经验上，在这个意识跟决策上，他们就是在最后的关头赢了这个龙魂团战。
对，因为前面有提到，就是他们是不能去打巴龙的，不能掉这条龙，那他们就选择把雅宁派在下路。那我们也看到 DRX 其实没人敢去打下路，打雅宁，导致到他们下路永远是被推，那对面就很容易控制龙的视野。那其实他们这边该做的就是派2个 C 位中上一起去推下。那雅宁这么强也是没办法1打2哦。
对，那最后很可惜，他们在应对雅宁的这个分推上，并没有做到一个很好的就是应对措施嘛。那反而是这个边线压力一直存在，视野最后没有踩得出去。最后这场比赛在32分钟结束。那 Viper 这个前面找的机会也是不少，少了不少的输出啊。那这把对于DRX 来说比较可惜，但是以3个新人作为这个新队伍来说的话，真的这个打对到5个，应该说4个资历这么深的选手，好像已经算还不错了。
对，所以我刚才有提到，就是我觉得他们就算输了比赛是可以接受的，因为其实他们打的内容是我觉得很满意的，前中期他们都打得不错，他们一直的问题都是中后期是要怎么结束游戏啊？
对，看得出来 CZ 有潜力的队伍啊，但当然上半场的 BO 战也还没有结束，我们先看一段 highlight， 进一段广告休息，回来就是第2场比赛喽。
내려와볼래? 나 옆에 한번 줄게 이거. 우리 여기 참 괜찮아? 마오 괜찮다. 마오. 야 마오 노플이고. 앞에 누구? 이거 럼블. 럼블 노플이야. 야 럼블 봐줘. 럼블 봐줘 럼블. 럼블 노플. 또만 봐줘. 앞에 노플이야. 야 버프 있어. 이거 타워만 깨면 무조건 끝나. 이거 피음만 해줘. 피음만. 이렇게 되냐 이거? 스타 노공이야.
One of the players we didn't really talk about, so I'll target in on it a little bit here, is Karas in the mid lane. I think he had a pretty lackluster performance, right? We don't like to be negative here on these deaths, but I'm gonna definitely be giving the edge to Closer in this case, and I think that when you consider that and also executes proactive playstyle, the more flexible drafting, I think that they absolutely can show us. They didn't show us last time. The edge is definitely theirs.
Well, it is now time to get into it. It's time to get into our very first Saturday Showdown of 2024.
Stars with iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. I'm a fighter, survivor.
서로 플러팅이 바뀌어서 있다 보니까 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 때리는 거 하나는 제가 해먹는 것보다 나은 것 같습니다. 오케이 브랜드랑 그 팀을 어떻게 캐리하는지 지켜봤으면 좋겠습니다.
화이팅! 일러서 UX 화이팅!
비교원 화이팅! 비교원 화이팅!
우리 승리!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on Saturday 2 hours earlier to bring you Saturday Showdown. We got FearX up against OK Savings Bank. Breon, I am Valdez. With me is Ox. How are you doing, Ox? First cast of the spring for you.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I think both of us got in this series with some sort of good expectations because I think both teams have a lot on the line on this match.
Yeah, absolutely. As the desk was pointing out very nicely, there on the space. You know, this is the match that both teams really need to win. You don't want to start off with a 0-2, let alone like a 0-2-0-2 in your 0-2, right? That would be not a good start, so everybody's trying their hardest to at least pick up some wins here today. First Saturday showdown of 2024 spring. No L streak allowed. Which team will pick themselves up after their first loss?
Yeah, just need that little, you know, when you look at your match history and that one win just to break the losing streak,
Yeah.
really make you feel good. And as was talked about on the desk, some pretty rough schedules after this one. Both teams will have a rough third match of the season, so I feel like this one's really a big confidence booster if they can get it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. The team's pillar, Karis 4 to Closer's 12 in their matchups so far. Karis on a 6-match losing streak against Closer. Wolf also was pointing out that Karis, you know, he hasn't done very well towards the end of last split, but also kind of a shaky start. So definitely a guy we all look at that has a lot of potential, but hasn't reached that potential. Closer has always been kind of this aggressive guy that also has potential. I feel like he's maintained that a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bot lane was something that was heavily talked about with the desk, how important it is. I feel like you can get such an advantage right now, especially with how powerful the support items are, and the fact that, you know, they are facing their former teams. A little bit of a grudge match between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to take a look at the fan prediction here. Always curious what our fans think, and it's pretty much 50-50 from X at LCK as of 2:40. So, where are you leaning, Dan? What did you predict for today?
I believe I went with FearX, but after the first game, I feel like the 50-50 is an accurate representation. I think it's so hard to call. I expect 100% it's going to be a 2-1. I don't think either team is going to come out of this unbloodied.
Yeah, it feels impossible to get a 2-0 in this first one. The first match that we did have for FearX was up against KT, which was a lot stronger than I think we expected. KT came out really strong. We do have a video here. Let's take a look at this.
안녕하세요. PCS의 원거리 딜러 해나입니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 OK저축은행 브리온 원딜 MB 이명준입니다. 브리온에서 이제 오래 했는데 새로운 도전도 한번 해보고 싶었고 적응이 다 잘 돼가지고 성장 내 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요. 서로 으쌰으쌰 하는 분위기가 되게 좋고 다 좋은 것 같아요. 감독 코치님들도 좋은 것 같습니다. 원래 OK저축은행 브리온의 원딜이었는데 MB 선수가 왔어도 제가 없는 브리온은 좀 아쉽지 않을까요? 저랑 해나 형이랑 스타일이 좀 다르다고 생각해서 사실 제가 더 잘 때리면서 더 잘 안 죽지 않나. 뭐 제가 더 한타 때 더 잘하는 것 같은데요. 더 안정적으로 원거리 딜러의 역할을 더 잘 수행하는 것 같습니다. 그냥 안정적으로 하면 내가 때려 죽일 거니까 계속 안정적으로 했으면 좋겠어. MB 선수 저만 한다고 긴장하지 말고 하던 대로 했으면 좋겠네요.
폭스 상대로는 저희 무조건 이기고 싶고요. 서로 아마 진짜 미친 듯이 이기고 싶을 거라.
항상 뭐 저가 적팀 가면은 발라버리겠다고 얘기했었는데 내가 상대팀에서 캐리해가지고 딜량 1등하는 모습 보여줄게.
저번 연도 스프링 괜찮았던 때도 있었고 아쉬웠던 부분도 정말 많았는데 이번에는 1년 동안 꾸준히 좀 잘하는 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
오케이 브리온 저희가 깔끔하게 이기고 연승 흐름 타서 플레이오프 무조건 가도록 꼭 노력하겠습니다.
Well, there you have it. The 280 carries butting heads already in the hype video as we're going to have the walkouts here once again. Every team has done their special walkout already as everybody has played a match. So we'll just have the classic high fives.
Yep, going with the normal, with the original. Honestly, I feel like most of that video was like Henna just really amping up the trash talk compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
It felt personal.
And he didn't do it in a very, how can I say this, like obvious way. It was more so just like, no, yeah, I'm better, and I'm gonna beat you. And Envy's like, I'm gonna destroy you. And Henna's like, no, I'm just a better player, so, you know, watch out for me. But I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens when we do get onto the Rift, because I feel like they're relatively even. I think that Henna has stepped it up a little bit towards the end of last year, moving into this year. But will he perform in this match is another thing to look at. Okay, bro. We are bro.
We're all a little bit bro.
We're all a bit bro, yeah. Well, here's Fearx hopping down the stairs. Very energetic team. Pretty aggressive. We saw that in their loss to KT, even though they were behind. They did not back down.
You know, and I feel like the jerseys kind of match that energy, you know, especially the jacket, like the heavy electric yellow jacket. I kind of like the vibe, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit like Pikachu, you know, like a bit over the top, thunderous energy. And yeah, you see Execute trailing there. Coming on in for the team, joining the LCK once again. Joining us back here.
I think for me, if we talk about the first series that they have, I think for me it's Execute and I think Envy, who both were underperforming a little bit on either side. And with the bot lane being so important, really looking at them to step up and hopefully have a better performance today. Envy doing a pretty large damage share for his team, but both of them having pretty rough games overall in the first series.
Yeah, I think the thing about Envy is he played the Ezreal, which generally will have high damage numbers, but it wasn't very impactful when it came to the team fights. Like, he got decently fed, but we didn't really see, like, the end goal really achieved for him and the team. Obviously, both these teams experiencing 0-2s to start off. Definitely want to change that one as Henna as well. Not the best stats across the board. Definitely the one that stands out as the damage percentage for Envy. And think about it, if Envy... We are saying he wasn't that impactful, but he also did such a huge number of his team's damage. What was the rest of the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it was also the draft, you know, having like Gideon on the Sejuani, obviously using the pull as much weight, but I think the main takeaway from those stats is that they've definitely got their work cut out for them in this series to fix those numbers a little bit, maybe move up the standings somewhat.
Yeah. There's the jacket you were talking about, bright yellow. We do see that OK Brion has gone for a different approach in spring, which is generally what you see, more like the darker tones, the cooler tones, as it is quite cold here in January in Korea.
But not Fearx. They're like, you know what, it's cold, but we don't care.
The sun's out. We're here to play. Yeah. Effort versus Execute is going to be another interesting matchup. Execute kind of insane in the way he was playing that lane. I don't know what your take was, Ox. You were watching from the space while that was happening.
I don't know. I feel like Execute, from what I've seen from him in Europe as well, was always this very creative, aggressive player on these picks. I would love to see him on those picks, and maybe a bit less of the Renata, which is obviously a more defensive pick.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the reason they had such a high priority on it is like if your champion pool is things like Pyke, you know, Renata seems like the greatest champ in the world. Like, it's unbeatable.
Yeah.
And then suddenly Barrel's like, nah, bro, I'm just going to whip out the way. So
yeah.
We'll see what the priorities like in this series. I think Draft is going to have a big component because I think both teams... I'm not saying that Draft was great in the first game of that series they had before, but it felt like it was worse in the second game. It felt like their opponents adapted better, so we'll see what they open up with here and if the adaptation can come through. Starting off with the Rumble and the Poppy. A lot of things have been pretty much permabanned. Ashe has been permabanned throughout, so expect to see that one taken off the cards, presumably by Fearx on the red side. Millie will actually get taken away, so the Ashe still available for now.
Yeah, would like to see that taken away, but maybe Fearx just don't give Effort the credit to pick it up, or Envy, but we'll have to wait and see if OK Brion want to ban it themselves or ban something else out. Huni does get spared. We don't have any Rumble in this first game. And, yeah, there has been a bit of interesting picks. You know, the Udyr has been coming out, and some of these new unexpected picks have been showing their faces. So I feel like this first week so far of the LCK has been it's had a lot of variety, I feel like.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think the bans have been a little bit more straightforward, but the picks have been different, but we're finally going to see Ashe open and available every single game so far in the LCK. Ashe has been banned first rotation. It's now left open. Will it be first picked by Brion? Or are they just not as bothered about the priority on this pick? We'll see what they go for. Orianna, also something we've seen banned quite a bit that's been left open and available, paired well with the Nocturne. Could be really punishing if the Ashe is prioritized here, so we'll see what Brion opt to go for. They're actually going for the Azir. So Corki is available as something that can match that. We've seen Orianna also something that can go into that. Akali occasionally. So I think Closer's got plenty of options in this situation. And it looks like FearX looking towards the bot lane now. On that Kalista. Nope, going for the Xayah. We'll see what they go for on top of it. Xayah Rakan, very popular. I think Rakan, you were saying before, 4-0, 100% win rate so far.
It has undefeated. There are other champs that are undefeated, but there's no other champ that's 4-0, right? There's like 3-0. But Rakan stands on top at that 100% win rate with the most games played for any champ at 100%. Also, another note is that Karus, you were thinking about that first pick, he's only played Azir, and that has been his big comfort pick for a very long time. So, only sticking with that so far can sometimes be a boon, but sometimes can be a little bit of an issue, as Zeri Lulu will come out.
You know, and I honestly like this because I think one of the issues Bro had, particularly in the second game of their series, was that they just got outscaled quite significantly. I feel like aiming just got to the point where he was just too much to handle. And by going for the Zeri Lulu, you kind of ensure that if the game goes late, you are super comfortable in this regard. Lulu also a good matchup in the Rakan. Closer though goes for one of the Yone counters, one of the Azir counters we've seen in that Yone. Also a lot of engage potential to try and find that Zeri. And now the team looking for their jungler in top lane, so going to the next rotation. FearX will have fierce priority. We've seen the Jax banned away. Sejuani from the side of Brion. See what else they have to go for. There's still things like the Nocturne open and available. Still the Xin Zhao.
Can be a bit of an issue if you do go with that AD mid to jump onto something like Nocturne. Then you're probably going to need some AP in the top side. Maybe just wait and pick up a Gragas or something like that, or a Gwen, which has seen some play.
I think Gwen's been really good into Cassante, so they could end up leaving that open. You know, maybe expecting Brion to take it and then take the Gwen as an answer. Could be a play coming out here, but a lot of focus on jungle bans. The Jax we have seen in the jungle as well, not just in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Maokai also going to be taken away. Another one of those picks that kind of shores up your AP. It's not necessarily what you build AP on, but has some magic damage in his kit. All magic damage. As there's the Cassante, picked blind with Gwen available.
Yeah, they end up taking it. So I was thinking, you know, they'd leave it open for Brion, they would counter the Gwen, but they've actually gone for the Cassante themselves. Why? Actually, I don't know. A lot of pressure on a carries with this pick, being able to isolate them, particularly against Zeri. You know, you can drag her away when she hops over a wall, but this combo, when Xin Zhao was really powerful, when his ult was 5-second cooldown, this was like the Venn diagram combo, where you can't damage either of them with those circles, so a lot of...
They're doing it! They're doing it! This was banned against Canyon, but now Willer's just going to pull out the Brand jungle.
Yeah, a lot of benefits to Brand with the AP itemization changes. They needed AP, as you said. It's got a lot of damage potential. Obviously, in fights, Brand could do so much, but I am going to say you're playing into Xin Zhao Gwen. I think this is one of these games where if you fall behind, it is going to be so punishing.
Yeah, it does feel like FearX kind of pulled out their sheet of, okay, what's the tier list and what do we want to play? And let's just block the other side of the screen. It sometimes works out, but remains to be seen, right? We'll see how they do play on the Rift. It will come down to execution as always, but yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I feel like Bro got some very nice counter picks with their side, and then FearX were like, cool story, Bro, and then they just picked whatever they wanted. So, might work out. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the problem I'm seeing is that I feel like if the Zeri Lulu goes unchecked, if the Gwen goes unchecked, they're going to become such problems in the late game. You need the Yone to be pressuring the Azir as well, otherwise he's going to be a problem. I think if Bro get to the later stages, they're kind of golden in this one. I think they go unchecked, and it's a Brand jungle who's not like an active ganker, so FearX got their work cut out with them to make this game their own.
They absolutely do. It's definitely exciting. It's definitely pretty interesting. But will it work out is the big question. Let's hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
There we go. We have the call-outs from the teams recorded, and the fans are ready to respond to them and give the whitings and stuff like that. By the way, I talked about Rakan 4-0. The other pick that was high up there and undefeated was actually Yone, 3-0. So obviously being piloted by players such as Zeus and wins and stuff like that, but definitely feels like a pretty strong pick in this match, especially into Azir, obviously, and his closer, who we know can play it to a high level.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, I think, as I was talking about before, execute on picks like this Rakan, especially when you have the late engage from the Yone. Like, Yone goes in, you eat him, follow up. Can definitely do a lot of work, but they really need to be on point with their engages when it gets to the later stages, so see how that pans out. Ward comes in here from FearX, trying to establish some vision. I think that's so important when you have a Brand jungle, because especially before you're level 3, once you're level 3, you can stun, you can proc your passive, you have your full combo. But before that point, like if Xin Zhao was going to challenge you level 2, he could just absolutely dismantle you.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, I say level 3, even a level 3 Xin Zhao could honestly just annihilate you. So
yeah,
you can see it's a solo start, which is interesting because Brand actually struggles, with your passive. Your abilities get empowered if you use one on a burning target. Your W gets more damage, so you can see him using it there.
Yeah.
Even the buff level 1, not the most fun, but that burn definitely helping with the clear.
Couple of things. First time Brand jungle in the LCK ever. The last time it was played was 1,300 something days ago. I think it was Lahens in a loss in 2020. So, like, we just don't see this pick. And yes, it has gained some popularity in recent days with the changes to items. I feel like a lot of champs are coming back into the meta or becoming newly meta because of the big item changes we have seen in this preseason.
Kind of for similar reasons, like Rumble did and Singed also. We haven't seen him in pro play, but Singed gained a lot of popularity because the items were so good with him. Like, as Suni was saying, Liandry's being back in the form it is was such a massive boost for Rumble, and similarly for Brand, he's one of these damage over time, high damage alpha champions who just has ridiculous base damages. So
and ridiculous clear speed as well, which
Yeah,
I think this is what our observers are trying to show us here. If the Xin Zhao gets on top of the Brand, that's not going to be a good time. But if Brand sits in his jungle and farms it, he's going to clear it really fast. And generally AP champions will. And Brand is definitely one of those, especially those big packs of multiple enemies, as he's level 4 already.
The Brand gank?
And, I mean, Xin Zhao's not here, Gideon's not here. They're going to get the ghost out of Morgan and say, okay, we'll take that because we don't know exactly where Gideon is. He's just going to sit in the brush. Morgan doesn't know if he's left or not just yet.
This is a delicate situation because he's wanting to challenge the Scuttle Crab. He has Prio mid, but...
Uh-oh, okay.
Well, he'll use Smite in the combo, he gets it, and it looks like the Cryo mid, you can see Closer with a Tornado stacked up moving over, and Gideon really just didn't want that. Gonna move down towards the bot side Scuttle, but here is where I think Rose bot lane can move to secure, so I think Gideon should be able to get this one. We'll have to be a bit careful here.
For sure. If the Brand was going to get double Scuttle against Xin Zhao, I'm like, I don't know, I need to hang up my League of Legends license. This doesn't make any sense. That fight was a little bit close, and Gideon's going to flash away in just a straight-up 3v3. He says, no, I don't want any piece of this. And I suppose he gets the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I guess the concern is that if you eat the knock-up, you might eat the Brand stun, and then the root from the Xayah, and just not get a chance to play the game. I think the flash might have been... Perhaps you could have lived without it, but I kind of understand you don't want to give up all that pressure. And now, a little bit of a fight coming in, but Gideon's so cautious into this Brand, so unwilling to step up against him, just very concerned about getting CC chained into death. And obviously with Flash down, didn't really want to risk it there. But a good start for Willer on this pick.
Yeah, and this game currently is kind of being defined by this, especially extremely highlighted by our observers as well, just the fight over certain camps and the gank on the top side and the power of the Brands kind of showing off what it can do, especially if it does get some safety against Xin Zhao, who just doesn't have flash.
Yeah. I think a big thing as well is the level 6 for Brand, something they changed a while back, but part of the reason we see Brand able to play in the jungle is the fact that your ult is so much more reliable now, because they made it so it can bounce from his target back to him. Like it used to be, if you were in a 1v1 and you ulted them, you would get one hit and then it's just gone, but now if his Xin Zhao's on top of you, the bouncing between you can actually do so much damage. So Gideon has to be a little bit cautious. You expect this Xin Zhao, you go up to a mage, you get in their face, it's guaranteed victory. You end up being a little bit behind against the Brand. If he has his ultimate, could be a different story.
Yeah, especially once those items begin to get online here for the Brand. Besides that, I mean, lane's just kind of going even across the board. I say that, though, I look at Morgan CS. He is ahead by about 10. I mean, it is Gwen into the Cassante. Remember, FearX opted into this matchup by prioritizing the Cassante pick, even with the Gwen hanging in the balance there in the draft. So that's going to be something to look for in the future of this game as well.
Yeah, and we've seen this both in the top and bot lane. Little CS advantage is built up. To be honest, with the Gwen in the top lane, like, the early dominance isn't really that much of a thing, but once you get some momentum in the matchup, you can just annihilate the Cassante. But bot lane in particular, Lulu into Rakan is a pretty punishing matchup, so just slight incremental leads build up. We see Execute trying to find a window. They'll secure the vision, but Gideon does survive that. And honestly, as much as you think, oh, Xin Zhao wants to be aggressive here, if his lanes are doing well, I think he's honestly okay, just waiting for his flash to be back up, trying to keep up in farm with the Brand. Like we said before, the scaling on the side of Ro is pretty insane.
Yeah, it definitely is. They have grouped up here. They do want to take a fight. That lance is going to land onto a couple, but they're trying to get on top of Gideon. He's not level 6. There's no hope for him. He doesn't have his flash, and down he goes. Just like that, first blood goes to Brand Jungle.
And I feel like Brion really allowed FearX just to set up for that one, you know. They started to land some skill shots. Gideon landed the W. He could have followed up with the dash in. They decided not to go for it, but they stayed around. It's like, pick what you're going to do. FearX had no such reservations. You see the ult come in from closer, and the Dragon is the reward.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty huge. Early Infernal Dragon, you get the kill early on onto the Brand Jungle. And, I mean, now FearX kind of off to the races, even though the gold lead doesn't really show it in a big way just yet. Even in just the mental game. I mean, the fact that Bro are going in there, they're like, okay, we want to take a fight, and then it just goes so horribly, and FearX are able to turn it around that strongly. Definitely can do things to your mental. So let's see how this one kind of broke down.
So we see like when Become Lightning hits, and you think they're going to follow up on this, and then Gideon kind of just wanders into that rush. As you said, no level 6. The CC chain comes in. Hedda even flashes in. Not sure if it was 100% needed, but they secure the kill, and Bro kind of bit off way more than they could chew.
Yeah, maybe just a communication issue going into that fight. Now we take a look at the vision on the bottom side of the map. It's just all FearX all the time. And as we've seen kind of in pro play so far in the LCK, you can get a bunch of Void Bubs, a bunch of Void Grubs, a bunch of Kevins, whatever you want to call it, and it just not matter if you get behind. And actually the Dragon stack can still be very strong. So the fact that Willer gets the Dragon with this team, and then, yes, Gideon is going to get the consolation prize, I don't think that FearX are going to be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is like the immediate power you get. Like if you think about Rift Herald, when it was like Rift Herald or Dragon, Rift Herald gives you the immediate gold, Dragon gives you a bit of power, but you're waiting for the soul really. I feel like the Void Grubs is even more extreme, where like they don't give you any combat power. It's really down to how can you use that pushing power. Like maybe there's a later point of the game where a split push gets tons of value, maybe a lone time on a turret makes a big difference, but if you're behind, you're not really going to get that value out of them. So Beyond do pick them up, does definitely deny FearX from getting 6 themselves, or that 5 where you start to spawn the Void Bubs, but ultimately not necessarily going to do anything to push them forward in the game. But to be honest, I think despite that death, despite the fact we're seeing Willer already with the Andrews, already with that early advantage, we're still seeing top and bot lane going very well for Brion.
Yeah, definitely feeling pretty good about that, but as we can see with the first blood, Willer on top of the gold graph by a pretty significant margin, at this point in the game at least. As Willer gonna land that stun, could throw out the ult, and look at Effort, he's just burning down. Here comes Yone as Closer is over the wall, and that's just a free Lulu.
Yep, I mean, Effort just overstepping, doesn't opt to flash the stun. I believe it was close to max range there, so didn't expect it to connect. And once it does, the combo comes through. Closer there to follow, and Willer and Closer have been doing a good job working together so far this game. Again, we said we wanted that momentum on the Yone in the Azir matchup. You can't just play it just to farm, and Closer's been doing everything he can in these skirmishes to try and pick up some gold. and try and pick up some advantages. But in the 1v1, Karis has been holding up pretty fine.
He's doing fine in mid. Just feeling a bit unhappy with the way that the jungle and support have gone so far for him, as Envy now trying to get on in there. The Glitter Lance is going to miss, and so Henna just can walk away from that one, takes a chunk of damage.
Yeah, and just a bit disrespectful. You can see the flash was available. You flash the stun, you live 100%, but Epic clearly just maybe not used to playing against many ground jungles. Didn't quite have a read on their Q range and ends up going down for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point he's probably played at least against a couple in solo queue, but yeah, definitely not as common as a Xinjiao, let's say. As we take a look at the top side, Morgan is getting some nice damage in on to clear, but the issue we've seen a lot of the time, especially with Udyr and Cassante, these tanks are kind of like unkillable, regardless of what champ you have, unless they severely overextend, so maybe that's part of the reason why Clear is like, yeah, I'll just go for the tank. Cassante is really strong right now. I don't really care if I get countered in lane.
I think eventually you get to the point where Morgan will be very comfortable in the matchup. Once you have like the Rift Maker in the longer trades with Conqueror stacked, you will just out-heal Clear's damage, but you've got to be careful when that ult pops and will it
angle
something?
The angle, yeah, he's trying to bring him back right into the hands of Brand. He has the mist up, but it just doesn't matter. The Pyroclasm able to bounce back and forth. And that's another kill here for Jungle Brand.
Beautiful setup from Clear, honestly. Managing to get behind Morgan, dragging him over, so Willa just had such an easy job to follow up. And now, this Brand is so fed. We'll see the replay here. Morgan already low, trying to clear the wave out, baiting some cooldowns. And the angle's just so good. Get the stun, the follow-up's there. Morgan, you know, if he runs towards the tower, he's kind of moving the predicted way where Willa's just going to hit him. But Willa just popped ult and said, you know, I don't even have to aim this.
Yeah. You don't have to. It's going to bounce off of him as well. Already has that cooldown almost back. Effort this time. He's just trying to get away. He doesn't have his flash yet, and that is a nice Crescent card to help save as now. Execute just going to flash away himself, but here comes Karis with the dunk, but where's the damage? Nobody is killing Execute as Gideon goes the left way, and now he's got to flash away from Closer. He's looking for even a little bit more here on Karis, has the Unbound Soul, and now Karis has to flash, nearly dies anyway. Oh man, FearX are just dominating them in these little skirmishes.
Yeah, and it was such a weird movement in the brush from Gideon. I thought he was going to go for Execute the Share with no cooldowns left, low health. I think he kind of got baited by the vision dropping, but regardless, we see FearX managing to win out in that engagement and will secure them that second dragon.
Now that's two dragons. We'll have to wait and see what the soul is, as it is
pretty good. You take it.
Yeah, I take it. Snow Cloud Soul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
No Chemtech.
Yeah, no Chemtech. Oh boy. Well, Bro might be able to get 6 Void Buffs. Will it matter, is the question. We have seen a lot of teams pick up all 6. Actually, they just ran out of time. Okay, not even going to come through in this game. That's clear
so
now.
What do Bro have, really? Not much, you know. They still have the scaling element, obviously, going in the late stage of the game. We now have the Rift Maker from Morgan. And just at the point, right, when you feel like you're getting that power, that first item, FearX actually swapped the Yone into the Gwen, and this Yone with Blazer and King feels pretty comfortable in this matchup. So not a fun time for Morgan. It's like, finally, like, okay, it's time to bully the Cassante, and you don't even get the opportunity.
Yeah, and you take a look at the itemization from Cleary as the Hollowed Radiance, so it's like, well, if I do have to go against Azir, I don't care. The Azir will do nothing. So, Bro have grouped up here for the Rift Heralds, but they don't really have a lot of position on this one. There is a teleport available for Clear. Here he comes as now. Teleport's coming in, and it's going to go the way of Brand again as Willer just steps in there and takes the objective away as that Pyroclasm just bouncing on the rest of the members, and Gideon is just left to the birds here, just taken down as another objective and another fight will go the way of FearX.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Herald as well is icing on the cake, but FearX so confident moving into that, finding the fight, and it feels like Bro are kind of just not really opting into any fights. They're always in the back end. It feels like, you know, they know their composition is scaling elements, but they're playing so defensive, so safe, not able to contest these team fights, and starting to fall further and further behind. We'll see this tower taking top, and after this, they're already 3,000 gold behind. It's going to be a little bit more after that.
Yeah.
Not a good spot to be in.
Very good. As we take another look at the replay, they're getting close to killing the Rift Herald, but you're not really in a position to win this fight, and they don't commit to it, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and I feel like Gideon ends up so isolated here. Envy doesn't want to stand near him. The Brandle to bounce. But Gideon's just left alone. The Crescent Guard doesn't really do anything when there's a Yone hitting you in melee range, so not a good game from Gideon. Someone who we did kind of praise in the last series for having a decent impact despite the series outcome. He is just firmly being gapped by Willer on this Grand Jungle so far.
Yeah, I feel like early on in the contest as well, it was so well highlighted by our observers, just like how these two junglers were going to play it out. He had to flash so early on, even in a 3v3, and I think it just kind of snowballed it away. And you can see the biggest gold gap is in the jungle, where Willer, I think he's almost out of Rylai's already. He has a couple of components, so this guy, he's going to be like a one-man army at some point, and closer's also fed.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, especially if you have the Yone able to play aggressive, able to be ahead. Like, Envy's job becomes so much harder in these team fights when you're dealing with the fact that, I mean, it's not just the Yone, but like, if you're playing an Enchanter combo with a Zeri, you're going to be next to each other a lot of the team fight. That's how you function. And it just means all that we have to see is Willer press R on one of them, and suddenly you're kind of forced into a comfortable position, whether you split up, you're isolated, or you just get melted by the Randles.
You know, we've seen a lot of games. Uh-oh, here we go again. I mean, look at this damage he has to pop. The Crescent Guard effort takes half his health and damage as well, just standing there, as you were talking about. And we've seen a lot of games where the junglers are kind of behind on XP and golds. Willer is almost in first place.
Yeah.
From the jungle.
3 levels up. You know, I remember when we had that, like, Udyr Hecarim meta ages and ages ago, and that was kind of when you saw jungle gaps like this, but it's been a while where we've had sort of this much of an advantage. Willer just completely crushing it.
Yeah. Second charge as well from the Rift Heralds.
Hey, and Gideon got his jungle item upgrade. Woo!
Yeah.
It's all coming up.
It's all coming together now.
Yeah, I mean, the Titanic Hydra versus the Leandri's Rylai's combo, that's a rough one.
Yeah. Execute is level 6. I'm not really sure how he's avoided this much XP, but probably should. I mean, at least he has his ult. And he is going down here the bottom side. Can catch up with a kill, but not going to happen onto level 12 Morgan.
You know what's crazy is he hasn't even upgraded his support item yet. At like 18 minutes. He's just kind of been... Oh, he's at 996, 997? He's close.
Alright, it's about to happen.
He's nearly there.
Yeah. I guess he's just kind of been out of lane, trying to make stuff happen on the map.
Just vibing around in the jungle.
He has it! The Bounty of Worlds, and it's a Slay. Oh, he's under a little bit of pressure here, trying to zone for Willer, who's just soloing the dragon. Has his team nearby. Objective bounties are up. They can try to steal this one. Here comes Morgan, and he runs straight into 2 people. The rest of the team just zoning them away. Gideon is providing a front line, but Closer zones away the rest of the team, and now the Crescent Guard is down, as this dragon is pretty low as well. T-Rex is trying to decide what they want to do. They do want to go for the fight, it seems. They pick up the dragon. Aziel comes in, and Closer goes on to Envy, as he will dash away. One more hit will do it. And that should be the end of him. Down goes the Zeri, and now it's 5-0 and 3 dragons in the pockets of T-Rex.
And you see, Bro clearly knew this was the point where we try to scale for long enough. We're going to lose the game if we don't contest this dragon. We can't let it go to Soul. And they give it a go, but just they don't have the power to get in there. Morgan ended up so split from the rest of the fight, and it just feels like T-Rex has been so much more decisive. It helps when you're ahead in gold, but here, Morgan goes to the top and starts getting focused, so Ekman has to try and peel away to help out his top laner. Meanwhile, Gideon is getting focused. You know, you see Closer going on Envy. It's a very split fight, and T-Rex feel so comfortable having split fronts on their approach, whereas Bro are just kind of scrambling to put up some resistance, and here the follow-up comes through. Not an overstay from Closer, but the follow-up is there from Clear and Execute.
Yeah, very nicely done in that fight. And they got the dragon. I mean, they're just on Soul Point now. The Baron has spawned. They have total control of this game. Over 5,000 gold the lead. Willer has finished his second item of the Rylai's.
I also, something I want to know is you're talking about the Cassante into the Azir being like immortal, but he's built the Kennick Rukin now, and he has like 220 MR and that massive MR shield. I just think he's just, I mean, it's only Envy, and Envy's not even got 2 items, like...
Yeah. Envy's not dealing damage yet, and Gideon's not in the game. So, if you... if you're one of the damage dealers that is doing something on the side of Bro at this point,
if they wanted to kill him, effort should have gone Bloodsong. That was the solution, you know? Get the AD Lulu out. Maybe that would have been the strat.
Certainly. Good idea, Ox. I'm sure...
That would have won them this
that.
game. I'm sure.
Effort's a little bit out in no man's land once again, and he's gonna burn the wild growth. He is trying to dodge everything, but he gets hit by the sun, and now he's just dead. He got the ult out of Willer though.
Yeah.
Right.
And this Baron is gonna melt. Brand the ult pop when you have 3 abilities on it does so much damage. So this is getting melted. Bro, no, they have to contest, but there's a Cassante in the way who can just pull Gideon away if he wants.
Honestly, I don't even know if I would contest at this point. There's 0 chance of winning this fight, and now you're just being bamboozled in the backline here as Gideon is just desperately trying to survive. Kara's just going to defensively ult, and it's a disaster for Bro. PRX are going to dominate them once again. They take down the Baron, and now they're barreling down the mid lane.
And I feel like I talked about this Venn diagram, these ults from the Xin Zhao and the Gwen, the ult from Xin Zhao, the W from the Gwen. I feel like all it's doing is just extending the fight for a couple of seconds. Yeah. It's really not achieving much. Envy is not strong enough, Paris is not strong enough, and PRX have had no hesitations in this game. Baron secured, and they now have nearly a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah. That's a good thing about PRX, I think. Here's Closer doing something. Karis is able to step up to him, especially with Lulu nearby. But yeah, PRX from behind or from ahead, they'll always send. They're always going to try to go for the objectives. They're not going to back down. They're not going to play scared. And I always do appreciate that. Here, they get an advantage. It's just a Lulu, but they say that's enough. They take the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of saying, like, you wouldn't even contest this Baron. I think that is a very valid point, but I'm also just like, it's kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. I just think it's such a rough spot to be in. Very clear that Bro's game plan hasn't worked here. The Ram pick has gone flawlessly for PRX, and I think at this point the game is pretty much done.
Yeah, absolutely. Even at this point, if you do get on top of Willer, he has an arm guard already. That more expensive stopwatch in this season, and he will have the Zhonya's nearly complete already. So, yeah. Feels like it's all over but the crying, as Wolf would say.
I think what we can say is at least Bro got the 3 void buffs, so it's not a paper game.
Yeah, true, actually, I suppose. I feel like we're always adding in like the next objective and the next thing. You know, people were saying, oh, the turret plates, they count too.
And we got a cannon minion, so it's not a paper game.
Okay.
You know,
yeah. Cannon minion is just about as useful as a void bub, I would say. So, you know, a similar power level. I see it. I think it's okay. We're about to have Hextexel here for PRX.
I think their goal for Brion right now should probably be, let's try and get a kill. You know, maybe when they're killing on Nexus.
I just want to see one, like, decent team fight.
One attempt, you know, and we finally have the Ardent Sensor coming in for effort. This item got buffed a bit coming in, so I feel like Ardent Rush as a strategy in solo queue has been more popular. But this Ardent came in so late for effort. The game is, they're so far behind by the time you get this. Envy has 2 items, still not really a major threat. And it really feels difficult. They are looking towards bot, but I don't think you're killing that Cassante.
No, I don't believe you are. And he's got some support from his buddy Yone, as the rest of the team is just pushing in mid. Execute and Closer can kind of be in both lanes at the same time. Their champs have an insane amount of mobility, and they're just kind of bullying them at this point. They're going to take down mid inhibitor, and it's all over but the engage you would expect. Gideon in the front line. Look at the damage in the back line while it's happening. You don't even get to stand there and contest this. You just have to go back to the fountain.
It is a pretty brutal situation, and you still have the ult from Yone and the ult from Rakan. They're looking.
Yeah, there it is. A 3-man ult comes in from Closer as Karis tries to put them into the fountain, and that they do, but that's all they're going to get. just the one. As now, FearX considering, hey, maybe we should end this game. Not 100% sure. Everybody's so fed at this point. Even Hannah can just step up to the team. They'll take down the turrets. Some low health bars here from the soldiers of Azir, but I don't think FearX want to waste any more time in this game. They want to move on to the next one. As Karis is being bullied now. Oh no! He gets pulled in! Why did you have to do it to him? As there you go. Victory for FearX. Game number 1 was an absolute stomp.
Yeah, for 3 Void Bubs and that 1 kill, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was not far off in that situation. Before the series, I was saying I expected this to be close. I expected it to be a 2-1. After this game, I mean, a 2-0 is looking like the most likely prospect on the cards. I hope the Bro will be able to bounce back from this, but that was an absolute brutal punishment they were put through right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's going to hurt. It's going to sting. And Ox has to vote for his POG.
It's been a while, you know?
I wonder... I don't... Who could it be? Is it the new pick that got picked into the jungle for the first time ever and then just totally dominated the game? Could be closer. I feel like we'll get like 1 closer vote.
Possibly. Actually, I don't know, because I feel like everyone will want to vote for the brand, right?
That's the thing.
They'll see the brand, the new pick, it did well, they're like, oh, slam it in. I think people will have filled it out like halfway through. Like after 7 minutes, they're like, okay, ticking the brand, we're done here. Which was honestly kind of the feeling after this one. To get such an early lead, like, you know the brand has good player momentum. One of the concerns was being challenged in the early game. I think the scaling picks on the side of Brion in terms of the Lulu and the Zeri and the Gwen meant the Xin Zhao didn't have the support that he needed, and he wasn't able to challenge, and Willa just really ran away with his game. I mean, you can look at the goal graph, it tells the entire story.
Absolutely does. Not much of a contest for game number 1. FearX having a very fun time in this first game. We'll be back, guys, after a quick break for game number 2.
빨리 이쪽 와줄래? 내 앞에? 내 앞에 야 3주격이야 3주격 사진 봐줘 천천히 넘어간다 넘어간다 사경석이라 천천히 제리 아직 살아있다 제리 아직 살아있어 나 만화 없어 잘해줘야 돼 이거 타워 쳐주세요 야 천천히 안돼 세다 이거 오케이 나 먼저 하긴 하거든 형이 그냥 천천히 하면서 써줄게 이거 차랑 나랑 템만한 계속 스타트장 우리 타워 나 아지러 볼게 아지러 봐줘 나이스 나이스요
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We had our very first game of our Saturday showdown. And, yeah, FearX kinda dominated that one. From go to woe. We thought that maybe the draft had some ins for Bro, but FearX did not have any wins for Bro, to the point where this was all Bro was able to get for the entirety of the game until there was one random kill at the very end. But otherwise, it was a perfect game outside of some Kevins.
Yeah, Execute dying in a perfect Execute style unnecessarily. Great, good job. I want to highlight what I think is a really great development here from FearX, which is actually adapting their draft. Because that's something that obviously they haven't really done previously. As we see the Zyra Khan, which I think is fine, doesn't really excite me, but it's a strong combo. Teams have a lot of experience playing with it. And then the Yone is a good counter to the Azir. You can get bullied early on, but we didn't see any of that. It was actually quite the opposite, which ended up being really big. And then the Brand actually giving you a really big source of AP damage. Plus the fact that you're playing it's outside of Azir, only short-range characters. So Brand's going to get an insane amount of value, and if he doesn't get shut down early, can completely take over the game.
Yeah, he can farm quite well early, and especially if Azir fails to get some early prio, you can kind of just run around the jungle uncontested as we saw, and you'll see the lead, we'll take a look at in a moment, that we actually saw from Willer early on, purchasing Leandri's at 9 minutes and 17 seconds with the first blood he picked up with the insane farm he had. Look at the farm numbers here. 22 CS above Xin Zhao, his opponent, Gideon, really having a bit of a tougher game here. And my concern with the Brand we saw in the draft, even though I've been calling for this Brand for a while, is that there's a lot of threats for him in this game, right? You have to deal with the Gwen who could get on top of you. You have to deal with the Azir shuffle, right? You're dealing with Xin Zhao, can also engage on you. And if you go through the early game, you have a bit of a rough time, you might end up doing nothing but farming and then even struggle to do that. But it was the exact opposite. And I think a lot of the fights we saw Bro take early were very disjointed and fully unnecessary at times. And this Brand that already had a huge lead continued to snowball the game until it was unplayable.
Yeah, he was 838 gold ahead at 9 minutes, which is kind of absurd. He was hoovering up the jungle, much like Brand has done in the jungle. He's an eclectic pick. Shout-outs to Papa Smithy and Jonas Strong, to Brand jungle enjoyers of many years. And finally, it's made its way into the LCK, an absolutely beautiful thing. Let's jump into our first highlight here and just show the first attempt from Bro and the last one that they were able to find on even footing.
And what is really telling to me here is just the complete level of hesitation from Bro, and the complete lack of it from FearX, right? They are really happy to go in aggressively. If you're playing Xin Zhao Lulu and you're always the one getting engaged on, you're not doing your job. It's really strong when you can pick out an individual target, but they were the ones that got engaged on every single time. And at this point, once you get to the point of the game where you get into actual team fights, it's nigh unplayable if you're this far ahead or behind already.
And I think Gideon had a tough balance that he was trying to walk here, in that on one hand, you're super far behind on farm. You need to try to get as much of your jungle as you can to try to stay level with Willer, but you still need to actually match his ganks. And he's just walking topside and setting up a dive, you could call it there. And where's Gideon? He's not there. He's still farming his jungle. No awareness of where Willer could be is a little bit disappointing considering how much we're seeing Brand in solo queue right now. It's a champion you encounter all the time. You have to know that if he gets ahead like that, he is just going to walk down the lane with a Cassante and kill a Gwen. So getting a little bit of a disappointing performance from him here in this first game.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Not a whole lot you can really do, I guess, is the only way that you can really try and get one back there. I really do love these styler drafts, though, with a couple of bruisers, melee champions, and then you throw in the big AP damage. Canyon used to do this with Karthus all the time. Lilia can fit that bill also, and Bro, they're no strangers to that. Umpty used to play that one all the time, so it's not like they don't understand how this comp works. It just, yeah, rolled over the top of them this time around, and this is a bit of wallet diff here, as you see. Henna was in melee range against a Gwen, and he was fine.
And it is, again, you see the lack of cohesion from Breon. This is a must-win fight at this point in the game, trying and desperately get something done, but the teleport is late. You don't actually get any value out of the Wild Growth on Gideon, and Morgan TP's in and just gets dealt with in a 1v2, and then in the extended fight, FearX is able to just close it out or clean them up very easily. Yeah. And it felt like Brilliance didn't get to play the game at any point when they didn't invade the Brand in like the first 4 levels.
That was one of the fights where they could have had maybe a chance to front to back it a little bit, but they were so split, as you said. The impact between what Morgan would try to do chasing down Isaiah, who has ult, versus what we did see from Closer, who wasn't really active in the fight for a majority of that and just straight up came in at the end to close it out. I mean, the difference was very palpable there, and a bit of a rough one.
Definitely a rough one, but it's not rough when it comes to the POG. There are 3 options. There's Willa, Jungle, or Brand. And we gave it to all 3 of them. Willa going to collect this one so incredibly easily. And now Brand is the best jungle champion in all of the LCK. Has never lost a game. Absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Love that. Great sample size. Sample size of 1 is always an LCK favorite, and it was the Brand that was the biggest difference maker. Wheeler played really well. I think even in the first series he played well. Didn't matter that much there. but it is a really good example of how many AP champions function. If you don't invade them early on and set them behind, and there was no plan from Breon to do something of the sorts, he was invading Xin Zhao's Raptors, like, at level 4.
Yeah, he just was completely uncontested. It seemed like Bro just didn't know what to do. And specifically, Gideon didn't know what to do in this game state. And Karis didn't do him any favors, right? Because he fell behind in Prio in mid early.
Yeah, no, he definitely did. 12 out of 12, the most obvious POG that we've had since Beryl missed out on his. But I'm not going to digress into that one. In fact, what we need to do is head straight to the casters and get into game number 2. See whether Bro have learned from the dangers of Brand.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. And during the break, Ox immediately said to me, you know what's going to happen? They're going to say, what was the problem? It was brands. And they're going to ban away the brands, and that's what's going to happen. You think that's actually going to happen, Ox?
Probably. I think I'm hedging my bets on that one. But also, do you know why Brand was so effective for FearX? Because what did they do in the off-season? They rebranded. It's all coming together.
Wow. He's figured it out. First team to play brands in this season.
Yep. That's why they had to
The only team to rebrand.
Yeah. Yeah, it all makes sense. There's layers to this, you know. We just didn't see it before the game.
Yeah. It's kind of like a TV show, you know. Some stuff gets revealed bit by bit, and we're like, ooh, okay, that was pretty interesting.
And then in the season finale, you're like, how did I not see this?
How did Nongxin make it to finals? Like, how did this happen? I missed, like, the middle episodes. Very weird.
That's why you gotta watch all the LCK, right?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta get through all the substance.
You gotta be there every single day. You gotta see the brand jungles. You also gotta see the Sejuani jungle fails, unfortunately. But what are they gonna do this time? I think that certainly you could say, okay, well, Brand seems like he's very comfortable on it. It did well into our Xin Zhao, so you could say on one hand, okay, we don't know how to deal with Brand, let's just ban it away. I think that's fine, actually. But there were a lot of issues with their gameplay as well, which the Space pointed out, we pointed out, and I think that as Edgar, you're probably going to have to just say, okay, we need to change everything.
I think that draft was very playable. Clearly they had issues with trying to punish the Brand, so I feel like one thing you could obviously lean on more is giving more instantaneous engage options. Because it felt like the only way they really went into a fight was like Xin Zhao charge in, and Gideon clearly just wasn't really comfortable in that regard. They didn't have great engages. Like, you know, you have a streamer shuffle, but that's not the most reliable if someone's going to flash and also put your Azir in a difficult spot. So I think maybe giving some more clear-cut engage tools would help a lot in this situation, and just maybe mean you can start the fights off in a more assured way. But I think the draft was definitely playable. I just think a lot of it came down to execution, but I think that's the thing. If you're struggling, simplify the compositions, give yourself easy engage tools, and hopefully you'll fare better in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bro have elected to go onto the red side here, so that gives them that final counter pick. That has ended up being pretty strong, it feels like. Let's see what the bans are going to be, as we do see everything we've seen from the first game so far.
Then the Sejuani coming in is a different one. And also, we saw in the last game, Orianna and Ashe completely overlooked, who were the only two 100% presence champions, and neither team's really putting too much priority on them. Did you see the Yone ban coming in, which could suggest that Freon want to get that Azir?
I think they do, yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that might be their angle. We'll see if FearX do want to deny it from them, but I honestly think that they probably will be fine giving it over. I'm sure the closers got plenty of options to play into it.
Rakan as well. A couple of picks, which, by the way, were undefeated going into that game, and now they just both gained an extra kill, or an extra win, rather, each. Varus is going to be the first pick here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Karis play Azir again. The issue with it, though, is that you're playing against Closer, and, yeah, you banned Yone, but he can play Akali, or Silas, or Tristana, or... Yeah. I mean, there's like a million things that Closer especially could play into it.
Also, Azir kind of struggles into power. Oh my! That is not an Azir. We're getting something different. The Lee Sin comes in. I kind of get this from a confidence point of view for Gideon. You know, last game definitely wasn't the best one. Put him on something he's comfortable. But I honestly like keeping the jungle pick open a bit more. Threaten the Nocturne maybe on 3. Nocturne Orianna are a super powerful combo. So I'm not as big a fan of them early locking in this jungle, but I understand them wanting to get Gideon on a pick he's really comfortable on. On the opposite side, we're going to see Closer toying with the idea of picking up that Azir, and it looks like they will lock that in. Question is what we will see here. You could pick a jungle to match the side of Creon in this situation, or you could take support, but I feel like you maybe want to see a little bit more of the composition before leaning into that one when you haven't seen either members of Creon's bot lane. The Ashe is open if you want to go like a Varus Ashe combo though.
True. I do feel like our teams here in the LCK prioritize, you know, tier list bottom lane picks rather than considering the matchup sometimes. But it is going to be Udyr who does get picked up. That was actually banned in the first rotation in game 1, so they get their hands onto that. Clear, he played the Cassante in game 1. This time he's playing better Cassante.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the Udyr is it becomes so bulky, so much of a nuisance. You want to have carries and cut through them, but Envy ends up opting for the Ezreal, which isn't the best at cutting through these bulky targets. It does have the long range from safety, which can be useful, but I feel like FearX pretty comfortable with how they've started this draft off so far. Still have their jungle and support to pick up, but I don't think that's too much of an issue in this situation. We'll see what Brion wants to start targeting. If they will look towards things in that support role, they're going with the Xin Zhao first, so thinning out that jungle pool for now.
Yeah, try to take some picks away from Willer. Willer has played Xin Zhao and Viego, and of course Brand so far. By the way, not banned. I mean, could pick it up again. I don't know if you really want to in this scenario. You don't have that 80 carry or the 80 champion in mid.
You basically have AP top laner, AP mid. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not doing that much damage, but he's going Phoenix, so I don't think it's as good here. Brion might just throw out a ban, like, just in case, but I really think it's wasted. I think you could direct it to more, like, common meta junglers. Maybe they take away the Viego that they have seen from him in previous games, and they will do that. So they didn't ban the brand. They didn't fall for the age-old, oh, we got POG, we have to ban his champion.
Yeah, that's a good idea, as we highlighted in this scenario. They could have gone for a ban earlier on, but they say it wasn't all about just the brand champion in general. The Yone, the Rakan were also strong. Braum is going to be taken away, so they don't want to deal with Ezreal Braum.
Yeah, I think it kind of indicates that FearX want to pick an engaged champion for Clear in this situation, especially with a calm band away. He was a great blind.
Morgan's playing Renekton. He's
April.
doing it. He finally gets a chance to play Renekton.
Feels like a lot of comfort for the side of Brion on this one.
I'm happy for him.
I think FearX probably just going to pick an engager for Clear and didn't want to play like Nort into Braum or something like that. So we'll see what they opt to go for. And it is just going to be that Nort. There's no real massive surprise there. Jungle pick is going to be the interesting one, I feel. You know, you have engaged from that Nautilus. You definitely have some more follow-up. But I think your comp's pretty well rounded already, so you're not really locked into anything. Which is why the Viego would have worked well, because you can kind of just work with what your comp has gotten. See what he opts to go for in this situation. There's still things like the Nocturne available. Gonna go for the Wukong, in fact. So, want to be a bit of a threat to layer those engages. Obviously, if you get on top of the Orianna, that can be super punishing. And a lot of disruption in the team fights.
Yeah, and at this moment in time, there's not really a lot to deny it on the side of Brion. Even if you do see it early, you do have a decent amount of mobility in the Ezreal, the Lee Sin, the Renekton, but it is going to be Bard as well coming on in here, and he's going to have his finger on the R button really quickly, because these engages are going to come in so quickly with, you know, Varus, Nautilus, Wukong. And this is a Willer classic as well. You know, we got Renekton for Morgan. Willer says, well, I'm going to pull out my Wukong as well.
I feel like this is kind of like the knee-jerk reaction to Game 1, where they're like, we had too much scaling, we need to do stuff early. And they're like, okay, let's pick an 80 carry who can be by themselves and a super roaming support. Let's pick like a mid laner who can contest priority often and a strong top jungle. So I hope that we'll see them have more agency in the early game. But I feel like if it gets to the later stages, they may not end up in a super great position, especially if they don't pull far ahead. So we'll have to see how it does pan out. But I think FearX pretty happy with the draft once again in this one.
FearX stole my heart. Henna fan there, saying it's okay, you can do it. Love the mustache. looking good. FearX, the fearless foxes. Sandstorm remains
You think he's
for this team.
disappointed that Rome got banned?
I would say yeah.
Yeah.
I would be. If I was
Solidarity.
rocking that, I mean, I'd be like, I want to see Braum every single game.
Yeah, that's respectable.
Now, well, looks like we're just about ready to hop into game number 2. We'll have to wait and see if this composition this time around works out for OK Savings Bank Brion, or will FearX pull ahead. Here we go. Game number 2. We talked about how this was a crucial series for both of these teams. Unfortunately, I feel like game number 1 didn't really show off. That was incredibly close.
Yeah, I feel like that might have nearly been one of those ones where you kind of hook around the wall and you grab them, but you end up with the wall between you and them, which can, I mean, especially in a level 1 situation, you ain't getting anything out of that, so does miss Envy. Possibly wouldn't have led to anything anyway, but regardless. FearX trying to find something early, and that has kind of been their vibe, setting the pace on things, and I think, bro, you need to kind of break out of your comfort zone and really be aggressive with this composition if you're going to have a chance in this game.
Do we think Renekton is the answer to Azir? Just in this 1v1 matchup. I know it's Morgan who's playing it, it's a lot of comfort, but it just feels like Udyr just does whatever he wants. I mean, he can break through his shields. Yes, but I don't know. I'm not sold.
I feel like the thing is that Udyr is so strong level 1, and Renekton kind of needs level 3 really to have a lot of power, so Udyr can kind of set the early pace of the game, and then if you just don't give it up until like first back, you can kind of build some armor and just vibe, you know? That's kind of the goal of Udyr, just become tanky enough to vibe for any lane.
And that's what he does oftentimes. I mentioned he was better Cassante. I don't actually... I mean, Cassante is really strong in his own right as well. Udyr's kind of a different style of champion, and I feel like is a bit more annoying, especially when it comes to the laning phase, in terms of what he can do with proxying, and basically can never be touched.
Yeah.
Especially in this, you know, with the rift changes and stuff, like he just does whatever he wants.
Yeah, I think Cassante can be... You know, he's hard to take down, but also just so frustrating with how mobile he is and the fact he can just delete someone. Whereas Udyr is kind of just like unwavering. He is that unstoppable force.
Yeah.
But not Malphite.
Not Malphite, no. Malphite's not really on the same tier as those two champions at this moment in time.
So Malphite honestly feels a lot more stoppable at the moment.
Yeah.
The ultimate, you know?
You know, at least relatively, as we are going to get this root here on the Envy. He is playing Ezreal. He says, instead of Arcane shifting away, I'm going to take half my health bar and damage. Now, he is playing with Bard, so at least he has some sustain.
That this kind of shows the trust that Henna has in his support. Because I saw the cannon getting very low on health as that trade started, and Henna gave up the cannon to contribute to the trade, so I'm not sure many AD carriers would do that.
I wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't either, honestly.
And maybe only if I'm playing with Ox.
Plus also, if you kill the cannon as the Varus, you get that attack speed, you know?
Yeah.
Here
comes Willer. He's only level 4 Wukong.
They only have heal as combat summons.
And they're only level 2. They're not even level 3 here. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in. Heal used early for Execute. Envy just trying to get away, but his first blood going to Henna. He flashes. We got a 2v2 in top, but that's not really amounted to too much. As Envy, with his teleport, at least we'll get back here to the lane.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up that farm, but really nicely played. I love the fact they made the decision to make Henna tank there, because the thing is with the Nautilus, is if you end up tanking, you're probably not getting out again as you need to be in melee range, especially against a Bard who can potentially stun you against a wall, so they're like, we'll give Henna the aggro, he can set a distance. The downside to that is you have burn flash from your AD carry, and against a Bard, that can be punished. We'll see the replay. Very slow to approach it. They wait as long as they can. Envy burns the Arcane Shift. It's Henna who gets the aggro, and then I think he may have been able to just hold the flash there. He would have taken one more hit, would have lived.
Yeah. Effort could have, like, maybe flashed on him if he didn't flash and, like, auto, and maybe that's enough damage. Now, Envy doesn't have flash either, as Execute comes in here, flashes himself. And does Envy, okay, he is going to use the Arcane Shift right at the end, but now you're not dead. You haven't lost your life here, but you're not in the lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really bad outcome for Brion, but also Envy played that about as well as you can when you're already in that terrible situation with the patience on the Arcane Shift, buffering the Q, because if you could see that Execute was waiting for the Arcane Shift to then land the Dredge Slide. If that happens, you're just dead, 100%.
Yeah, so he does get away with his life. He will get back to the lane eventually, but a lot of pain already down in this bottom side. You talked about maybe punishing that flash on Henna, but to be honest, after what we've seen from Bro so far, I mean, they have to be pretty proactive to set up something like that, and Gideon and Effort, you know, they got to put 1 and 1 together to make 2. They haven't really been able to do that so far, so can they make it happen? I am curious to see. I do want it for their sake, but now with Willer down here on the bottom side, just shadowing, trying to get their lane that's already ahead even farther ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult here for Bro.
And they're not going to be able to find a dive here. You saw Gideon showing some presence. Maybe that was a factor. The wave's going to get thinned out. But again, it's just more damage coming onto the tower. Henna's already going to have a substantial lead. And Fearx, instead of going for dive, there's a risk that's going to translate into an early dragon. And so something they did in the previous game as well was stacking up those early dragons. It won't be a Hextech Soul again. But it feels like that has been the leading strategies in game so far. Void Bub just doesn't really hold up to... I mean, it's not so much just the power you get from the dragons, but the threat of converting to a soul later.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like the Void Roberts at this time are kind of just a consolation prize, whereas the dragons are really what you want to get. So Gideon, he says, well, Willer's down bot. My bottom lane is losing. We're never going to contest this dragon, so I'm just going to go up to the top side of the map. They do get those 3 Void Bubs once again. And, yeah, still curious about the Renekton, how much value it's going to get in this game. Because against the Udyr itself, it's just going to go even.
Yeah. And I feel like this is kind of the problem, is that, like, their previous comp had so much scaling. And I feel like, you know what's worse than falling behind early with a scaling comp? Falling behind early with a non-scaling comp. So, I mean, it's not like Bro's comp is useless in the late game, but I really want to see them put some work in to try and enable Morgan. Maybe now, when Gideon gets his level 6, they can look to potentially play on the Udyr.
You see him take that shield down? Massive.
Yeah. And
wow.
The trade.
This is the thing, like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like in this meta, you can't really pick a pick like Renekton. It's not... It's just going to be, I feel like, a worse tank than something like an Udyr or a Cassante later on in the game, and it's never really going to have that threat. So, you know, if you're picking something that scales, that has a lot of damage, or like a lot of split push potential, like a Gwen. Yeah, he has a lot of scales. Thank you, Ox, for your contribution.
You know, we have a whole day ahead of us.
Yeah.
But this is game 2, and I feel like you already get a little bit tired of my antics.
Yeah, well, at least I've heard that one before with the Renekton scales.
Oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, definitely checks out. Well, things have certainly slowed down some from here. You did mention from the draft point that Bro definitely want to get something going with like top jungle, or, you know, trying to play for objectives early to mid.
Just anything, honestly. Yeah. I'll take anything.
A proactive team fight.
Not even a proactive something. That's what's on the agenda, I feel like, for Bro. If they can achieve that, I'll be contented.
I think that's fair. It definitely would be an improvement, for sure. In terms of looking at the lanes, everything is going even except the bottom lane, which has about, 16 in the lead here for Henna. And he's going to be feeling pretty good, especially because the Varus was a first pick as well. Varus has been played quite a lot and to decent success so far. But this is pretty much the dream start for any Varus player, to have just a free lane, not a lot of congestion, you're not scared of the enemy jungler, you're just scaling up. He's going lethality, and so he's going to have a big impact on this mid-game, no doubt.
I think it's just going to be so easy for him to spam Qs onto Orianna and Ezreal, whereas Ezreal is probably just going to be pumping a lot of Qs into Anudia. So,
yeah,
not the funnest thing. but we can do a tier check, right? 3 people in the game have tiers, and currently, Karis is leading in terms of tier stacks right now. Probably because he's playing Oriana.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
That's the takeaway.
I agree. And Firax, they have this lead. The Hextech Drake coming out here early means it's not going to be Hextech Soul this time. Could have that Cloud Soul, actually. And that feels, in this case, very good for the side of Firax.
The year, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Wukong as well, closing the gap. Nautilus just to get position and to set up plays, dives and stuff.
20% movement speed, like, permanently now, which is kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, when you think your old Shuraliers, the movement speed boost it gave was, I think it was 20% itself, or maybe it was 30. But regardless, it's like, just to have that 20% for the entire game is kind of nuts. And Rion will get all 6 Void Buffs. We'll see if that benefits them more this game than last game.
Yeah.
But it does mean they're giving up control over the Dragon area once again. And I think Firax probably just going to pick up their second Dragon of the game. You can see Envy being zoned off his bot lane tower so far. And Closer has that mid prio, so not exactly going great on the bot side of the map.
Yeah. When you have this much threat with your support jungle, and your bot lane's already behind, and you're not really getting much help, you can't walk up to the turret. You just do not get to lane. It's like, okay, well, I guess Wukong's here, so I don't get to play the game. And this, again, this Renekton matchup, not really finding it very enjoyable, personally.
Yeah, I think the unfair thing is the fact that, like, Morgan doesn't pop his ult there, even though Udyr uses his, because Udyr's ult is up in, like, 20 seconds or something ridiculous, so you can't really just go in for trades unless you're committing to the all-in as a Renekton. If you commit to the all-in, I'm not even sure he would have won. Plus, the Udyr can kind of just bear slap you and run away.
Yeah, he's always going to be faster than you most of the time, unless you can really close the gap. And then even then, he's probably going to run away afterwards if he needs to. You see that Firax were setting up for this Mountain Drake. Some decent vision set up by Effort and Gideon here. In what seems to be an attempt at contesting this. Now, both the top laners don't have teleport, so will just be a 4-on-4 if Bro decide to go for this, but Envy doesn't have any items at this point in time. Yoma's finished, and there's the combo on Karis. He is going to flash away the kick, kind of half-heartedly, saying, no, we do not want to fight. And Firax will not get any kills, but they do get some summoners, and the dragon, most importantly.
Yeah, super clutch stun from Effort to stop the combo coming in, and Closer went for the predict, and believe me, we would have thought it was sick if it worked, but he picked the wrong direction.
Yeah.
it looked kind of silly. But, you know, I respect the attempt. Second dragon secured for Firax. It's going to be an Infernal Soul, which with the Lethality Varus feels pretty... And honestly, not even just Lethality Varus, I feel like the thing with Infernal Soul is obviously on poke champs it's great, but on a tank champ like Udyr, you're just adding extra damage to a champion who's already pretty much immortal.
Yeah.
So he's going to just run on your Ezreal and just kind of set him on fire.
That doesn't sound very good. But I guess that's what a Phoenix does after all. We are going to have these little cinders on the map that will give you stacking ability haste.
What do you think of the cinders?
I think they're fine. I haven't found them to be too impactful.
Yeah, I feel like you need a lot for them to make an impact.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is that when you kill someone, they have a ton, and they kind of like, it's like Sonic, and they just like pierce out everywhere.
Yeah. That is the best part of it, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of like popping a pinata.
Yeah. I like the little, like, blue goblin.
Yeah. Very true. And then you pick them all up and you're like, huh, well, that didn't really do too much.
Yeah,
anyway.
It doesn't really change things, but it's satisfying. It's not impactful, but it's satisfying.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, you get the speed boost when you pick them up. It's like a nice little hit of dopamine. But other than that, it's kind of like, okay.
Which I think we need when we're playing League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely.
There's reliable fixes, right? That's what keeps us going.
Yeah. Well, the Rift Heralds seems to be pretty handily in Firax's favor here. Doesn't seem like Bro wants to contest it. They will try to put pressure on the bottom side of the map while this is happening. Take some of the jungle, maybe get some pressure onto this turret. The Closer is just standing here contesting this as well.
Stole
the majority of the Krugs. But yeah, they might lose this turret.
And here's the value from the Void Grubs, you know, when you get to hit a tower for once. They will get that bot tower. I think it's a good, you know, you're trading when you know you are a little bit apprehensive about going into these team fights. They're picking up something on the side of the map, which is fine. But I think Fearx is likely going to use that Herald mid to secure the tower, but also to sync up with that Dragon Chime. This is the game plan for Fearx. Play for that Dragon, use the Herald to get the mid priority, and then once you've got 3 Dragons in pocket, the game becomes a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the classic game plan we used to see all the time. The first Rift Herald can get you some momentum. I'm talking about, you know, previous patch. Second momentum was used, or second Rift Herald was used for momentum onto the Dragon and getting you even further ahead.
It's Storm Surge Oriana, which, you know, this is the mid patch for 14-1. The Storm Surge did get hot-fixed. But also, so if you hit a big shockwave on a squishy target, that is going to do a lot of damage, right? But in terms of killing the Udyr, you are never doing 35% of the Udyr's health in a short period of time.
Yeah. So currently nobody kills the Udyr.
Yeah, the Udyr has kind of ascended, and especially since, if you look at his build, he's building a lot of armor. If your AP is going Storm Surge into Seraphs, this Udyr is not dying. Clear is going to be a monumental issue for the side of Brionne, if he isn't already. So we have that to look forward to.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked a lot about the Udyr and why he's strong and how the Renekton's kind of just hanging out, but hasn't really done anything yet. Still, you know, just kind of farming back and forth. Slightly down on farm. The turret's not really getting hit too much. And those top laners are just playing their own game. Look at all these cinders!
Okay, I said it was like Sonic. That looks like, you know, like when you have the coins on the path.
Yeah.
He could have just taken that route round and zoomed over.
Imagine if he was Talia. He could have, like, surfed along the rock and gotten all 5 of them. Would have been so fast.
That would have been satisfying.
Yeah. Everybody gets to be Bard now. Everybody gets to get Chimes.
Pretty much. That is a big shield. That is a hefty shield.
Yeah. Here goes Closer. Gonna pop Karis into this one. Karis says, cool story, Fearx. Closer. I was gonna say bro, but it's not bro. Yeah, he just walks it off. It's not really a big deal. Jungler wasn't there.
Can't just TP back in, and now there's no Azir this dragon. So not sure it was the best decision from Fearx, but very on theme for them. Just look at these plays. Bro, really don't want to give over this dragon for free, and I expect this is when we'll see the Herald thrown down, but will Liz maybe toying with the idea of using a bot instead? I don't know. You see the recall from Clear though, so he wants to be in this fight. He has hit his final form of building a couple of armor items.
Yes, final form indeed. As here's the Rift Herald teleport as well, as Fearx say, what are you doing? This is our dragon. We'll see if it actually ends up being their dragon. That's a nice little sealed fate. It's going to deny the turret going down for now, but they still have this Rift Herald to help them push just a little bit of damage into this one. Look at the damage already from Henna. As Effort, he's going to need a lot of healing to get through that one. The poke damage is a big problem right now for Bro.
Yep, and Fearx just need to keep chunking them out, and this dragon's going to be secured. Looks like they are going to be able to get this mid tower. The ult from Bard slowed it, but won't stop it. And now, Brionne trying to navigate round. Effort's still super low on health. And the dragon has been started. Poke coming in, doesn't connect.
Yeah. Henna also, no blue buff or anything, so getting a bit low on mana. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Morgan is going to be spotted here by Clear. The two of them just going to go head-to-head. Clear does go over the wall. So this flank could potentially come in a nice True Shot Barrage to come out from Envy. As Execute just waiting for it. The flash on in with the ult. He's trying to take a Karis, and they do just like that. Execute a very aggressive play, and it does work out. No! Closer gets back in. They take out the enemy jungler, and Envy is left to the Sharks. That's going to be this dragon going the way of Fearx.
Honestly, sick play from Execute there. Went for the R flash. Not a combo we see that often, but basically gives no reaction time to Karis to try and get away on that one. Locks him up. Karis goes down without even using the shockwave. You see the replay of that one. Just finds his key moment. Our flash there, so the instant knockup comes in. Karis gets no counterplay. Orianna deletes it, and yes, Execute goes down, but job done here. And the cleanup of the fight ends up going in favor of FearX. You see Morgan doesn't even want to approach the Varus, he knows the fight's gone. Third dragon secured, and a beautiful play to land that extra objective for the side of FearX.
Yeah. You can see both, as the health of the dragon was going down, Bro was really trying to close in on the objective and get close. So Karis just barely gets in range and allows Execute to essentially blow him up. They have so much burst damage with a pretty fed lethality Varus, and even the Azir as well. So the second you knock up a squishy target, it's just GG for that guy. That's exactly what we saw. From there, they didn't have a lot of damage follow-up on the side of Bro. And it's another objective into the hands of FearX.
I don't know, see, I'm so glad to see Execute on picks like the Nautilus, wasn't too impressed with just him being stuck on Renata duty. This is the sort of plays, this is the sort of player that we expected to see, and it's so nice seeing one of these engage champs, because you can find those moments, those creative engages like that can be so punishing.
Yeah. He showed it off on Renata that one time in the lane, but yeah, this definitely feels like a better fit for him. If you want to get aggressive, if you want to be the playmaker on the team. So he has the Hex Blast as well. He's going to be looking over this wall, but a lot of defense set up here from the side of OK Brion.
And he has gone the Giga Chad Bloodsong Nautilus, which is such a great pickup, honestly.
How much damage do you think he did in that play?
I don't know. But the extra 12% definitely helps his team follow up.
Yeah.
But it's just like, that's how your combo goes as Nord. You queue in, you get the auto, you get the root, and now everyone in your team is doing 12% extra damage, and you get that Sheen proc.
Oh, clear, you're just bullying him, and now, can he hit the side? Yes, he can! And the cinders come out of him. And look at Udyr, he's just diving the turret, he doesn't care! Envy doesn't exist anymore. See, Ezreal just not able to do anything. The seal fade here is just desperation.
Like a pinata, he just exploded. Man, this has been, I think Henna enjoyed that. A lot of satisfaction. At least for us as viewers, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I think we've kind of seen Clay hit his final form. The Renekton just gets absolutely bullied out by him. Yeah, look at the replay here. He just walks into him, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? He just takes no damage.
You're never killing him. You're never getting away from him.
Look at the little stutter walk. He's like, I'm on you.
Yeah.
Right?
And he delays taking the blast cone as well, because if he steps on it, then Clear hits it, and then just, yeah.
Honestly, I love these cinders. This is my new favorite thing.
Yeah.
To see if people pop when they have
Feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Especially the fact it was that snipe at the end. It was a good one. It was a good one. Yeah, see, everything was kind of going okay for Bro until the 18-minute mark, and then it wasn't going so good.
Yeah, something happened there. Well, we know what happened. It was the execute play.
Yep.
And after that, it's kind of felt like a done deal. And a lot of the issues we talked about at the beginning of the game are coming through. These wards are going to spot, close are going in and out of that pit, and so they're going to know that this is happening. Can they do anything about it is the question. Gideon going to land a Q onto Henna, but he doesn't want to go in onto that one. You can just kind of walk in from the north, which is what Gideon was threatening, and so FearX say, well, we don't have to take this. Don't have to take this risk at this point.
I actually kind of like it though, because they drag Bro over there. You can see a bunch of wards got slammed down by Bro as they're pushing in, and now they can just sweep back towards the bot side of the map. Bro have put down a lot of wards, a lot of resources on the top side, and they can kind of get control over this dragon area and play for this soul. Bro trying to get mid priority, trying to push in. They know they need to try and contest his soul. You can see actually Gideon going for a long flank. He hasn't been spotted here, so he might try to go for a steal. But,
maybe a pick of some sort.
That could work too.
Gideon has been somewhat passive this entire series. I know he's itching to make something happen.
It's gotta be the Varus. It's gotta be the Varus.
This is the one. This is the one. He's gonna get the kick, and no stun comes in, but the seal bait. Maybe he can land a stun. Yeah, Henna is not gonna be able to do anything, and the damage finally comes out from the Orianna. But the follow-up isn't there. Effort's getting pretty low. He's going to be taken out. His cinders are flying everywhere. And I think that might just do it. Oh, a nice divine here from Closer is just going to put an end to any kind of fight here from the side of OK Brion. As Morgan is on the run, Envy is on the run. Can you run away from the Udyr? Generally not, but Envy is pretty far in there. And Willer's going to find Morgan here as well. He should win this fight, eventually.
Oh, that was slick, actually.
That was pretty cool.
Has he got it? Has he got it?
Yeah, he's
No,
going to get it.
No, he's not.
Well, Willer's going to get it.
Oh,
I
sorry,
mean-
yeah, I thought I just got the recall.
This is still going on. Morgan's still running. And I think he can just dash over this wall and he'll get out. So Willer's just going to give up on it. But yeah, just another fight. That one was pretty much the best chance that Pro were going to have, though. It's
Yeah.
still going to be Infernal Soul going the way of Fear.
I'm glad they went for the play. It was the correct play, but I think there were issues with the state of the game. And I think we're going to get a replay, and you'll just kind of see the fact that the Udyr, nothing happens to him for the entire fight. I don't think he takes any damage. I think he just runs around, presses his ult and just bullies people. Like, look how much damage his ult's doing here. And he's just kind of running around slapping people. Willer as well is also just cleaning up. So, like, the concept of the fight was great, but you still have no answers to this Udyr, and the Wukong was pretty unchecked as well.
At the end of the day, the wallets are pretty heavy here for Fear X, especially now with the Infernal Soul. So, might clear out all this vision around the Baron. Might just start it. They did it in game one after getting the pick onto the Lulu. Maybe in this case you can just go for it and try to turn. They have amazing turn with Varus Nautilus, not to mention Azir and Wukong.
I like how Gideon, like, one-hopped in, and it's just like, bro, it's Udyr, you ain't...
He had his chance, you know. He kicked the Varus that one time.
Oh, Willer looking for a flank.
Oh boy. Well, that magical journey is going to get them away. Just over that small wall can make all the difference sometimes. A lot of posturing here in mid.
No poke landed yet, though. I think it's the one saving grace for Bro so far. And then needing to land some piercing arrows with that Infernal Soul definitely make things easier. Bro still holding onto the positioning for now, but Ferex have control over the Baron area, and they are now starting it up. The thing with the Udyr as well, he's so tanky, it's kind of low risk on this Baron. It's not like he's losing any health yet. They're just baiting Bro in to try and get the fight.
What about Baron's new abilities, though?
I think he's good.
What about the other guys? Are they good too? Yeah, I think they're good. Hook here on a Morgan. That's not the target you want to execute. No, it's just going to go for whatever he can go for. Envy has to hop away as execute will go down, but I think this is still going to be a Fear X victory in the fight. Willer picks up 2 kills. A lot of damage from that true shot barrage. This Baron still has a little health. Hannah is just hitting like a truck right now.
Looks like this might get Jared than they maybe hope, but jungler dead. Just have the Udyr one-shot him and keep him top to do good.
He's just gonna turn on Envy here. Let's go, Envy! Oh no, run away! She's not gonna get away though! As Udyr rotates down too. And he'll get a little bonus kill on the Chorus. Everybody is popping like balloons. Second ace! I think that's gonna be the game here for Fear X.
Literally, no counterplay that everyone has. Looks at his everyone Udyr. He just charging at them. And again, once he got the little the embers onto the Baron in hand, he starts to really damage Bro's base. And at this point, the game is pretty much done. I mean, Envy is going to respawn. We'll see if the fight ends now. They're going to reset, but it is Fear X, so I don't think they fear any retaliation from Bro.
Fear this. They don't fear anything. And they're going to go in here. Take a look at that damage from Hannah when he actually hits the piercing arrow as Gideon. Oh no. Admire the effort, but not going to get anything done here. This is going to be Fear X. They got to 2-0, but they're not done yet. They want to get some more kills as in goes Willer. And closing it pretty low. He's getting the Nexus, but he does Tom as well. Sends it to 2-0. It's still Fear X here on this wonderful Saturday showdown.
I mean, I feel like it wasn't a good move game one, but it wasn't much better. This particular slot, both teams kind of had issues with their core movement, but they kind of got the potential. But I think we kind of got an awakening in why there is this blue streak for Bro against the Fear X organization. really strong performance. I mean, everyone agrees that those wanted stuff from Series.
And this is
Pending. I feel at least as champions who can scale a bit better than Renekton into the Udyr and I feel like if you're picking like Renekton who normally wants to shut down their opponents, Udyr is like the most We don't have a whole lot to add, unfortunately. It looked quite reminiscent of game number 1. Maybe it didn't fall off the rails as quickly as in the previous game, but we felt like the draft didn't give too many outs. Gentlemenn, what did we think, starting with the draft?
I feel like Rion didn't Saturday show up for this one, guys. It was the first game was pretty rough. Yeah, there were a lot of problems in the early game. The brand was problematic, and that's something you get surprised by, right? We saw FearX get surprised by the Hui support. Couldn't really deal with that. This draft, no redemption here. You picked Ezreal into a Varus that you left out because you banned Yone, which was not the problem in the previous game. It was a problem for Karus, but it wasn't the overall problem. So you went Ezreal Bard again, lost lane horribly there, and things just fell apart very quickly after that. And picking Renekton into Udyr, like, who does that? Who thinks that's a good idea? I know it's Lord Morgan, but I mean, this is just not it.
I just think it's remarkable that you're on the red side and you're able to pick, like, I'd say arguably free losing lanes. And
0.5 at least.
And it's like Orianna, Azir obviously can go both ways. We've seen Ori win it early and then Azir gets a little bit more agency in mid game, but that wasn't even the case. I feel like Kara's also wasn't able to stand up to closer at all. And from the get-go, it was pretty much shoved in. And then, yeah, Ezreal Bard, especially with teleport, if you don't take control of the lane level 1, you're gonna lose. Like, post 6, it gets really hard to play out regardless because you're playing into Nautilus and Varus. So it was just... Brion's meta read wasn't great, and even though they didn't get like caught off guard, the level of play just wasn't very inspiring, unfortunately.
It wasn't. It felt a little bit like, and this is something that I said as well, which it felt a little bit like pick champions that make you happy because we're feeling sad is kind of what it was. And so Lord Morgan goes for his Renekton, and unfortunately, it's just not the same. Doesn't hit the same as it used to. One thing that does seem to hit very similar to it used to was this Wukong that we're seeing here in our very first highlight. Willa just turning up to help grab themselves the first blood, and very comfortably does so. And gentlemen, the lane rotation as well, it's happening at the same time.
Yeah, there was a great lane rotation in mid as well, where Clear came down to cover the gank there, so they were totally covered that. Now, Envy teleports back because he took teleport, which is quite common when you're running these Ezreal lanes, especially the Bard's going to rotate around. And then he is forced to leave again, so they follow up on pushing Envy out. Envy's just here farming casually, knows something might be up, trying to play respectfully as Henna steps up, and then boom, execute over the wall here, gets the root, gets the Glacial Augment, and Envy is chunked out of lane a second time, and this is just the power of Varus into an Ezreal lane, and it's going to be a problem.
And from that point on, like, once you lose control of that lane, Varus is just going to perma-shove you in. Particularly Lethality Varus, often we see on hit, but I think in this scenario, Lethality makes sense because there's not a lot of targets on the enemy team that you can reliably auto. And between his passive and Halo Blades, early on you're still going to have a ton of power, even without the, especially in these type of short bursty trades. And from that point on, so Ezreal and Bard were already out of the game. And then you also had a top side that was like Renekton that was getting shoved in.
Yeah, and you also
it's not great.
This is something I didn't actually take into account either when we were adjudicating the lethality Varus. Is you've already got the auto attacking champion of the Azir as well. So for Baron damage, things like this where lethality builds can sort of fall down, you're kind of caught. And so there are a lot of ways that this FearX draft really does work well. And Willa's Wukong, absolutely fantastic. He was like the carry at the end of the game. I think Bro managed to catch Henna maybe once or twice, but it didn't matter at all. Let's jump into this highlight and check out Jonghoon really starting it off, or Execute as he is now known. The good old ult flash, so you can't react.
Yeah, no reaction here, gets over the ball. Wouldn't have really been great if that's where the ultimate was placed on top of a solo Nautilus, but he takes out Karus instantly, and then this fight is just kind of a wash, right? Closer gets in there, gets the sweep. The Drake is 100% controlled now, and what do you do at this point as Bro? You lost your carry in the first second of the fight, and it's just Execute who was constantly making these split-second decisions. We saw him do this against KT Rolster earlier this week. Didn't always work out, but in this game when he's ahead, he has that agency. You can see this aggressive player definitely has some star power.
And is that 1-2 between Willer and Execute that I think was really game deciding, and something we didn't really get to see against KT because Execute went way too ham. Yeah, dialed it back a little bit here, and if these two players can play together the way that they have, I think that this team is looking good, right? They're actually proactive, they're making big plays, and they're trying to play according to the aggressive style that formerly Sandbox was also known for.
And maybe KT is just the best team in the LCK, and so it was a rough start for FearX as well. Let's have a look at the POG and who's going to pick this one up. I think there are a couple of options this time. Execute's going to get it. The very first one for the young player making his way into the LCK, and man, he really did take some control. I think there's going to be some votes for Willer as well. I think back-to-back did make some sense, but really good to see the young man getting it.
Love to see that 69 vision score as well. I like that that was included. Yeah, I mean, he set up a lot of these plays. He set up the lead in the bottom lane as well for Henna, and just controlling these fights alongside Willer, allowing Closer to have the agency he has to follow up, allowing Henna to just kind of sit in the back line, do damage, continue to fire those arrows off. It was great to see his uses of Hex Slash in this game, non-stop threatening any target who is in range. When you're this far ahead, doesn't even matter if it's the Renekton you're getting on top of.
And to me, the first half of the game was all Execute. The second half was all Willer. So this split, I really love. I do really feel like specifically the 1-2 of a Nautilus and a Wukong can really make or break mid-game team fights. And they were basically winning every single team fight. Even the one where the kick came through, it was Wheeler with a really great flash cyclone. It was Execute actually hitting a hook to ensure that Paris couldn't just do damage from a distance. So really hats off to those two players.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And now it is time to have our very first word with Execute, joined by Willer. Here is Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Willer and Execute of FearX. Congratulations! This was the first Saturday showdown of spring, and you got a 2-0 victory against OK Savings Bank Breon. How do you feel? This is our first season as FearX. And of course, our start wasn't that great, but I'm really glad that we're able to get the victory today. And I feel like we were able to repay our fans, so that I'm always very happy of. And Execute, this is your first LCK win. How do you feel? I'm really happy about my first LCK win. How happy are you from a scale of 1 to 10? I feel like it would have been better if I won the first match. But we always head into a match thinking that we're going to win. So Willer, so you guys are on a 7 winning streak against OK Savings Bank Breons. What are your thoughts on that? I don't think that's something that we kept in mind. And I guess I wasn't really aware that we are on that big of a winning streak. But I definitely feel that we are a good team and we better perform against better teams in the future as well. And Execute, you guys were against Hannah's former team, and he must have been so eager to win today. So did he say anything? He wasn't really nervous, but I'm sure he's always been saying to me that he's definitely going to crush OK Savings and Breon. Has he always been saying that? Yeah, so he usually doesn't deal damage as much as Closer does, but today he was just so eager to deal more damage. And for the first time in the LCK, Brand Jungle made an appearance. He scaled so fast, so how did you manage to pick him against Xin Zhao? I feel like this is a pretty common pick right now. I feel like he has a really, really good tempo against especially melee champions as well. So I think we had high expectations using Brand. And so today our team was prepared to use an AP jungle if there was an opening for that. So how many games did you play with Brand Jungle? Maybe 1 to 2 games? So you got an unanimous POG vote with the jungle Brand. It seems like it has a really fast clear speed and it's looking pretty viable. So is there a high chance that we'll see him again? Yeah, he's really, really good. He's very strong, so I believe that you will see him again in the future. And Execute, looking at the draft today, it seems like your team went through a reevaluation of your tier list. So after the loss in the last match, what kind of feedback was there? We always believed that we were good at a 2v2 laning phase. But obviously we had an unfortunate loss against KT. But we decided that we will go for a more team fight focused gameplay. So now that you made your way into the LCK, how is playing with Henna? It was a little awkward at first, but I think the more we play together, we're getting really on the same page, and it's getting better and better. What was awkward or what was not so good in the beginning? I think it was because I was a little too aggressive, so us not being on the same page was sort of, it called for a lot of more feedback in the future. I feel like we're able to communicate a lot more and clearly. And of course, jungle support chemistry is just as important. So how do you like playing with Execute? There's a lot of things you need to learn, or you can learn from Execute. And I've always wanted to play with a proactive player. I feel like Execute is really, really good at proactive plays and making the right calls. So it's really nice. What about you? Why are you making that eye contact? It's because I'm happy. I like that. And you guys are starting the spring season with a new name as PureX. So what is your resolution going forward? Of course, our name is quite new. I think this will be a really cool name to have the better plays we make and the better we do. So I hope that we keep this up and please support us. And Execute. We'll make sure that we display good performance as always. And even though we may have moments where we falter, I hope that you will continue supporting us. Congratulations again, and this will be the end of the interview with Willer and Execute from PureX and back to space.
Thank you so much, dear, as usual, for the fantastic translation of the interview. Adorable fox ears as well from our PureX players. Willer and Execute performing extraordinarily well. Huge congratulations. That is going to put Fox towards 7th place. And Bro, unfortunately, in familiar territory with back-to-back 0-2 losses, they are going to be in last place.
Hey, on the plus side, Kwangdong will probably join them tomorrow, so then they have more friends.
Hey, is that a plus? Someone else is also going to have a really bad time.
It's like a great way to put a good spin on a cup half full situation.
Yeah! There you go.
Thumbs up.
Beautiful. I've got another way to do a cup half full, and that is with Nongshim versus Genji. Coming up after the break, this is massive. Nongshim, 1st place. Genji, 5th. Who would have thought that in our first week we could say something like that, but that is actually accurate. We'll see you after the break for another epic matchup. See you there.
LCK의 국제대회 우승을 위한 비밀회의 시크릿 보드룸. 숨가쁘게 달려온 1년. 고생의 결과는 LCK의 연속 우승이었다. 24시즌 스프링. 이제 우리의 목표는 명확하다. 바로 7년 만에 MSI 우승컵을 가져오는 것. 그래서 시크릿 보드룸은 멈추지 않는다. 자, LCK가 8번째 우승을 차지했다. 우리 시크릿 보드룸이 결성된 이후에 22년도, 23년도 연속해서 이 월즈를 들어 올렸어. 그런 의미에서 내가 오늘 또 건배사를 한번 올려보도록 하겠어. 오래도록 징그럽게 어울리자. 그래서 오징어! 자, 원샷들 하고.
아, 술맛이 아주 달달합니다.
고급이야, 이거.
아, 이거, 네, 고급 같은데요?
고급 같은데요. 약간 좀 반응이 미적지근한데 너 작년에 마지막에 잘못됐으면 옷 벗고 그냥 소주나 마실 수도 있었어.
그럼 나처럼 잘하면 사실 8강 땅에서 그냥 끝나거든.
8강이 아니라 스위스에서 없애야지.
그러니까 확실히 이번에 또 베를린하고 LA하고 좀 다시 봤어. 특히나 그 LA 모이벤픽 때 세나 탐켄치 이거 약간 다 비웃고 그랬는데.
세나 탐켄치로 가겠어.
세탐.
그렇게 LPL이가 거기서 비웃고, 에? 그럼 변칙적인 것까지 다 계산을 해야지만 이렇게 프로가 될 수 있는 거야.
아무튼 뭐라고 너무 하지 마. 왜냐면 어쨌든 LCK가 우승컵 들어 올렸잖아. 그러니까 너무 뭐라고 하지 말고 오랜만에 모였잖아 우리가. 근황이 어떻게 해야 되는지 궁금한데 뭐 또 요아소비 콘서트도 가고 문화생활 이거. 그리고 샹하이.
네.
너 내가 좀 스파이를 심어놨는데 조심해 임마. 너 유부남이 임마 검색 기록에 권은비를 검색하다 걸렸어?
늙은 게 자랑입니까?
최근 검색 버는 비고.
와, 이씨! 미쳤나봐, 진짜! 아이, 뭐야! 세계 검색은 거의 뭐야!
아, 나 이거 알았어. 아, 그게 아니라 이거.
요원으로서
필요한 업무였습니다.
권은비 검색이랑 무슨 상관이야 그게?
여름이 멀어서.
권은비 직캠이야 뭐야? 어디야?
생각하시는 그것이 맞습니다.
뭐가 맞아?
저희도 볼 건 봐야 되지 않겠습니까?
보는 건 좋아. 어차피 뭐 그 나쁜 거 아니야. 제누스한테 걸리지 마. 알았어? LA는 뭐야 이거?
저는 사실 쉬는 기간에도 쉬지 않았어요. 피넛 선수랑 한번 접견도 하고 페이커도 한번 놀러 왔고.
너네 집에?
그럼요. 저도 막 놀러 가고, 사우나도 가고, 사우나까지?
아니, 요원 LA 대단한데? 국장님은 뭐 하고 지내셨습니까?
자, 사실 너네 근황은 하나도 궁금하지 않았어. 사실 내가 소원이 하나 있다. 월드 2연속 먹은 거 너무 좋아. 그런데 우리가 풀지 못한 수건 사업이 하나 있다. MSI. 17년도 이후로 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 6년 동안 MSI 컵을 들어오르지 못했다. 그래서 이번 스프링이 되게 중요한 거야. 스프링 끝나면 뭐야? 바로 MSI란 말이야. 그때 우리가 6년 동안 달성하지 못한 MSI 컵을 우리가 가져와야 된다고. 월드 좋아. 그런데 일단은 MSI야. MSI 데뷔를 위해서 다들 분석을 해야 하고 내가 숙제를 내줬을 텐데 누가 먼저 한번 이야기해 보겠어?
아무래도 여기서는 제가 또 작년에 제일 활약을 했기 때문에 모범을 보이겠습니다.
일단 자료 한번 보겠다. G2 e스포츠에 대한 자료를 준비해 왔는데 브로큰 블레이드, 야이크, 캡스, 한스사마, 미키엑스. 아니 월즈에서 사실 좋은 성적이 아니었잖아. 근데 지금 전원 재계약이야? 이거 어떻게 된 건가?
지역 리그의 1위 팀. 그런데 전원 재계약 오버랩 되는 게 있지 않습니까?
어디가 오버랩 되는 거지? 나
설마
모르겠는 걸?
T1 얘기하는 건가?
LC의 T1 같은 역할을 G2가 사실 하지 않았습니까?
아, 그치. 자국 리그 내.
뭐 그렇긴
지역
하지.
리그 내.
월즈에서만 아쉬웠지 사실 자국 리그 내에서 여전히 G2는 G2야.
2023년에서는 약간의 이제 컨디션 이슈도 있었고
있었지.
근데 그거를 변명을 하면 안 되겠지만 그때의 아쉬움이 있기 때문에 이 로스터라면 우리가 한 번 더 합을 맞춰본다면 해낼 수 있지 않을까 이런 신뢰감이 있는 상황으로 보입니다.
어쨌든 G2가 전원 재계약에 성공을 했고 그 여전히 강력한 우승 후보 중에 하나다 이렇게 봐도 되겠구만. 그럼에도 불구하고 불안점이 있는데 이거 불안점에 대해서 한번 이야기해보지.
롤력이라고 하지 않습니까?
롤력?
롤력.
또 선수를 봤을 때 느껴지는 롤력. 작년 월드 때 굉장히 화제가 된 게 있죠. 한스 사마 선수의 어린 왕자 같은 데.
예전 사진하고 비교해보면은 진짜 나는 다른 선수인 줄 알았어.
근데 그런 외모 버프가 생기고 있다는 게 약간 선수의 롤력이 내려가고 있는 게 아닐까. 경험상으로도
너는 없을 텐데 그런 경험?
뭐 살 빼서 게임 주원이? 뭐 그런 얘기 하는 거야?
살 빼니까 게임이 잘 안 돼. 배고프면 게임이 진짜 안 되는 거 똑같은 거라니까요.
배고파서.
저는 체중이 늘면 늘수록
오케이.
퍼포먼스가
오케이.
진짜 좋다니까요.
어쨌든 이 외모 버프가 오히려 게임력에는 조금 영향을 미칠 수가 있다.
이 G2가 그래서 24년에 새로운 협곡에서 활약할 걸 저희가 예상하고 있는데 문제는 이런 G2의 황금 시대를 이끌었던 역사의 망령들이 다시 한번 뭉쳤습니다. 팀 헤레틱스입니다.
오. 얀코스와 플래키드가 있고 원더, 퍽즈, 카이저가 들어왔구만.
와. 지금 완성된 상체 보십시오. 원더, 양코스, 퍽즈.
너무 연령대가 좀 올라간 거 아닌가?
먹던 맛이잖아 그래도.
그러니까 국장님 아시지 않습니까? Old soldier never die.
노장은 죽지 않는다. 다만 사라질 뿐이다. 사라져야 되는 것까지. 상체가 일단은 G2의 약간 그 영광의 시대를 함께 했었던 3인방이구만.
맞습니다. 그래서 이 3인방의 시너지, 그리고 이 셋이 원래 또 게임을 할 때 다양한 시각으로 그 게임을 접근하는 걸로 유명하지 않았습니까?
그렇지.
또 이번에 협곡이 딱 갈아엎었잖아요.
그렇지.
엎었지.
대격변이 일어났지.
시너지가 나면 무섭지 않을까.
G2를 위협할 팀이 될 것이다. 지금 플래키드에 대해서도 한번 이야기를 해보지.
이 플래키드 몇 번 소개해드렸지 않습니까? 유럽 원딜의 페이즈. 이쪽도 G2 출신이에요.
유럽의 페이지다? 그러면 이 선수가 왜 유럽의 페이지냐?
플래키드가 G2에서 데뷔를 했을 때 많은 의심의 눈초리를 받았지만 우승 그리고 MSI 진출 우승을 했죠. 그래서 지금 이게 플래키드를 신인으로 보면 4베테랑과 1신인입니다.
팀이 리빌딩 되거나 어떻게 좋은 신인이 들어왔을 때 가장 좋은 환경을 제공한다는 4베테랑 1신인.
맞습니다. 위쪽은 위쪽대로 본인들이 원래 팀 합을 맞췄던 선수들이고 아래쪽에서는 카이저의 어떤 그 가르침과 보살핌을 받은 플래키드가 계속해서 성장해 나간다면 이들의 시너지가 어디까지 갈 것인가. 그리고 최종 목표가 어디겠습니까? LEC에서는 파도 G2. 이걸 목표로 달려나갈 스쿼드라는 거죠.
지금 이 팀 몇몇만 보면 충분히 또 그럴 가능성이 엿보이는구만.
슈퍼팀이네.
G2의 과거가 현재의 G2를 덮친다. 이런 G2의 올드 솔저들이 뭉친 것보다 더 이색적인 영입이
이거보다 더?
항상 국절에 나오는 매드라이언즈의 엘료야! 매드라이언즈의 엘료야 중심의 리빌딩으로 어느 하나의 팀이 탄생.
엘료야만 남아있고 지금 미르인, 프레스코이, 수파, 알바로 이렇게 지금 구성이 되어 있어.
강타한 거 맞지?
이게 뭐 어떤 느낌인가? 이게
신선하다 그래도.
이 엘료야에 의해서 엘료야가 뽑은 유럽의 2군에서 뛰던 선수들이에요. 그러니까 완전히 엘료야의 안목으로 뽑은 느낌.
그냥 뭐 엘료야 라이언즈네 그러면.
벌써 우리도 약간의 우려 섞인 그런 지금 시선이 나는 느껴지는데 현지 분위기는 어떤가?
신기한 반응이 많죠. 이런 파격적인 정글 한 명을 중심으로 나머지 선수들을 완전 새 얼굴로 리빌딩을 한다. 그리고 매드라이언즈가 사실 뭐 국제전 가서 뭐 야옹이 소리 듣긴 했지만 그래도 계속 결국 국제전 가서 티켓은 딴 거잖아요.
그렇지.
근데 그런 전력인데 이런 영입이 나왔다. 뭐가 됐건 간에 이 매드라이언즈의 올해 마무리가 너무 기대가 됩니다.
실제로 매드라이언즈가 이런 좀 파격적인 리빌딩을 통해서 좋은 성적을 낸다면 이건 다른 팀들, LEC 다른 팀들에게도 좀 영감이 될 수 있겠구만.
파격적인 리빌딩이 아니라 그냥 격파가 될 수도 있어요.
He shows him what's up. His fresh gallery is just there to say hello.
어쨌든 이런 실험적인 모습, 매드라이언즈는 뭐 LUR을 제외하면 전혀 다른 팀이 됐기 때문에 이 팀도 좀 주목할 필요가 있어. 자, 그럼 결승 한번 예상해보지, 에리씨.
결승 말입니까?
너무 이른감이 있어, 사실.
역시나 또 유럽은 그냥 G2 아니겠습니까? 일단 한 자리는.
G2.
한 자리는 G2죠.
그리고
또 G2의 오랜 라이벌한 팀 있지 않습니까?
또 푸나틱.
라인업의 변화와 상관없이 그냥 G2와 푸나틱.
저거는 우리 집 강아지로 얘기하겠다. G2 푸나틱 결승 간다.
원래 또 스프링이 지금 뭐 여러 가지 바뀌었다 보니까 약간 대격변이잖아요. 여기선 좀 무난하게 가고 그 뒤에 이변이 있지 않나.
그러면 우승을 누가 하는지 말을 해야지.
그니까.
G2.
사실 전통적으로 스프링은 너무 많은 변화가 있는 팀보다는 변화가 없는 팀들이 좀 활약하는 경우가 있긴 있더라고. 자, 다음 누군가?
제가 하겠습니다, 좀. LCS도 사실 이번에 꽤나 많은 변화가 있었습니다.
LCS에서는 뭐 어떤 변화가 있나, 지금?
일단 가장 큰 변화. 10팀에서 8팀으로 줄어들었어요.
누가 사라진 거야?
바로 골든 가디언스, 이블 지니어스.
아니, 이블 지니어스 어디 갔어?
그러니까 왜냐면은 지금 재정 상황이 워낙 경제가 또 안 좋다 보니까 더 이상 유지를 못할 것 같은 사람은 빨리 팔아라. 이러면서 이제 팀에 대한 많은 변화가 생겼죠. TSM도 슬롯을 팔았죠. 대체 슬롯으로 그래서 쇼피파이, 리벨리온이 들어오게 돼요. 사실상 북미가 지금 되게 안 좋은 길을 걷고 있다고 생각하시면 돼요.
아, 그 8팀 하는 거야, 너는? 8팀 조작하는
아니,
거야?
LPL보다 반도 안 됩니다.
LPL이 몇 팀이지?
17팀.
근데 그래도 꿀잼을 만들 수 있는 건 LCS잖아요, 사실.
그렇지.
다사다난한 팀 아웃, 팀 인이 있기.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
本日実況を務めます解説のレボルさんです。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。というわけで皆様お待たせいたしました。LJL2024 スプリングシーズンいよいよ開幕ということで、まずやってきましたね、レボルさんね。
はい、ようやく始まりましたね。
まあちょっと今年はあまりにもちょっと大きな変更がちょっといろいろあったんで、まあ特に大会概要だったりとかもね、そのあたりもちょっと確認しながら、ちょっと確認しながらですね、この本日は見ていきたいと思います。じゃあそれでは早速ですけれども、大会のちょっとルールの方を見ていきたいと思います。
はい。
はい。
まずはLJL10 日間、ございます。6チームが参加してダブルラウンドロビンの BO2 形式で、スケジュールが進む形になります。レギュラーシーズン中には1日3試合 BO2 の3試合を行って、なので6チームすべてがその日のうちに BO2 の2試合を戦うという形になります。でそのうちのトップ4がプレーオフに進出して、2月24日から3月3日までの2週間、計 BO54 試合が行われて1位を決めるという形になります。そして、レギュラーシーズン1位のチームは、サイドの選択権というか、プレイヤー、対戦相手を指名できるというルールになっております。
レボルさん、ちょっとストップしていいですか？
はい。
映像が来るはずなんです。
あ、なるほど。
映像が来るはずなんで、
ちょっとそこを見ながら。
説明がいっぱいいっぱいだったんで、ちょっとあれなんですけど、ちょっと絵の方をね、したいと思います。多分絵があると、
より分かりやすいですね。
より分かりやすい。多分いろいろこう言われると、ちょっと頭に入ってこないのかなと。
そうですね。
思ってしまうので。
まずは、
でも一番はね、2024のこの変更、何が起こったか、8チームからまず6チームにちょっと減少したというね、
そうですね。
大きな変更があります。あ、来ましたレボルさん来ました
今です。はい。1月20日から2月の18日まで、試合日としては10日間ございます。そして BO21 日3試合行われる。で、8チームから6チームに減りましたが、その中で毎日、全チームの試合が見れるというところが特徴になっております。そして、レギュラースプリット上位4チームがプレーオフに進出して、そして BO5 の試合を計4試合行うという形になります。その上で1位のチーム、LJL1 位のチームが PCS のプレーオフのステージ2にストレートインになります。そして2位と3位のチームがステージ1、PCS の、いわゆる今までの形だとプレインに近い形で、入っていくという形になります。やはりこう、国際大会の経験を一つ早い段階で積めるというのが特徴になっているというのが、今年の変更になっていますね。LJL からは3チーム PCS への出場権が、PCS プレーオフへの出場権があるという形になります。
さあ、そしてこちらは LJL2024 スプリングスプリットの、スケジュールということで、Day1 から Day5 まで出てます。注目マッチアップあります？
やはり今日の SHG vs DFM というのが注目のマッチアップになると思いますね。今日の2試合目、予定では19時の予定になっています。一番上の1試合目が5時スタート。夕方の5時スタート。2試合目が7時スタート。そして最終試合が夜の9時スタートというのが予定になっていますが、BO2 なので、比較的時間のズレというのは以前と比べると少ないのかなと思います。ただそれでも予定時間のズレがありますので、ちょっとそこは注意していただければと思います。
はい。 さあ、そして今シーズン、見ることができる、6つのチームちょっとご紹介していきましょう。こちらです。
これがまず Day6 か Day10 の後半の、
後半の
スケジュールですね。
はい、後半も出るんですね。
はい。皆さんもちょっと気になった試合、マッチアップがあれば、ちょっとコメント欄の方で書いていただければなと思いますが。
DFM、SHG、あと戦国の仕上がりどうなのか、はい。っていうところと、あと V3 が韓国人選手を入れたという情報もありますし、
ここはかなり楽しみになりますね。そして次がプレイオフの形式になりますね。改めてちょっともう一度確認していきたいなと思うのですが。
こちらですね。
はい。レギュラースプリット、先ほど申したように1位のチームが3位のもしくは4位のチームを指名してそこで戦うという形になります。そして次のステージに進んでいってウィナーが第1シード。で、第3シードを3位も決めるので、第3位決定戦もしっかりとございます。そこもご留意いただけたらと思います。
はい。いや、レベルさん、ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。はい。
なんか、年始から。
はい。かなり景色変わりましたからね。
そうですね。ただ、見ている方からするとちょっと分かりやすくなったのかなと思います。さあ、そして参加チーム一覧、8チームから6チームに変わりましたよと。いうことで、あと名前もね、ちょっと変わってます。バーニングコアがバーニングコア富山。そして、アクシズとクレストゲーミングアクトがご合併して、アクシズクレストとなっています。計6チームの行われると。注目チームありますか？
そうですね。やはり早い段階からメンバーを発表した SHG は注目のチームになるかなと。そしてやはり王者 DFM があるので、これは非常に楽しみですね。戦国ゲーミングも非常に強力なロースターを揃えてはいるのですが、春となってちょっとミッドのプレイヤーが変わりそうだなというところもあるので、ちょっとそこは評価としては保留していきたいなと思いますね。
それぞれのチームのじゃあスターターちょっと見ていきたいと思いますが、まずはアクシズクレストということになってます。和白井、家臣、ユージオ、ソウル、アイノ。
ここはアクシズとクレスゲーミングアクトが合併、加えて他のチームからも選手も補強してというところですね。家臣友情のミッドジャングルのラインというのはCJ のところから変わらず、そこにアクシズからアイノ選手、そして V3 からワシダイ選手、そしてフェンデルからソウル選手というところで、このソウル選手の活躍というところはやはり注目のポイントになるので、そこはどうなるのかは非常に楽しみですね。
ただ戦略の幅で言うとどうしても家臣とソウルに偏ってしまう傾向がありますから、一辺倒にはなりたくないかなという印象ありますよね。
そうですね。
さあ続いてバーニングコア富山となっております。ドルツ、イエル、そしてジュールですね、失礼。そしてハウラ、チャーリー。
バーニングコアとしてはイエル選手を残して他のメンバーを大きく変更したという形になります。注目はトルト選手が復帰したということで、非常に個人技の高いプレイヤーなので彼がどうなるのか、そしてジュール選手のプレイスタイルがどういったものなのか、あとはアカデミーのレベルでは国際大会にも出場しているハウル選手のパフォーマンスにもちょっと期待していきたいですね。
ジュール選手ちょっと調べたんですけど、ハイリスクハイリターンなプレーを好む傾向があるようです。
ここがどうハマるのか非常に楽しみですね。
さあ続いてデトネーション、フォーカスミー、王者と言っていいでしょう。レイファーキー、スティール、アリア、ユタポン、ハープということでトップレーンがレイファーキーに変更、他は変更なしと。
弱点の見当たらない非常に強豪と言えると思います。レイファーキー選手もキャリーもできるしタンクもできるし、ただなんといっても彼は連戦が非常に強いというところで、今、ボイドグラブという新しい変更が入りましたから、その影響でトップレーンのレーニングの強さというのはとても重要ですから、ここは非常に重要なアップグレードをデテンションフォーカスミーとしては果たしたなと思いますね。
さあそして続いて戦国ゲーミング、キナツ、エリム、カックン、ユーヒゲンということで、ここ大幅に変わったよと。
変わりましたね。ここのところでメンバーが全員変わっているので、まずコミュニケーションの部分がどうなっているのかというところ、特にエリム選手なんかは LJL 初ですから、言葉の問題というところもありますからね、そこもうまくチーム全体でサポートしながら個人技の高さをどう生かしていくのか、結城選手と源選手のボット量どうなのか非常に楽しみですね。
いやー、源お帰り。
はい。
そしてビッグネーム来ましたね。
そうですね。エリム T1 のプレイヤーですからね。非常に楽しみですね。
そう、スタートさせてましたね。さあそして
Not call me. Maybe today will be that time. Canyon going for his 300th LCK win. Funnily enough, he has been here for quite a while and a very winning player, as we know, on many winning rosters. A strong player in his own right, so he's looking to become the 14th LCK player and the 4th jungler to ever reach 300 wins.
Yeah, Cuz only slightly ahead, and Peanut ahead by a mile, but yeah, he's probably going to get 300 a day if he goes well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a dive into these two teams right now.
LCK가 진짜 꿈에만 그리던 리그였는데 벌써 2년차가 됐다고 하니까 감회가 새롭네요.
작년에 데뷔했는데 우승을 이번 해서 그냥 이번 연도에도 더 똑같이 우승하고 싶다는 생각이 많이 드는 것 같습니다. 상을 그래도 하나 받게 되어서 되게 좋았고 한 번밖에 못 받는 신인상이라 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
이제 신인상 좀 못 받은 게 아쉽긴 하지만 제가 조금 더 잘할 생각해서 다른 상이라도 받을 생각하겠습니다.
지우 선수는 본인만의 각이 있고 그걸 되게 잘 보시는 선수인 것 같습니다.
작년에는 흑수저 농심이었지만 이번에는 금수저 농심으로 한번 바꿔보겠습니다.
금수저, 흑수저를 그 아들이 정할 수 있을런지는 모르겠는데 지우가 그렇게 바라고 있으니까 제가 잘 해보겠습니다. 같이 화이팅해서 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
작년에는 아무래도 킹합을 제대로 못 맞췄다 보니까 매운맛을 제대로 못 보여드렸던 것 같은데 이번 연도에는 농심의 매운맛 제대로 보여드리겠습니다. 농심 화이팅!
즐겁게 게임하는 게 목표입니다. 이번 시즌 형들이 열심히 연습해서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 겐지 화이팅!
Well, there you have it. Now we're going to have the walkouts from the two teams. Again, everybody has done the special walkout already, as these guys have chomped the log, and now just going to do the classic handshake. Definitely a big opponent for them coming up today.
And I'm just amazed that Jiwoo said we haven't seen the spiciness from Nongshim yet. And that really makes me wonder what they've been cooking. Because
brands.
I feel like if they're adding more spiciness than they had before, Brand won't even cover that. It's gonna have to go to like a whole nother level.
Yeah, Brand is too meta at this point. It has been played in the LCK. We missed it. And now, I think this roster, you know, we joke about it. They are currently tied for first in the standings with their 2-0. But at the same time, you know, they do look better. I think that their performance in their first match was pretty solid. They played really well as a team. It wasn't a big challenge for them, but I think with Call Me in there as well, could be seeing some better stuff from Nongshim this time around, as here is Gen G.
Yeah, the reigning champs, always delivering very strong results domestically and having just dispatched the reigning world champions in T1. Obviously looking to be in good form despite the roster swaps. Obviously we normally think teams need a bit of time to adjust. But it seems like they are pretty strong already, pretty fine with it.
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Yeah.
They'll work out any of the issues, I'm sure, in due time. Just the sheer strength of the players and this roster, I think, is enough to get over the line. Lan's kind of backing it all up with great shot calling and great energy, whereas maybe that would be where they were lacking without him. So yeah, pretty much a solid, very well-rounded team, and one of the best we have here in the LCK, looking to continue their journey.
Pretty good players, I'd say. I think it's a safe statement to make on Gen.
Who do you think is the best player on the team?
Ooh, I mean, I think Jovi.
Jovi?
Yeah.
I guess that's fair. I guess that is.
But if we look at the stat comparison, Jiwoo is number 1 for KDA, DPM, and damage per gold. Maybe Jiwoo is the best player.
Well, he's number 2 for KDA, so not number 1.
That shows he's not a KDA player.
Now, Paze has a lot of top stats against a really strong team. A team that has won some big accolades, such as the World Final of 2023.
Look, I feel like you're just nitpicking my stats, right?
I am.
Numbers can speak for themselves, and I think we can just admire them. Look at them. Don't add context. It's not needed.
Here's a stat.
Very cringe.
Paze has more yellow bars on his side. So that must be better, because bigger number is better.
Numbers come before colors, okay?
Okay.
So priority is the numbers first.
All right. This is going to be an interesting matchup between these two AD carries, though. I feel like Paze is very much solid, standard, carry, hyper carry, kind of AD carry, whereas Jiwoo's like, you never know what you're going to get with this guy. Might just play Neela.
if we see because we've seen like Bloodsong 80 carries, like Kamishi was playing the Bloodsong Lucian, but Neela was like, I think one of the first 80 carries we saw in solo queue being played with Bloodsong. So I mean, it would fit. It would make a lot of sense, and the fact that you get that extra gold generation alongside the fact that Neela gets extra XP, it's just a cheat.
OP.
It's just hacking.
You just get more of everything.
Yeah.
Right? You get an earlier item. You get more gold, more XP.
Yeah.
What is there to lose? Not sure.
Yeah, who knows?
Lose lane, maybe. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think that he definitely could go for the Neela this time around. I wouldn't be too surprised if he did. This is the Sylvie family. Sylvie family, sister, parents, all that. This is a Chovy fan. And this is Nongshim with Irene and the coaching staff. A lot of fans you can see behind Nongshim. They've definitely garnered a pretty strong fan base, even though, you know, they haven't had massive results just yet.
I just think it's hard not to love this Nongshim roster. You know, the vibes, the energy, the fun, it's all there. The results, they're working on that, okay?
Yeah. And they're veterans at playing together as a team.
Exactly.
Right? They have stuck with this roster. I think this is the 4th year in a row. It's kind of crazy to have like a same roster stick around for that long. Maybe it's 3. I think it's 4. Corky is going to be the first ban here. So none of that Corky nonsense from Chovy.
Yeah, Varus banned out as well. Wonder if they're going to end up leaning on like an early Azir pick in this situation. Obviously, Poke pretty good against Azir. Corky something we often see taken into it, so we'll see. We saw Ashe and Orianna for the first time in the last series pass through and lose 100% prio. We'll see if Ashe gets banned out here by Genji, or if teams have just stopped putting as much priority on it and started to move away. Nope, they will ban it, so back on the permaban Ashe train. See if it is something like the Azir coming in. Actually looking towards the Lucian. Milio's still open and the Nami still open, so options in this situation. We could see like a Felios Milio come out. This has been a pretty strong combo. It's in fact what Nongshim played in their series against their opponents, Lucian, and it worked really well. And also I think it really suits FaZe, so they could just go for that and be pretty happy. And it looks like that is exactly what they're going to do. And we're going to get the answer to Lucian Nami.
I don't think there's any reason not to do that at this point in time, especially it's FaZe, like this guy can play Aphelios, like nobody's business. Call Me is going to pick up the Azir, so that answers the question of the Azir.
Yep.
Chovy could go for like an Orianna or even like a Yone or something like that if they want to go more counter-oriented, but he's going to elect to pick later on.
Yeah, and it seems like Canyon's just being put on tank duty. In his last series, he played Rel a game and 2 Maokai games. And now he's on Sejuani. Clearly a lot of faith in his carries, which is understandable, but has a bit of that engage, has that lockdown, and very bulky, which is problematic because the Lucian builds we've seen haven't been great at cutting through bulk. They've been like the voltaic Cyclo Sword or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like the Rapid Fire Cannon, Storm Razor, like... and don't want that blind Cassante just to kind of stonewall him.
Wouldn't be surprised if Dinin tries to pick up an Udyr in that case, and then maybe we get to see it countered for like the first time. Let's see what they do want to go for, though. Still, a lot of decent options for Chovy, although I think 2 of the biggest ones in Yone and Tristana are taken away in terms of answers to the Azir. Obviously, Corky also banned out early. Talia's another one. You could even consider like a Silas if you wanted to go melee with Sejuani, but that's not really what you would do nowadays. So Talia, very strong. There's the Udyr, as I was saying. This is a Dindin champion, and so I'm excited to see what Keen is going to play into it.
Yeah, I will say one of the things is that Genji have a lot of deep gaps between the Talia and the Aphelios. The teams we see really struggle into the Udyr tend to be the teams who have champions who can't follow through on that, so don't think Udyr is going to be as obnoxious as it was in last series, and Trundle going to come out, that age-old counter.
Oh!
The barriers.
Alrighty then. So that's what you gotta play into Udyr. That's what works. That's what
Honestly,
you said, at least.
It kind of makes sense. I do still think that 80 levels might be a little, like, Udyr favored, but I think, because you have just so much power at the level 1, but I think if you stack up the passive, you know, Udyr can normally thrive on just staying in melee range for extended times. You can't always do that against Darius. He will just, like, you can E to bounce him out, get the Q, W, and then just ult.
Yeah, I think Darius is going to actually have threat on the Udyr, because we've seen so many champions try to answer it, either as another tank themselves, or as a scaling carry, or just Renekton. But I think Darius might just have the best chance in this one, so we'll have to see if it does work out. It's melee as well, which is unsurprising, pretty common for the top lane, so can work with the Sejuani, although that's not really what we see nowadays. And the Trundle. I know that Chronicler's going to be happy. He's been calling for this counter for pretty much 2 years. And we just didn't really see it over the last couple of years, just because Trundle wasn't very strong, even when Sejuani was.
And then if it loses this game painfully, he'll just never play it again.
It must have been the Trundle. Had to be a huge mistake.
I can't see any other factors, so...
I hope we're tilting Chronicler very well right now. I hope he's just feeling tilted. Either way, guys, we are just about to hop into this game number 1. The Darius pick coming out here for this first one for Gen G. Let's hop into it. Oh, we got a little party brush. And Jonas Strong is keeping it all. Oh, well, just revealed it.
Yep. A bit more defensive from Nongshim, you know, ward in the pixel in the river, and don't approach. Ready for any shenanigans from Gen G, but nothing will really come from it. I'm really interested, personally, to see if we end up with like a top jungle 2v2 and how that goes. I feel like I think the Udyr and the Trundle might have it, but it really depends how it plays out. You know, I think if Canyon and Keen get a stack up both Sejuani passive and the Darius passive on the target quickly, it could really swing things in their favor. But I think in terms of like pre-6 power, the Udyr Trundle are pretty cracked.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's even going to be shown. You know, we just haven't seen a lot of 2v2 top jungle shenanigans, as here in the brush. They are spotted. Nice little trade here for you and Peter. As Ghost is popped, Pace just wants to put on that pressure as much as he possibly can. Ju's going to get a shield and hop forward. And still not going to win the trade. So Pace at level 1 is going to push them back.
Yeah. Doing a good job. I mean, that's the thing with the Lucian army, I mean, especially level 1. But once the cooldowns have been used, the sustained damage isn't that useful, isn't that powerful. They do have healing for the Nami just to get some of the health back up, but Paze and the Hens have controlled the lane so far, and the level 2 from Paze will be threatening, so Jiwoo and Peter on the back foot already in this matchup.
He's about to hit it. Last minute key. Suppose not.
I think they must have missed a minion. They went so far forward.
There we go. Yeah. Well, still going to be able to put on that pressure. Take a note of Sylvie's pathing. Well, take a note of this. Level 2 Udyr, and he's being bullied already. Dundun doesn't have flash. He's just dead. You can't get away from the other ghosting guy who was Darius. And now on the bottom side, even with this aggressive pathing from Sylvie, it's not going to amount to too much unless he can get in here now. Paige might be forced to flash in this scenario, and yes, he will. The flash forward from the Trundle, and it will amount to quite a lot as a kill does go over to Jiwoo.
Yeah, the wave's actually in such a bad spot here. Because it was pushed so heavily, I think Nongshim should be able to freeze this one. They probably do want to get a reset in, though, just with how low the health bars are. So not sure if they're going to be able to hold it. The Hens might be able to crash it in. We see Peter staying behind to try and negate that, but good first ganks from both junglers, keeping it even. We'll see how that ends up panning out. Booster Swiftness coming in already for Keen, and he's gone the lethal tempo, so powerful in those extended trades. You can see here, already stacking up the passive a little bit, Fake's going backwards, and at this point, remember, Dundun doesn't have flash here, and he's just deleted.
Yeah. Used Ghost didn't matter. And this extended trade is very interesting too, because Jiwoo overextends probably on purpose.
Yeah, it's
to get Paze to move forward.
It's one of these things where Paze was like, oh, the jungler must be here, and then they won the trade, and Jiwoo backed away, and it's like, oh, maybe the jungler's not here, and they're kind of just trolling. The jungler was there the whole time. It was a bait.
Oh man, the next level.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Sylvie, he doesn't really strike me as one of those junglers that gets that aggressive in terms of looking for early ganks. By the way, last time Darius was played, it was Dundun, and it was against Morgan. I remember that. That's why we had a big smile on Dundun's face as the Darius was picked as well. He kind of knew what was coming, right? So...
And he was ready for the mano-a-mano one-on-one, and Canyon spoiled it.
Yeah.
Which, very rude.
Yeah. We oftentimes talk about Sejuani as this big, beefy tank and, you know, reliable engage and a good front line, but also has extremely strong early ganks, especially with melee champions. And another thing we do mention many a time, Canyon on the bottom side of the map here could try to go for that early dragon, but instead he's just going to go for a back and look for something else.
This kind of problem, though, is that even though they got that kill on the Paze, they still have the pressure in the 2v2. You know, Lucian Nami, a lot of strength comes when they get their... I mean, it used to be always when they got that one-item spike with the Mandate. Still feel like that's a similar thing. Once you get the Dreammaker for Nami plus the Mandate, it's a really nice spike. But they're just kind of being bullied out in lane, whereas on the opposite side, we see top lane, that kill early secured for Keen has allowed him to build up a lead and just bully out Dundun. So I feel like the impact of one gank is really outmatched the other.
Yeah. The timing of this is very good from Canyon too, because there's no threat of Sylvie actually going for the dragon. Both bottom lanes resetting. And Sylvie might run over there right now, but he's really got to get on that dragon and force it, and he's only level 4, so Canyon just going to take these, and there's not the common response of, okay, well, we're just going to go for the dragon, especially up against the Talia, who can close the gap very quickly. And, of course, for the side of Nongshim, they can't challenge this because their top lane doesn't exist right now. So, free 3 Void Buffs to Genji.
Yep. They are useful, don't get me wrong, especially if your team gets ahead, they have a lot of value. But we definitely haven't seen them be the most important objective. But now Paze will slash.
Bundle again, and yeah, that pillar's going to do a lot of work. I don't know if he gets out of this one. And down he does go. So you're just going to burst him down. That's a 2-0 Lucian right here for Jiwoo and the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, really good to see. The return gank, no flash on Paze. Means he's an easy target for that pillar. And also, the pillar placement from Sylvie is so good. He does that little knock-up, knock Paze back, ensure that he has to try and run around the pillar, which just, I mean, you just stand no chance. It's once the Trundle gets behind you, just kind of doom.
Uh-oh, what's going on here? Jovi, is he going to get solo killed by Call Me? That's not quite. Oh, Lehens and Canyon going to ruin it. And Call Me is going to have to flash away. He had a nice little angle there, but Jovi maybe just waiting for his team to come on over.
Yeah, Colmey's like, I'm going to 1v1 my idol, and what he doesn't realize is that he's playing lane 1v3.
It's not very fair, and neither is this. Down a level is Paze, and Jiwoo, I mean, he's probably close to 6.
Yeah, Paze, even when bone plating, trying to negate some of this burst, is still just getting shredded. Yeah, it's actually gone the Will That list, so copying some of the tricks we saw from T1, going for that item, I'm not sure how good it is on Aphelios. Like Lucian, you're going to be able to proc that Sheen really frequently, but I feel like for Aphelios, you're not like the... I mean, you do have abilities, but they're not that low cooldown. Oh.
Guess who's here? It's Tintin. It's the Udyr. They didn't expect this. Just running at them, but he has to go into Melio. That's not going to work out for him. He is creating some space, but now he's getting kind of low. Who am I kidding? It's Udyr after all. He's just going to run away from this one. Keen had the top lane frozen while all of this is happening, and now that he sees Dundun, he's going to push it in. He's up 30 CS in the top lane.
Yeah, pretty big lead, and if you want to have kill pressure on Udyr, I think having this much of a lead will definitely help. I will say what I found hilarious was we saw Dundun just like fly in, and I looked at the minimap as that was happening, and you saw Keen like SS pinging his lane. He's like, guys, he's up to some shenanigans. They know.
Yeah. They found out. And what can you say about this? Just return gank. Pace doesn't have flash. He's Aphelios. No mobility.
So hard to deal with in that situation. So good momentum. And again, if you're playing Illusion Nami, you want that. Oh, Jovi.
Just gonna walk straight at a Trundle, does knock him back, but there's another nice pillar flash forward, and the knockback from Canyon is enough! As he's ticking away, but it's not quite enough damage here from Sylvie. Very close call.
Yeah. Oh no.
Dindin decided to enter the lane here. That's not a good idea. As he's burning, he is bleeding. Will he go down?
2, 1. Oh my.
Not quite.
25 HP.
Not even close. Calculated. Also, he's losing turret plates now.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a solution to the Udyr problem. Pick Darius and gank it. It's working pretty well in this situation. A pretty big gap coming in the top lane. And that's the thing, right? Gold has been given to Jiwoo, and this Lucian Nami is going to be strong, but we're still seeing, like, equalized CS between Pays and Jiwoo. And Pays is also going to be generating extra income with his support item. So I feel like the top lane situation is a lot more dire for the side of Nongshim than the top lane situation for Gen G.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. I mean, Dindin many a time has kind of sacrificed the lane, played for the team, you know, run on down, trying to make plays and stuff as a 5-man unit, but it's kind of rough when you're giving this much up. And now, again, you don't have any prio, actually negative prio in the top side, so it's just free as a bubble's going to hit on the Lahens. He is a Melio, and a ton of damage comes in onto him. Paige steps forward and will help him out there. The ult is going to sail entirely wide. Paige doesn't often miss those, but he's going to catch air that time around.
Nice sidestep from Pete and Jiwoo. Oh, looking again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just incredibly strong, isn't he? Dude, just able to push them back, and guess who's here again? It's Trundle, and Sylvie is alone for now, but he's just going to zone Pays under the turret, and I think I've seen this movie before. Jovi is trying to move on down. Can he get here in time? I don't think so. Jiwoo's going to take turret aggro. That was incredibly close, but they still get the job done.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Pays started to use his abilities to clear out the wave, and because he used his Q, he didn't actually have the burst to finish off Jiwoo there. Good read from Nongshim, and, you know, I just love that Sylvie made that early gank happen and then has been relentless. You know, he has not given a single moment for Pays to breathe in this lane. Constant attention down here. And I think it's just such a good approach. You know that Pays with this Melio... Oh, no.
Well, they decided to choose violence in the top side. That's going to be another kill here to Keen. He picks up his second, as that Trinity Force is probably done on his back. And that's 3 plates as well. I mean, this is getting really out of hand.
Yeah, I was just saying about being relentless, not giving them any time to breathe. I think Dundun can really feel that right now.
Yeah. And this doesn't happen every day with Udyr. But if you have a counter, if you have an answer, this is what you can gain from it. 2,400 gold into the pockets of Keen. He finishes that item. Here is Almi, going to hand it over to Sylvie, who is trying to take down Jovi, and down he will go. Doesn't even flash. Jovi's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think he knew if he flashes, the pillar's going to come out, and you're dead anyway. It's one of these situations where better to hold the summoner and accept your fate. There's a really nice ult from Colmy. I think if you'd flashed the Azir ult, that would have been the play that would have avoided it. But once you get hit by it, it's kind of over. Here, just so little that Dundun can actually do in this situation. Well played from Gen G, but and yet here, so if he flashes the ult initially...
Oh, here we go again. Here's Canyon in the bottom lane. Jiu is going to get ulted, nearly goes down, has to cleanse. And that's both summoners now gone, even the heal from Peter as well.
Starting to see some good attention towards the bot lane from Canyon. Oh.
And here we go again. That pillar's just massive. Lahens. He's going to get some help from his jungler, though. Have they overextended? Doesn't look like it. Here comes Dundun from the top lane. He's in the bottom side. Calmy going to get a couple of flashes as well. And now everybody has to back away from that fight as all 5 members from Nongshim group up.
Oh, that would have been so good if Calmy had ult. Obviously used that in the play earlier, so wasn't able to have the follow-up, and
oh no.
It looks positive, but Ian is just getting so much in this mid lane.
He's got 2 more plates.
He's
going to get a 3rd plate.
We talk about the Void Buffs not always having that value. They have started to really get some value in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if your top laner is going to have a massive gap already, you might as well play to the Void Buffs, right? Because he's going to take the top lane turret, and he can even go mid and take the mid turret, I guess, in situations like this.
It's a 3k gold lead over the mid. right now.
He's 1,200 ahead of the next player in the game.
Yeah, he's pretty fed. And here's the thing, you know, Jiwoo has burst, but this Darius might just be too tanky to blow up. And on top of that, Dundun and Sylvia are both melee champions. They can't really avoid being in melee range of the Darius, and you're just gonna get mangled.
Oh no, not again. Okay, well, that's one thing that Udyr can do. Can sometimes be difficult to run away from Darius, but you can just hit him before he actually gets his combo going. You can just run away. Udyr is very good at that.
That's a lot of turret gold. Right there. 1,000 extra turret gold from plates over to Gen G.
Yeah, it should be turret plate gold.
Yep.
Okay, well, Dindin is playing with fire again, spacing good for Keen, and now, oh, Wired, there's 3 of them down here, and they're not even going to commit to it just yet. Looks like Cannon's kind of escorting him out.
Yeah, actually, a pretty uncharacteristic mistake from Chobi there. The wall actually gave Dundun an out. They're still going to get a turret, still okay, but I thought that was the Udyr gone. I remember, he's got no flash. If he ended up on the same side of the wall as a Darius, he is gonzo.
He has Warden's Mail and Steel Caps against Talia Sejuani. Yeah, you know, if they actually get something going, then it's going to be really good. And I don't mind playing this aggressive as, okay, that's Sylvie in a lot of trouble. He has to flash away as well. The Nami ultimate confusing. You don't get to step up there, nearly loses his life. And yeah, you can play so hard in the side lane when you have 6 void buffs and your top lane is just giga fed.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim's approach was, look, if we can't see it, then it doesn't exist. So they just decided not to look at the Darius Udyr lane. The problem is they just try to make a play mid and it backfired, and now they're losing 2 towers mid. This is like the void buff nirvana, the ideal scenario where we're seeing 6 of them pay off so massively. 4 towers already at just under 16 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they just got 4 towers in a row.
And here's the crazy thing as well, he never took the top lane tower, right? I think he possibly could have, but he wanted to keep the laning phase going, but he could very easily just pick that up if he wants.
Yeah, definitely can at any point, really. They are going to take down this mid turret. Rift Herald was taken by Sylvie with all the bottom lane shenanigans from Gen G. Don't think it's going to get another charge here, but at least able to get some value out of that. And if you look at the gold score, I mean, 3,000 gold, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world, and they do have the Mountain Drake. Keep in mind, though, that the gap in the top lane is still massive, as a nice little sweep onto Page. He's taken a ton, but Lahens keeps him safe, and Canyon trying to frontline. Did he go too far? A massive bubble on the 2 of them. Call me stepping forward. Meanwhile, here's Keed, and he is just wreaking havoc in that back line. There is no escape, as there would have been 3. Keen goes over the wall and just decimates them.
Yeah, I mean, that looked fine up until the moment where Keen appeared and just decided to annihilate every member of Nongshim. This Darius is a monumental issue right now, and they just have no answers at current time.
I really like that Keen was like, okay, go ahead, pick Udyr. I dare you. And then he's got Canyon, who will play towards his lane. This is okay, like you mentioned, until Keen gets here. Keen was in top lane, until he wasn't.
I think the sad thing is, I don't think Peter was in range to buff you the extra damage to kill anyone there, but the problem is they commit so much, they overstep, and Keen gets this beautiful spot in with a flash, and he just takes so little from to one-shot them.
가야지, 미드 가야죠. 빼면서, 건발 빼면서.
I'm on my way.
에, 갈게.
Okay, back.
저. 나이스.
There you go.
Oh no, Jiwoo, get out of there!
Jiwoo is going to... Doesn't flash, but he does dash over the wall, and he does cleanse. So, 6,000 gold now the lead. Now it's Calmy's turn. Take a little bit of pressure, but Sylvie is here.
I just think it's crazy that this is a 5th place team up against a 1st place team in the standings right now. And we're seeing Gen G have such a dominating lead. Really,
thank you for the context, Sam.
Really gotta keep your eyes on Gen G as a hot prospect, I think.
Alright, well that's a flash out of Joby, but that is about it. They do not get the damage on the Sylvie though, and Calmy, he's always standing his ground, not scared of anyone. but he, at the end of the day, does have to flash as well.
I feel like whenever I'm watching these fights, I always just keep looking at the map like, okay, sure, but where is Darius right now? Like, is he gonna turn up in a second? Is he taking Tower's top lane? Yes, that's the correct answer.
Still has the bubs.
Yep. Oh, TP flank coming in.
It's from Call Me, too. This could be pretty dangerous. He does not have anything, though. The steal comes in, and now Jovi's getting pretty low. Here comes Duncan. Does he do anything is the question. Pays in a lot of trouble, has to flash away.
Oh, no, Keen!
Oh, God, he goes in! Run away! Keen is going to kill everyone! And look at this. Everybody's literally just sprinting away from him, but there's a wall in the way! Oh, no! How do you get away from this? Jovi, the wall eventually will go down, but he knocks him back, and a bubble is going to be huge, but now even Pays is having some fun. Going to pick up 2 kills of his own, and Ziyu will have to flash the apprehend. And that was like a horror movie, man.
Feels like The Shining, honestly. Coming through the door with the axe.
I was scared.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation to be in. You respect the effort from Nongxin, they keep trying, they find this angle, getting some good poke on the back line. Lehens keeps them healthy, and unfortunately Dundun just doesn't really do damage. Cormy gets a little bit too close, and Keen turns up. With the movement speed he has, with the Ghost, with the Dead Man's Plate as well, he can just chase them down. And man, if that wall had lasted a little bit longer...
Or the bubble doesn't hit.
Yeah, that could have been a quadruple, honestly.
Basically was by the end of it all, but not for one player. And yeah, I mean, he's only getting stronger. In terms of outs for Nongxin, I think the biggest issue is that they don't really have a top laner. Like, in many times we talk about Udir's strength as being unrelenting, always in the front line, kind of unkillable, but he is absolutely extremely killable at this point in time.
I felt like this was going to be a game where we weren't going to see as much of that from Udir, simply because Talia and Aphelios have so much DPS, so we weren't going to see him be as obnoxious as we have in other games.
And then...
if he was, like, ahead even, but he's so far...
Okay, he's gonna nearly go down. Down he goes, gets smoked by Canyon, and now just getting slows onto Peter as well. Another pick here. This time onto Jiwoo.
You know, I'm beginning to think that the Lucian Nami into Aphelios Milio matchup is not that great. I'm not really sold on it.
They didn't have to first pick Lucian. Like, on paper, as a champion, yes, it has a lot of strength. We've seen what it can do, but when there are clear counters, and it has also showcased some weaknesses already in the LCK.
Well, do you know who did actually
have to be first pick?
Do you know who actually played this matchup, played the Lucian Nami, and it went terrible into the Aphelios Milio? DRX did. Against Nongxin. And Nongxin...
So Nongxin already experienced the other side of the matchup.
Yeah, and they're like, this is great! Let's try the Lucian Nami side.
Yeah.
Not so great.
Well... I suppose just a little bit more evidence coming on in, as now the follow-up here on to Jovi. You can see he's getting pretty low. He did have to wall away from Dundun, as he was pretty deep. Keep in mind, Keen wasn't even there the entire time, and now he's got a big glove.
Wait, look at Dundun's items.
Wait.
He literally
he really has some
He just has a Dynamos and a Warden's Mill.
Well, it's not going to help, I don't think at all.
Yeah. I'm curious who he puts it on, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you said it before, there's so many damage threats. Like,
yeah, I'm legitimately, I would love to know who he's up to use it on.
You know, I'm going to guess, I think this is a pretty high % chance that it's Darius.
You know, you say that, but I could see him putting it on Pays, because he's like the DPS threat.
Oh! Well, some people say Lehens lives, and he's just gonna live. There's the freeze there on the Lucian, and no cleanse available. Sylvie just gonna flash away. This entire game is looking like a horror movie at this point. Everybody's just running away from Genji, and it's not working. Well, at least Dundun has anathemas to save it all.
He does so little damage to the tower as well. Oh, he has put out on the Darius. Okay, you're right. You know, there is a thing, right? So, you know Anathemas reduces damage.
Yes.
It doesn't reduce true damage.
No.
And you know, Darius' ultimate, the big one that does a lot of damage, it does deal true damage.
Yeah, it does.
So I'm not sure how much value you're getting from that one.
Not that much at all.
Lacking the damage here, honestly. I mean, it's a good reaction from Gen G, but it kind of shows how this Lucian that they put so much resources into has really just fallen off. Sylvie is the victim. I feel like even with just a Lucian, they could have gone for Baron, but the jungler as well just means it is guaranteed.
Yeah, no Garen in this game. It's Darius T.
Maybe that's what they should have done if they did Garen vs Darius. That would have been a fun matchup.
Should have, honestly, but you gotta blind pick the Udyr, I suppose. And maybe teams, you know, we joke about the Trundle, like nobody's ever gonna play it again now, has pretty much lost into the Sejuani. Trundle has nothing to do with the way this game has played out, other than great ganks in the bottom side and getting them ahead. Imagine if they had some agency out of that.
Well, I honestly think that Sylvie did a pretty good job.
Yeah, the Trundle actually looked pretty good.
But the takeaway is no other team should play Trundle because it lost. So
Yeah.
sorry,
No Trundle
Chronicler.
anymore.
Sorry, Chronicler. This has been the debut for this split. It's gone.
Yeah,
it's over.
The debut and the finale.
Yeah.
The last time we're going to see Trundle.
This loss, I think we can fully attribute to the Trundle pick.
Surely, yeah. What about Udyr? Do you think teams are going to be like, well, it seems like there are some decent
We're still going to
answers
see.
this.
I think we need like maybe a good few weeks of people getting punished on India. But to be honest, I don't know if other games are going to go as bad as this. Like, I don't think you can just slam Darius and just be like, we're just going to stomp the India.
I mean, at the end of the day, Gen G, they got it was like the perfect outcome.
Yeah.
From this matchup.
Yeah.
Like
And
the perfect
also-
time to gank. You get ganked again. You get ganked again. And now, okay, yeah, like Dindin doesn't survive against anyone. Oh, here we go again! Everybody just blows up behind the turret! And down they go. Dindin might live. Yeah, he's got a shield. He's here. Cool story. And that's going to be the end of that. Gen G will just push in and end the game. Just like that.
Yeah. That was pretty sick. The 4-man grab.
Oh, no.
Oh
no. Well, that's going to do it. Down goes the Nexus, 16-4. The kill score line as Keen has a massive performance supported by Canyon there in the top side early on, and it didn't turn into much of a game after that.
Yeah. I will say, I think Nongshim did do stuff, which is more than we see sometimes teams do against harder opponents. They made the plays happen in the bot lane, but I think re-examining the draft in a big way is important. The Lucian army into Aphelios Emilio. We saw them in the previous series demonstrate why that is so hard to execute. You're playing into a much stronger team. Why give yourselves the hard side of the matchup is my question. And then the whole top lane thing. What do you even say about that situation, man?
I feel like knowing Dindin, he might have just bought it as a meme. He's like, I hate you, I'm going to buy this so you specifically can't do damage to me. It's hard to believe that that was a serious item purchase, to be honest. I don't know, man.
You know,
he didn't even do any damage.
He did 3.9k damage! He did less than the hens on the Milio!
Yeah. Well, yeah. He never got an opportunity to stand in the lane, let alone do any damage, so...
Yeah.
I'm almost
I think
surprised Keen did so little damage,
The reason Keen didn't do damage was because Dundon just refused to go near him after like minute 6. He was like,
Just went bot.
I am objecting to this lane. I'm just leaving. Goodbye.
It's like solo queue, the support just goes mid. Like, I'm just gonna support the mid lane. Anyway, guys, that was game number 1. Pretty entertaining stuff already. Gen G coach is still having a lot to say about that one. And I'm sure Nongshim's side as well. But guys, we'll take a break and we will have the space and we'll be back for game number 2.
ジュール、ただピラツが見えていない。アキュムレート2回、3回目は当たらず。
いや、しかし、これアジールのアテント使わされてしまいましたから、
え
体力も削られたということを考えると、相当戦国サイドとしては、まあ、リード、瞬間的なリードを作れたと言えると思いますね。
アジールのアルティメットナイト、精神的に楽ですよね。
はい、楽ですね。死んじゃおうが飛び込みやすくてしょうがないでしょうからね。レールもそうですね。なので、BC としては、ドラゴンにプレッシャーかけるんではなくて、バロンサイドに体を寄せながら、駆け引きをしてますね。そしてこれ、イエル選手、トップガンクちょっと狙ってるかのような動きしてましたね。
ただ、キナツはここでプッシュしてリコール判断です。よりもそれを見て、ウェーブクリアというようなポジションを取っています。ずっとこうミストレーンでの睨み合いというのが続いていますが、ドラゴンがアップしました。バロンドラゴンとお互いかなりチームとしては意識が高いようで。
ただ、ドラゴンの方が今の時間帯、借りやすくはあるんですが、
バロンの方向かってませんか？
ただ、
でもイエルはリコール、これはどうやらドラゴン捨てたようですね。
そのようですね。やっぱりその AD キャリーが DPS が高いビルドではないので、ちょっとこの時間帯バロン、スニークバロンするには DPS 足りないかなという印象がありますね。アジールがいるとはいえ。
さあ、これでクラウドブレイク2スタック目で戦国ゲーミング。ドラゴンが1スタックの影響度が減って、もっと評価下がるのかなと思いきや、結局ドラゴンソウルは強いよと。
そうですね。そこは変わらずというところですね。
大きな2つ目、精進。
バック TP。
バック TP。何かを狙っているか。ちょっと前に出てきた言語キャッチを狙ったようなイメージでしょうか。さあ、バロンタッチ。ジュールは見えました。今度はチャーリーが入ってくる。ゲンがそれを応対します。戦国ゲーミングのグループアップしているぞ。バリコ富山もグループアップしています。バロンに触っている。チャーリーのポジションは隠れていますが、このチャーリーのポジションはゲンが見に行きます。それを見てバリコは反転するか。競争力はスネアになりませんでした。トリプル先頭。過激の遠投歩、スタックは溜まってはいますが触れません。
バロン触って相手を誘って、隙をついてチャーリー選手が演劇するという狙いだったんですが、木野選手はしっかりと見てましたね。
いや、いくらアジールいるとはいえ、陣ですよ。
そうなんですよ。なので、本来はそのバロン借り切るという狙いではなくて、バロンベイトの狙いがあったと思いますね。
さあ、これで一旦リセット。おっと、リコールタイミングがずれているか？
リコール確認できましたか？
できましたね、これ。
今の心情をリコールさせちゃってよかった気もしますけど。だから、アジールもリコールしてましたね。
だってテレポートありますから。
そうですね。
でも最初からいないと。
やっぱりちょっと DPS は物足りないかなと思いますね。
そしてジュール、セカンドアイテムは仮面。
いや、そしてこの20分バロン湧いてからの紙の視界管理の強さ。これは大きいですからね。さらには、ブルーバフ、レッドバフもバロンが湧いてからは、ボイドの影響を受けて、獲得したチーム全員にバフがこういった形で供給されるようになりましたね。
さあ、バロン前のポジション。もう一度。ここまで集団戦が頻発しているようなイメージありますけど、集団戦はレボルさんから見て、ここまでのファイトを見て、どちらのチームの方がうまくやってるなという印象ありますか？
どちらも互いにしっかりと狙いを持っていて、互いに、いい集団をそれぞれ1回ずつ行っているなという印象がありますが、修正は戦国サイドの方がしっかりとできたなというところがありますね。
どういったところ？
相手が誰がエンゲージしてくるのかを、誰が見るのか、味方が誰が見るのかというところはしっかりと把握できているというのが非常に大きいかなと思います。
なるほど。じゃあこの後バーニコ富山としてはファーストエンゲージをするのがちょっと難しくなってくるんじゃないか。
はい。
スマイトを使ってレッドバフ取りました。エリムが獲得しています。おっと、ボットレージュールソロキルこれは大きい。
非常に大きいですね。かなり攻撃的なビルド。
40秒間いません。
サンダードスタイド標準ですからね。MR 上げてなかった。今買いましたか。
今ネガトロンクロークを買いましたが、
いや、これボットセカンドターンに対してのアプローチ進みますよね。
リプレイです。ほぼマックス体力から、
いや、ハラスして一気にライアンドリの仮面の効果も相まってフォークのダメージも出てましたね。
かなりオートダック回数ちょっともらってしまったキナツからすると、多分対面したのが初めてでこんな出るのかみたいな
だと思いますね。買ってなかったと思いますし、 こうなると最大の 1v1 アジュのプッシュ、ゾーニャもできた。今ゾーニャが AP 高いですから、守備的なアイテムではあるんですけど、ダメージも十分出ますし、これ3コアできたということでアクションもっと増やしてもいいかなと思いますね。見えていた。
なるほど。チャーリープレーですね。
いいプレーですね。あえてそのボットのセカンドタワーをプッシュしていくアジュに対してリカバリーがチーム全体としては薄かったので放置なのかなと思ったんですが、そこを一つ餌にしてましたね。
いや、現有比に対してハウラーチャーリーが主導権を取るとなると、バーニングか富山の方が本当に変わりますから。
変わりますね。
なんかダークホース的な立ち位置にちょっとなってもいいですよ。
そうですね。
さあ、木梨のポジション、裏、ただ警戒はできています。
エンゲージする役のゲン選手の体が隠せてないと、あまりプレッシャーにはならないですね。
今、ポジション隠しましたが、
入れ替えましたね。
ジャストルームを入れ替え
ただ、ドラゴンライブですけど、正直どうでしょう、バーニングコアとしては、トップのセカンドタワー取れますし、
5v4 であのラインで保ってたのは、
はい、非常に大きいですし、さらにはバロンでの駆け引きもありますからね。
ドラゴンタッチ戦後9人で、バロンにラッシュするのはバーニングコア富山。チャーリーがその優勝を見てはいますが、ワードが端っこなので壊せていません。戦国ゲーミングのビジョンがあります。一旦バロンはキャンセルして、さあドラゴン獲得戦国ゲーミング、スーサのテレポート。トップレーンのインナータワーを破壊したのはバーニングコア。
エンゲージを互いに警戒しているので、ちょっと展開が硬直していますが、今のところバロン取られずにドラゴン取れたというのは戦国大きいですね。バーニングコアとしてはトップのセカンド取れたんですけど、バロンへの過激のところでちょっとうまくいってないので、ここ成功させたいところですね。
確かに30分ただ過ぎるとワンミスが命
そうですね
としては危ないですからね。
はい
さあただバロンに触りました。バロンのエルムを見ています。スマイトは互いに味がつく。残り4800。手軽のレーサー、ジュールにヒット、ジュールにヒット。ただドヤを持っているので、レーゼエラーフラッシュインからのミシュー。いや、4人で決めたチャーリーが決めた。ただ、ここはエリムのアルティメットによってリズゲージで成功している。そしてゲンが時間を稼いでいますが、それでもあの CC は強力だった。後ろから入ってくるのはバーニコトヨタのメメ。ただし、キラッツが強い。キラッツが強い。1v4 やっていた。ハウロに対して、オートアタック一発でこのダメージ。いや、ダーキンブレードでフラッシュアウトせざるを得ません。もう一度、避ける。ハウラー、かわした。もう一度避ける。いや、頑張ったが。これがチャンピオンパワーというべきなんでしょうか。アイテムパワーというべきなんでしょうか。いや、キラツうまかった。
素晴らしかったですね。8ロックスダメージ5000いや、陣も相当出してますけどね。いやー、素晴らしいエンゲージからのフォローアップ、そしてスイープかなとも思ったんですが、8ロックスの存在が大きかったですね。まずここチャーリー選手はエンゲージ見事。
4人ですよ、だって。
4人ですね。
ワンボコンボじゃないですか。
いやー、これカックンギリギリドーニャ間に合ったのめちゃくちゃ大きかったですね。間に合ってなかったら崩壊してましたよ。
あと夕日ヨウムコースですか。足速っと。
めちゃくちゃ速かったですね。ここ見事なセットだったんですが、ちょっとそれ厳しかったですね。
いやでもハンドスキル感じますね。
そうですね。
ハウラチャーリーの。さあもう一度バロンの睨み合い。
ただここプッシュアドバンテージも得られましたから、戦国としては、駆け引きの点では有利に立てるのかなと。バロンへの入っていくルートのところにもしっかりとワードを受けてますし、木田選手も入ってきていますから、ここ駆け引きのところで戦国が若干有利ですね。
あとクリストブルーム選択ですね。さあバロンもう一度。これは捕食者バロンです。裏からチャーリー。ただこれはバレました。戦国ゲーミングがそれを見て逆に下からエンゲージしてやろうというようなポジションを取っている。さあゲンが裏にやってきそうだが、ここもコントロールワードに移りましたゲンが。さあそれを見てバニコの富山どうするか。完全に陣形が逆のポジションになっていますが、一旦イエルの竜の怒り。
おっと
なる展開。いやキャリーに当たるか。いやゲンの体力大きく削れている。4発目
痛い。いやー痛い。アルティメット間に合わなかったエリム。バロン前でジャングラーがこの体力は苦しい戦国。これを見て当然バロンタッチします。夕日先頭フェイスチェック。プッシュは行きたくない。
ジュールの DPS を阻害したいが、
さあどうだ。テレポートで戻ってくる。ショックウェーバー2人、そこに汗の時期乱流。ただ避けているジュール。さらにはオルニムズ。いやーバロンは残り3000というところですが、オールアウトでキナツを集団戦に参加させない。トルツーいい動きです。カックンもソッポッチドネは使ってはいますが、体力はローなので倒される。ノーネットでバロンを取ります。
いや、瞬間的なところでそのゲン選手が後ろを回りきって挟もうというところに対して強引にリシンアルティメットを使わされてしまったかなという印象だったんですが、そこから陣南アルティメットを展開することによって自分たちの有利な陣形に持ち帰っていって体力アドバンテージを作る。一連の動きが非常に素晴らしかった。ここのところも少し難しいかなと思ったんですが、各選手は素晴らしいアルティメットだったですからね。ただすぐさまジュール選手、アウトして、さらにはこのチャーリー選手が捕まえたバルソーすぐさまダメージで、キルを取り切る。完璧でしたね。エイトックスはやっぱちょっと作戦がとんでもなかったですけど、
いやそのためにブランブルベストというか
勝ってましたからね。
はい、トルト買ってるので、
はい、
結構今重賞積みづらい。
そうですね。
だってブランブルベストで止めてますもん、買いたくないんですよ。
そんなに強いアイテムではないですからね。
クラウドブレイク、これでドラゴンカップは互いに3-3となりました。
早速ジュール選手クリプトブルーム買いましたね。今メイジーがアビリティフェイスちょっと積みづらくなってるので、そういったところもあってボイドスタッフよりもクリプトブルームの方が好まれているという印象ありますね。
キル足で確かなんか回復エリアみたいなのが出る。
はい、出ますね。
なんかでもおまけ程度
ちょっとクールダウンが長いので、それよりかはアビリティヘイスト狙い加えて安いというところはあると思いますね。ボイドスタッフ価格も高騰しましたからね。
ただダメージ的にはやっぱりボイドスタッフの方が
そうですね、出ますね。
あとオーメンがかなりいいアイテムになりましたから、ただクリティカルはないんですけどね。
そうなんですよね。クリティカルがないのでフローズンハートとかでもいいかなとはちょっと思いました、
あと終わりなく絶望とか。
そうですね、あれも強力なアイテムですからね。
さあフィナーレに玄関を受けます。ゆっくり待って、これはキャノンを指示させる。なんかキャノンの後ろでキャノンしてますね。
そうでしたね。
マフラが。
いや、ただ今4発目しっかりと折り合い当てましたね。あそこ当てたのは大きい。
各所の体力も削れています。さあインフタリ触ってる。ミッドレンジ1人でプッシュしてトルップで仕掛けますが、天国ゲーミング、ここはカサンテです。
硬い。
さあフラッシンエリムがいった。ただ竜の怒りに宣言、素晴らしい。後ろもノックアップした。カックンデッド、そこに合わせたのはチャーリーだった。次期乱流でゲンがもう体を前に入れますが、集団戦のパワーはバーニンコは富山の方が上回っています。
これはこのままエンド、いや当てた。
さあ撃の遠投法、手前に小当ての分差で残っていました。これです。いやー、イエル、そしてジュール、この2人爆発。そしてハウラ、チャーリー、
いいですね。
素晴らしいプレーを続けました。まずはゲーム1勝利したのはバーニンコ富山となりました。
素晴らしいパフォーマンスだったと思います。コミュニケーションのところでも大きなズレを感じなかったですし、特にイエル選手が序盤から空いた少数性の強いリーシンというチャンピオンでガツガツと動かしていって、動かしていく流れの中でチームとのズレを全く感じなかったですね。非常に素晴らしいパフォーマンスを見せていたと思いますし、あと全体的に非常に強気でしたね。はい。かなり攻撃的なアクションが、途中ちょっと相手にエンゲージ警戒されているというところもあって停滞した時間帯もあったんですが、それでも打ち破っていったというところが見事でしたね。
だって逆にちょっと戦国ゲーミングの方が、まだこうメンバーも変わって少しプレッシャーがあって、うまく積極的にこうプレーができないというか、
かなりその厳選手頼りのような中盤の展開になっていた印象がありましたから、そこが次のゲーム2のところではどうなっていくのか、ドラフトも含めて変化が生まれてくるといいのかなと思いましたね。
逆にバーニングコア富山としてはなんかチームにまとまりがあるというか、
陣どうなんだろうと思いましたけど、要所要所で素晴らしいパフォーマンス見せてましたからね。
いやハウラーいいって聞いてて、なんかネクストマーブルじゃないですけど、そういう評価なんですよね。
そうですね、本当にアカデミーのところではここ2年のところで着実に力をつけていて、2023年国際大会にも出てということでいいパフォーマンス見せてましたからね。
ただまあもう一戦この両マッチで、両同じチームになりますが、今年は BO2 ということになってますね。
このところが非常に楽しみですね。ドラフトのところを見ると、まあ、やっぱり、評価の高いアジール、バルス、オリアナ、この3体の流れは、まあそうだろうなとうなずけていたんですが、意外だったのが一番ジン・ラカン。まあラカンに関しては評価が高いんですが、ジンのところでしたね。ここが、ジュール選手とイエル選手が非常に攻撃的に動くので、そこを W とアルティメットでフォローアップできる陣というところがチームにフィットするという判断だったのかもしれないですね。
あとは結構プッシュが速いというのが陣の
そうですね。はい。あとは要所要所の罠のところで、それがゲン選手そこに引っかかってしまってバレるっていうシーンも多々ありましたから、そのゲン選手がよく裏を取る動きをするというところも警戒していたのも含めての陣だったのかもしれないですね。
あとグエンマンからの加算テイクドロップスどっちが先取るねんっていうこの駆け引きで、まあこれ戦国後ってことは、まあ加算的にも勝てるよというちょっと自信があるようなドラフトの順番じゃないですか、キナツ戦国側からすると。その中で結構トル2の方が押してる場面がちょっと多くて、中盤戦では確かに活躍する場面はありましたけど、その 1v1 のレーニングでちょっともうちょっと勝ちが欲しかったなっていう印象ありますよ
ですね。まあ、実際のところレベル6になったタイミングでトレード勝ったり、有利作ってはいたんですけど、そこを次の展開に広げるという動きというのが戦国はできなかったなという印象があります。細かな有利を取れているシーンはいくつもあるんですけど、それが大きな有利の展開へとつなげられないというところが課題かなと思いますね。あとは集団戦のところでのエンゲージが現選手頼りで、そこは封鎖されてしまったので、8ロックの強みというのを、まあ、場面場面で生かしきれなかったのかなとなりましたね。
さあ、そしてこっちがブレイクダウン、ジュール3万3000、
凄まじいですね。あとはやっぱりそのラカンとレルの間のそのダメージ差、互いにダメージの出ないタンクサポートでこれだけ2倍ほど差が出ているということは、それだけチャーリー選手の方が複数人巻き込んでのエンゲージを何度も何度も成功させているということにもなりますから、このサポートのダメージ差というのも見逃せないですね。
いや、ただ何よりもジャングルのダメージ、
そうですね、2倍差ですからね。やっぱり信条は後半になればなるほどエンゲージがどんどん難しくなっていく、相手の移動速度が上がっていくので W を避けられやすくなってしまう。
しかもクラウドソウル
はい、というところでそこは難しかったですね。本来やっぱり信条であればもっと早い段階から有利を取るという、ね、ところが狙いだったんですが、自陣のブルーバフに侵入されてしまったりというところで強みを生かしきれなかったというのがありますね。
強い時間、タイタンハイドラの強い時間でミッドの主導権取られてしまったじゃないですか。
そうですね。
MVP チャリー、キル完率 72.73%、ゴールドエイドプラス1896。い
やー、凄まじいですね。
KDA2314、あのプレイしてたら、
はい、3デッドで進んでるのさすがですね。素晴らしいですね。
これ本当に今年注目株かもしれないですよ、バーニンコは。
まあ、とりあえず次はラカン取り上げかバンされるかはちょっとされるかもしれない。
いや、まずリーシンですよ。
まあそうですね、イエル選手。いや、ちょっと味も怖くなかったですか、どうですかね。
味も、でもそしたら OP、
はい、開いちゃいますね。
どれだけ開くのかっていう
はい
話になります。
で、はい。かなり楽しみなプレイヤーがバーニンコは本当に多いですね。この後、次の試合、戦国側の修正も楽しみですし、バーニンコは次の手札もかなり楽しみになってきましたね。
ターゲット側にかなり盤は割かれる可能性があります。さあ、それではですね、この後ですね、インターバルを挟んで、ゲーム2の方の試合の方を見ていきたいと思います。ネクストゲームで、戦国ゲームがどういう戦略を組み立ててくるのか、BC に対してどういうドラフトを組んでくるのか、そこに注目しながら見ていきたいと思います。それでは一旦インターバルです。失礼いたします。 皆様こんにちは。本日は LJL2024 スプリング、スプリットの模様をお送りしております。さあ、まずはゲーム1はバーニコは富山が勝ったということで、結構事前予想いろんな方がされてて、結構バーニングは富山は本当に下位のチームと予測している方が、特に公式キャスターのリクルートさんが、
そうですね。
順位で、
はい、
すごい嬉しそうな表情しましたね、今ね。
いや、ライナコーチと仲いい方が、最下位予想するんだと思ってましたからね。
そうですよね。
はい。
もっと言ってやって。
いや。これは、明日またリクルート君から話が聞けると思うんですけど。
あー、なるほどね。
はい。
家川さんじゃそのあたりお
話
振っといてください、
ね。お願いします。いや、ただでも僕も意外でした。
意外でしたね、やっぱ
り。はい。こんなに早く、原選手が、こういう高パフォーマンスを発揮できると思っていなかったですし、イウ選手とジュール選手のミッドジャングルのラインが、ちょっとやはり未知数でしたからね、イウ選手は、バーニコアで1年やりましたけども、メンバーが大きく変わった中で、どういったパフォーマンスを見せてくれるのかというところは非常に予想が難しかったので、まあどうなんだろうなと思っていたんですが、非常に攻撃的な動きを両者していたと。で、その上でしっかりと勝ち切ったというのは非常に大きかったと思います。あとは、ジュール選手が最後の 1v1 のところで勝ち切ったシーンというのが、ゲームを大きく動かしたポイントでもあると思うので、
キナツをソロキルしたところ、
はい、そうですね。なので、そこを戦国としてはちょっと注意したいポイントになるのかなと思いますね。
確かにあそこ、本当は小手とか、ちょっと攻撃チックでもありながらも防御チックなアイテム買いたい。
セカンドで買ったのが精進だったので、ディフェンス能力があまり上がらないアイテムでしたからね。なので、そこの選択もそうですし、あとは、各がサイドのプッシュというところでちょっと、オリアナというチャンピオンがサイドのプッシュで存在感を発揮するのはそもそも難しいんですが、でもそういったところでちょっと、全部、受け身に近い形になってしまっていたことによって、中盤の主導権を取るという動きが、ちょっと欠けていたのかなという印象は戦国ありましたね。
中盤からちょっと意識しだして、カックンが一人でトップタワーを折るみたいなところありましたけど、
ただそこに至るまではちょっと遅かったのと、よりジュール選手の方がサイドプッシュで自分がソロファームする、敵にウェーブを押し付けるというところを徹底されていたなという印象はありましたね。
でもあれはボットレーンの主導権を、バーリンコ富山がこのハウラ、チャーリーこの2人が取っていて、ミッドに移動した後もずっと取ってたじゃないですか。
そこは非常に大きかったですね。それがまず陣のメリットでもありますよね。プッシュが速いということ。さらには射程が非常に長いので、味方のジャングラーと距離があったとしてもサポートできるというところはあると思いますね。
あとやっぱりどうしてもその戦国ゲーミングが気になったポイントとしては、戦国ゲーミングがバロンの前のポジションを取ったとしても、AS ダルスじゃないオリアダだということで、バロンプレッシャーがちょっと低くて、かなりバーニコ富山からするとバロン取られてもなんかゆっくり取り返しをできるじゃないですけど。
そうでしたね。なので、すぐさまエンゲージするみたいな、そういったプレッシャーのかけ方がとても重要だったんですけど、しっかりと陣形睨み合いの時の両サイドのところをしっかりとカバーをバーニコアがしていたので、現選手からのエンゲージもできなかったですし、あとはキャリー2人は真正面にいる形だったので、バルスのアルティメットからのエンゲージというのが、なんとか狙ってはいたんですけど、当たらなかったというところもあって、反転が非常にいい形はできなかったですね。
あと新アイテムちょっといっぱい出ましたね。
出ましたね。
ゲーム内ちょっと激しかったんで、ちょっと触れられなかったですけど。気になるのありましたか？
まずストームサージがやっぱり買われるんだなという、2個目のアイテムとして買われていたということ、ADK のところで言うと、ヒプリス、かなり意外でしたね。全員が買っていた。ただバランスパッチによって、バフされたアイテムではあるので、今後もしかしたらもっと出てくるのかもしれない。そして、ポークバルサとオポチュニティがやっぱり強力なアイテムとして選択されている。そしてメイジ、クリプトブルームに行くのか、ボイドに行くのかというところが判断としてはどうなんだろうと思っていたんですが、やはりクリプトブルームの評価は全体的に高いようですね。そこもちょっと面白かったですね。
スキルフェイスと15でしたかね、
はい、
もらえるのってやっぱりメイジからすると今は、
バンシーからもドーニャからもアビリティヘイズを手に入らなくなりましたから。 そこもあって非常にこう価値の高いアイテムになってますね。
1個前のパッチだったら本当簡単にね、70、100あたりはね、意識してれば積めるんですけど、今本当に意識しないと積めないですから。
そうなんですよね。なのでなおさらそういったところも含めて、評価が上がってるのかなと。あとは単価アイテムのところでやっぱりケニクルケルン買われてましたし、強力なアイテムだなというのがありましたね。
いやね、戦闘状態でもシールド復活するの、しかも結構 CD 短い。
あとは初めからヘクスドリンカー買ってるみたいな、ヘクスドリンカーのパッシブの効果がずっと残ってるようなもんですからね、非常に強力ですよね。お、そろそろ来ますかね。
来ましたね。さあ、この BGM が入ったら来るんだな。だんだん今年の2024の LJL の見方というのがね、分かってきた感じがありますが、ちょっとドラフト進んでますね。セイド変わりました。ブルーサイド戦国ゲーミング、レッドサイドがバーニンコは富山となっております。バン、ルムラン、アッシュ、ウリアとバンしたのが戦国ゲーミング。バーニンコは富山としてはランブル、ノクターン、ポッピーということでターゲットバンはしないという展開になりました。ただし、バルスはやはり評価が高いということなんですが、アジール陣を、あれだけ活躍したアジール陣を戦国ゲーミングがバーニンコに渡すと。
そういった形になりますね。ただここはリーシンは取り上げのようですね。
アイリムのリーシン、そしてニーコ。
ニーコも非常に評価の高いミッドの明治チャンピオンになっていますね。ニーコの場合だとロストチャプター補正のアイテム、リグナンスなんか相性のいいアイテムではあるんですけども、競技心的には、ロケットベルトのビルドが多いですね。
いや、ないと。やっぱり届かない。
アルティメットを生かすにはね、あれがあれば、正面からでも入れる可能性ってぐっと高まりますからね。
あと、バロンピット、ドラゴンピット前での攻防の時に強かったりっていう。
そうなんですよね。アルティメットのエリア、非常に強力ですからね。
アムムはナーフされたのに、なぜニーコはってずっと思ってますよ。アルティメットを見ながら。
明治活躍してほしいんでしょうね。
なるほど。すっごい他人事みたいに言いましたね。
いや、ちょっとそこのライトがどう考えてるのかまだ把握していない部分もありますからね。
なるほど。さあ、そしてバイ、確かにオープンのままでした。イエル得意ですよ、バイ。
得意ですけど、ビルドパスどうするのか気になりますね。攻撃的なビルドに行くのか、それとも競技心ではタンクビルドが主流じゃないですか。
はい。
そこどうするのかずっと気になりますね。
いや、今日以来本当にワンパンっていうのもありますから、バイは。本当に QO と E で、デッドみたいなのありますからね。
ただその分、グラスキャノン多すぎますけどね。どうしますかね。
さあ、セカンダリーバン。やはり、キナツに対してのナーバンはターゲット継続のようですね。
そのようですね。
そしてグエンバン、バード、カサンテとバンが入りました。
これで8ロックス先に取るのかどうするのかみたいなところちょっと駆け引き。ですが、取らなければ取るつもりだし、というところですね。
8ロックスに出せるチャンピオンって他に何か開発されてないんですか
1v1 の強さを生かしてフィオラを当てるとか、あとは懸念。
おサヨン。
マッチ、8ロックスをこの後取るのであれば、8ロックスが有利なマッチアップになりますが、
個人的には、ヨネがカウンターだと思ってます。
ヨネは確かにカウンターですけど、リスクが非常に高いんですよね。あとタンクであれば、オンの方がまだマシかなという印象もちょっとあって。
いや、そうなんですよ。同じです。左右に何かメリットを感じているという。
そういうことになりますね。
8ロックスラガン。
ラガン取り上げという狙いもある程度あるようなところですね。
あのパフォーマンス見せられたら。
そうですね。今回ただトップレーンのところで34というエンゲージタンクがいますから、チャーリー選手としてはここサポートのピックはエンゲージチャンピオンに縛られないという印象もありますが、
ただエンジャンター使っても
そうなんですよね。相方が陣ですからね。
明治サポートでなんかやってくれたらっていうのはちょっとありましたけど、
あるとすればブラウムかなとはちょっと思ってましたけど、エンゲージでレルですか。
ライナコーチらしい。
そうですね。そういったところは感じますね。
今度サポートのマッチアップが逆になりました。ラカン VS レルという構図です。
やっぱり変化があるとすればミッドジャングルのところで戦国がガラッと変えてきたというところですね。で加えて 8OX vs サヨのマッチアップ、8OX が来るのがほぼ分かっている中で、あえてサヨンを選択した理由というところは、ちょっとゲーム内で確認していきたいポイントになります。実際、タンクアイテム自体は非常に強力になってますから、はい、ただまあそれでもなお、8OX が有利なマッチアップになってますからね。ほぼ確実にサンダードスカイが先に変える状況になります。そのタイミングでサンファイアはほぼできていないと思いますから、ここどうなるかですね。
まあでもあとはカックンがチャンピオン変えたオリアナ VS アジールってやっぱ
You know, Canyon's pretty fed as well, but mostly just the Frozen Heart.
Yeah, how broken
It's a good item.
Heart is.
You know, there's a reason why pretty much every tank is building it first nowadays.
It's such good value, and the fact it's good value when you have 180 carrying enemy team. When you have 280, think about it, right? Sylvie's building it when, I mean, Lucian doesn't really need attack speed that much. It's okay against Olaf, I guess. But it's still just such a good item. But you're giving Canyon so much value here into your composition.
Genji are just marching down the mid lane. They have 6 Void buffs, they have Baron buff, and they are very far ahead. And Genji could just back away from here, but I don't know if they will.
They're doing the march of the Kevins.
The march of the Roberts today. Haven't gotten much use out of the Roberts here in this one. But yeah, as a team pushing forward, all 5, and Sylvie's just not tanky enough. Yeah, I mean, stops the attack speed of Pace for just a moment in time. And that's about all we got to see. And these turrets, no minions around, no care.
So hard for Nongshim in this position. Genji, the safe thing would be to back off, spend your gold. They just know they don't.
Oh god. Yeah, that Blood Song is doing some massive damage. He is just incredibly strong at this point in time. And every hit just chunks Call Me down, and that's gonna do it. The wall comes down here, and Peter is just locked between a wall and a wall. Down goes the Nexus! That is a 2-0. Pretty simply and straightforward for Genji.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what we expect, the outcome of the series, for Genji to come out ahead, for them to have a pretty dominating performance. And understandably, after beating T1, the reigning world champions, who kept their roster together, they're going to finish out their week with 2 wins. But I will say, Nongshim, the first 10-11 minutes, they look pretty good.
Stuff does kind of fall apart in the mid game, though. I'm not sure how. Yes, Genji is very good at finding the angles, but also it's okay, Genji got one thing, and then they got 3 or 4 other things, and it's.
I think it's mid games, but I love.
これはただワードには逆の視界だった今 BCT 側の視界になったので映ってるか映ってないかが
ちょっと分かりづらかったですね。
まあでもピンで出ます。
はい、
戦後警備がこれでイエルのルートを見つけました。
ここでリーシンに入られても戦えるようにという準備はしていると思います。一方で戦国としてはミッドとボットプッシュしてリーシンが敵のブルーバフに入りやすい、サポートできるようなレーニングしてますね。
今度は戦国警備がボットレーンの主導権を取っています。夕日は脅威やめましたね。リーサルテンポです。
先ほどちょっとバロンプレッシャーもなかったですからね。
イエルブラストコーン入っていったスマイトで勝ったのはエリムです。ブルーバフスティル成功。
トップレーンのところレーンのスタート遅れたんですけど、それプッシュ勝ちしてますね。
いやー、同じことやりますが、今度スマイトはこれイエルが持ってたのでイエルが取ったようです。
そのようですね。
なんでしょうこれ、さっきBCT がやってたことを戦国がやってるみたいな。
そうですね。それだけやっぱりこのボットのジャングルのところ入っていく動きというのは非常に重要であると。リスクが低いということですね。
逃げ道のルートがやっぱ2つあるって大きい。
大きいですね。さらにリシンにとっては壁越えも比較的容易ではありますからね。
さあミッドに体を出しましたが、トップサイドのスカトルはイエルが触っています。
あとは先ほど ここでリコールして5分段階のドラゴンやボイドグラブへの準備というところをどうするかですね。先ほどはイエル選手はほとんどしないで回り続けてましたけど、ここから切り替えてますね。で、互いに、イエル選手はトップサイドからジャングルスタートしたので、2周目借り切ったタイミングは、ボット側にポジションを取る、ドラゴンに触りやすい、形にはなりますが。
おっと、トルツマナがないぞ。この上はただプッシュしたいか。
ビスケットの力も借りてプッシュするでしょうね。
ゲンフラッシュイン。さらにそこにカックンもフラッシュで合わせたがダメージは足りるかどうか。シールド分台なんとジュール生存。各スキルショット狙うが避けている。カバーが早いバーニンコアトエマ。ファーストブロットはチャーリー獲得。
このブッシュにワードを置いていましたから、演技してくるだろう、ガンクしてくるだろうという予測は立っていたと思いますね。
本当にリスク取ったプレーしますね。
しますね。カウンターありきでしたからね。
なんだったら WE でシールドつけてないと。
はい、危なかったですよ、本当に。
いや、でもこれはアウトプレーでしょ。
そうですね。ダメージは足りないだろうというところを計算して、あえて W を前に使って誘ってましたからね。ここも9食らったおしまいなんですけど、ニーコの9の射程のギリギリの位置に立ち位置を取って振らせて確実に味方がキルを取れるように、スペース作ってましたね。
さあ、戦国がボイドグラブを触っていると。3体これは取れるでしょう。
バーニングカーとしてはドラゴンを先に抑えてましたね。
やっぱりバーニングカーターマとしてはちょっとボイドグラブの評価が1周目に関しては低いというべきなんでしょうか。
ただ3、4取ってる時点でボイドグラブを取るつもりはほとんどないですよね。
はい。いやでもやっぱり3、4といえばスワップですよ。
なるほど。5分段階まではタワーの硬さがボットタワーとそれ以外では大きく違うので、もしかしたら5分になってからのスワップというのはあり得るかもしれないですね。
もうでも6分ですから、それはなかったんで。
そうです。
カルを買っています、ユキ。ちょっとダブルサポートアイテムというのはまだ出てこない。
そうですね。
ようです。
AT も手に入らないので、難しいところなのかもしれないですし、次のパッチでのランフが決まってますから、消える戦術を練習しておくのもちょっと難しいみたいなところももしかしたらあるかもしれないですね。
でもカル買うんだったらワールドアトラスでよくないってちょっと思っちゃいますけど。
でもその分 CS 飛びやすくなりますけどね。
確かに。
あれはなんでしょう、ルシアの場合ファーストストライクでよりお金も稼ぎやすくなるというメリットも大きいのかなと思いますね。あとはなんといってもサポートの収入がめちゃくちゃ増えますからね。
確かに。あとルシアンがスケールチャンピオンというのも
そうですね。
はい、大きい。3コア持ってからが強いっていう。
はい。
さあ、これカックンがちょっとフラッシュ上がるまではミッドの主導権戦国は取れそうにないです。なんといっても倍がいますからイエルのレベルはただ気づいているでしょうか。
レベル6になってますが
もう出れないと。
はい。ここでミッドの主導権がなくなったことによって戦国としては本来ではボットへのプレッシャー継続的に行いたいとは思うんですけど、ちょっと難しくなってますね。木夏選手はここトップライン放置になると思います。その上でリソースは全部ボット側に戦国としては取りたい。こういった敵のタワーの奥に、加えて、ウェブクリアをすることによって木夏選手としてはリコールテンポとトップ側のジャングルコントロールを狙いますから、そこでチーム全体に貢献していこうということになりますね。
ただそうなるとバーニングコアトヤマとしてはいわゆる木夏がかなりエイトロックスが揃つという展開で、DPS は低いチーム構成であると。ジュールをやられた場合っていうのはかなりリスクが高い戦術だと思いますが。
そうなりますね。ただちょっと正直そうせざるを得ないような状況になってますからね。このミッドからボットにかけての勝負というのはバーニングコアトヤマにとっては生命線になってますね。
さあ、イエルボットレーン近くにはエリムもいます。
It's 好的，各位观众，欢迎回到 BO3 的第2场比赛，我是 JR，
我是赛品秋伟。
OK， 那目前的话呢 ，FAK 对上 J-Team 的对决当中呢 ，FAK 他们是先持得点。不过对于 J-Team 而言，在上一场比赛，其实整体的游戏内容算是比较惨烈啦，所以接下来肯定也必须要经历一些心态上面的调整。
没错，就是还是要心理鸡汤一下
啊！我只能说这些选手都是老选手啦，心灵调整上面应该没有问题，
没问题啦。
应该吧？
没事，我们没事，我们 OK 的，
没事，都是可以讨论的。
你刚刚只是小失误，没事的，
变成是这个在安慰其他人，是不是？但对于这场比赛的话，就是下半部可能 Gemini 也确实是对 J-Team 做了一些研究，还有情搜，有抓到可能他们下路推线太深的问题，是来了个迎头痛击。
对，
其实过去在 PSG 的时候，就是 Wako 在进入国际赛也会看到类似的征兆，因为我印象蛮深刻，就是在那个时候好像是对上 GS 吧 MSI 的时候，其实就有出现那种下路早就被抓走，
很容易就被抓走。那其实这样的话 ，J-Team 可以参考一下选蓝方，因为蓝方下路就可能没这么好被 gank。
那 FAK 的话，他们则是有做人员上面的更换。第一场比赛是上了 Pretender， 然后第2场比赛则是吉棉的登场了。
哦 ，FAK 竟然换人，赢了还换人，而且他们前一把打得非常好。那换人的话，通常我们队友会打比较。没这么强的队友会去做练习练选手，
毕竟我只能说换中路这个选择，大将应该也是挺熟悉。在什么样的情况下，你们过去会选择换中路呢？
这个的话，我也不知道嘞，
不知道，
莫名其妙被换下去，
笑死！这个可能需要某些角色的时候，会需要另一个人嘛？
我问一下我教练，
需要打球的时候，可能就是要麻烦我们大将了。
对啦，我觉得FAK 应该也是前面就在拿捏一下、摸索一下，到底哪一位选手比较适合他们的打法哦。因为毕竟2个选手，我觉得实力不会差太多。那吉米恩的话，其实在国内打的都还不错，但是出国的时候可能会打的比较挤一点哦。
我只能说，可能这个遇上的强度有一点不一样啦。
哦，所以是说，可是 PCS 很强啊，是最顶的。
都这个1-3还有1-3高，先冷静。
他不习惯对手操作没这么好。
这个我记得在 PCS 总决赛的时候，今年他的发挥其实也算是很好，
但是他们是打 PSG 嘛，对不对？
那当然，对于居民而言，他所擅长的，我自己印象比较深刻的，应该会是近战的
塞勒斯，
是塞勒斯或者是雅宁之类的。那包含的是去年大将也有点评他的这个杰西嘛，也是他很常玩的，对，会打电磁炮，打电磁炮，
注意一下，不然。今天注意一点，谢谢他，
直接不见了。
Thank you， Joey。
这样不是吉棉被换下来，变成Joey被换，先冷静一下。
对，这边也看到 J-Team 做调整哦。刚才我提到，就是红方下路真的太好被 gank。那如果 Wako 有这些失误的话，尤其是 J-Team 的大腿是 Wako， 如果他站不起来，那 J-Team 可能就倒了。那这边就做得很不错，就是选择蓝方，让 Wako 能过得比较舒服一点。
但看起来两边其实在 BP 拳脚上面并没有做太多的改变 ，J-Team 依旧是 ban 掉了勒布朗还有克里斯达，然后 FAK 则是按掉了艾希。
难道下一个就是瑞纳达了吗？
看起来应该就是对上的选手不太玩这些角色。
甚至是也有可能凯威比较擅长就是玩这些开团的。那如果对面玩瑞纳塔加艾希的话，他可能对线会很难受哦。
对，而且瑞纳塔我记得其实去年就有了，但我印象还真的没有太看过凯威他去玩。
对，因为凯威比较适合玩近战辅助开团类，那瑞纳塔其实也很 counter 他哦，他其实就是我一套就可以赢了，在 PCS 可以赢了，那干嘛去多练？
没错。就是把凯威的纳迪鲁斯给 ban 掉，
给尊重，因为其实有看到对面的 ban 都 ban 成这样了，那我还是得给尊重。那其实 FAK 这6 ban 第3 ban 就做得很好啊，路线，因为其实对面都把强开给 ban 掉了，那路线其实很好发挥。
其实现在已经 ban 掉3支 AD 角色了，但首选部分 J-Team 没有选择拿这个 AD，
这边可以
拿球女、
亚菲利欧或法洛斯都不错。
对，法洛斯听起来会是一个挺高顺位的选项，
毕竟 Poke 那个穿透流是很强的
哦。但吉米恩好像已经准备好要来应对球女的这个英雄了。
因为球女的话，你打法师的话你是很舒服，但是如果对面选刺客，尤其像吉米恩这个选手，不管是杰西打电子炮，或者是玩他的阿卡丽、塞勒斯都还不错打球女。
对。
你笑什么？
没有，我只是突然觉得你这个修正的很快。
对，我修正需要进步，我们做人就是每天都要在进步。
有感觉到这个大将的进步，我们肉眼可见。
没错。
然后另外一边的话来看一下阿卡丽这时候登场，刚刚也有稍微亮一下法洛斯开 FAK 2选要不要拿？
对，但是以前我们其实选手队伍都不太喜欢选这种刺客中路加上 Poke AD 哦，因为其实到最后后期会没什么输出。
那除非他 AD 是走穿那个攻速流，
攻流，是不是因为容错率也比较低啊？因为包含的是刺客中路，然后还有 poke 流的 AD，
主要是持续输出不够。那你打团可能就打完一套就没了。
对，然后这场比赛 J Team 则是来了，我们前面有提到夜曲搭配球女的一个 combo 组。
而且这个应该是他们很有自信哦。尤其是我有看空月都会跟队友双排哦，他 solo Q 都会跟他们双排，而且气氛还不错。
最近好像是跟恩硕双排嘛。
对。
然后再抓了一个卡桑蒂。
那这边是直接选择前3选上中野哦，因为毕竟也知道如果选 AD 单选一个 AD。是打不过对面选2次的，那不如直接放弃下路。因为 Wako 的角色其实也算是蛮广的，
对，因为我刚才在想说，好像前面分析有提到，好像 Wako 要站起来，但反而在前面的3选蓝方是全部选了上中野。
他角色池最深啊，在这队伍他应该角色池最深的。
那等一下我猜亚菲利欧就直接抛出来，这也算是他的
应该会被 ban 掉，
应该有可能。
对，
我法洛士搭配坦肯奇的组合，
哦，这也是很久以前哦。那其实看得到 FAK 的 meta 还是在活在过去哦，但是。对他们来说，这是很适合他们的一个打法。
对，而且他们在2阶段是能够再去针对对方的下路进行攻击。
而且我非常喜欢这个坦克级的 pick， 因为非常 counter 那个夜曲的，夜曲飞进来，我直接把队友吃掉，直接做一个保护。那队友是可以直接出来，还有一个很厚的护盾。
对，也是有在见招拆招。
那这边你也提到的亚菲利欧，那大家也知道挖克的亚菲利欧玩得非常好，那直接 ban 掉。挖口也笑了啊，没角色了，
怎么办呢？
没有了，他也打了快10年了，角色该有的都有。
你以前有在中路跟他对线过吗？最开始是打中路。
哦，他好像跑去 HQ， 然后 HQ 就开始那个
要打那个 HQ 那边。哦，你说就是一开始在打中路的时候嘛，
打那个第9、第10名，要差一点被换下去。
第8名，对。但是后来我记得他转去 AD 的时候，也有打进季后赛的，在 AHQ 的时候，应该是2019，
比较适合打 AD 啦。对，这位选手
偏操作。然后另外一边则是按掉了飞汉。我在想有没有机会会是恰瑞孔？对，决定
选择 ban 巴德哦，我觉得 ban 巴德 ban 的很好哎，因为其实有看空月的台就知道恩硕的巴德玩的很好啊，他其实有一直在观察。别的职业选手的巴德 replay， 然后自己玩的也，我觉得是挺好的，90多分有。
对，恩硕蛮适合玩软辅的，这也算是他的招牌。
而且巴德的话也没这么容易下路被 gank， 开个通道就直接对，开个洞就进去了，就逃好啦。
不，你说的没错，你说的没错。这里再分掉了一个关。然后 FAK 的4选要直接来拿斗士奖
哦，这是他单挑拿出来的贾克斯哦，而且贾克斯在 LCK 也看到蛮常被 ban 哦，应该是一个很强的上路，
而且本身其实在过去 MSI 的时候打卡桑蒂就算是其中一个 counter，
而且我觉得他们选的阿卡丽，然后贾克斯，那你夜曲根本抓不到边线，那你要抓法洛士又有坦克奇。
但我只能说 Wako 有一些想法。刚这个凯撒凯特里不断的在变换目测，到底要哪一？
Era uma subscrição do Game Pass. É a cena especial de corrida, como assim? Ah, a cena da música.
到底哪一支？但是他们习惯凯特里配那个纳蒂鲁斯。
Tu podes juntar a
凯撒比较万搭啦。哦，还有其他的一些思考吗？感觉应该差的几率还是高一点。对，是前面有提到的夫妻档落在了 J Team 双人组的身上。
因为其实 J Team 这样选，我就非常喜欢他们阵容啊，因为可以球女可以搭配瑞空，可以搭配卡萨蒂，可以搭配夜曲，都做一个 combo。那这把的话，敏智大绝应该可以都释放的很漂亮。
对，接着 FAK 打野位变成是红方的 counter pick 给到了真奶的身上。
对，那我们可以看到，其实 FAK 就是双方在红方的时候都是做一个 counter 选角的一个方法。
那老马仕途在马良这个。瑞尔要再来开启一番了，
对，刚刚打得很好，那我就继续吧，你们不 ban， 不给尊重，
我就再来。看一下这场比赛的话，确实我好像也比较喜欢追定这个阵容，
对，就很完整，
中野的 combo， 而且包含是他的球女可以跟很多人配，跟夜曲配也可以，跟瑞空配其实也 OK，
对，甚至自己想要秀也可以哦，但是主要都是要搭配啦，那还是要看你们搭配起来哦。
这阿卡丽可能会是本场比赛的 X 因子吧，看今天能够发挥到怎么样的程度。
对，今天还是要注意一下，因为他其实对线算比较 不强的一位选手。那如果近战打远程法师的话，可能会吃点小亏。
也挺好奇的是，在下半部的线路会长什么样子，因为初期组合也是会希望能够来一点线权，但他要面对上的是法洛士搭配摊肯奇。这个组合其实过去也是以强调线权为主，而且它算是一个挺老的组合，大概 S8、S9的时候就有看过法洛士搭摊肯奇。 在自己的线路去取得线权，
而且我们看镜头的话 ，FK 选手都很开心哦，很欢乐，都在沟通。那其实也看到吉米恩笑得很开心哦。
然后我刚才已经看 JT 也在沟通啊，
也在沟通，
也在沟通，
只是比较严肃一点。对，他们是认真面对的比赛。
我只能说现在是落后一方，现在他们是落后1分的，所以
还是可以享受啦，还
可以是 enjoy 在比赛里面。对。 那上半部，其实，在 JT 刚刚他们落入劣势的时候呢，也有思考说，看要不要把哈拉比掉下去打一波的团战嘛。但当时只能说一键他按到了那个
反应飞车，
按到那个传送实在是太关键了。来到今天 BO3的第2场比赛，
对，那 JT 只要调整一下他们前期的失误，其实这把 BP 的话是非常漂亮哦。
双方一开始是比较正常的5星站位。上一场比赛其实是有打一些长套路去掌握对方位置的打算。
没错，就是我们看到蓝方是进对面的红方哦，而且看到镜像下路进去对面的红方插视野。但是这把的话，两边应该就只是发育了。
也可以看两边的打野他们的动向会如何刷。猎取应该就是选刷了，但这个瑞尔可能会有更多的说法。
瑞尔想路过中路看到明智哦。
也是有把位置给拼出来哦。早期的直接进野吗？最后是没有，只是拼了蛮多的点位。瑞尔最后还是回到了上半部。
对，在6鸟那边有做这个野，那可以知道空月会在哪里刷。
贾克斯也是先看哈纳比打了起来，
这个已经打了250滴血，是怎么办到？
有点快。
对他怎么可以打到250滴血
？AQAWA 吗？
我不知道这个选手厉害，
有点快，
有点快，
马上是压制住了哈纳比。然后瑞尔的话，则是应该说两边的打野都是从6鸟开局，那又是镜像的一个态势。
对，看起来 Gemini 可能一样是往下刷吗？有机会。上比赛要搞事的几率在前面3等应该就相对少一点，不过是有机会可以 cover 到自己的下路上线。下路两边都想要抢2等哦。那我们上路也看到一家换血换得非常好，难怪他们派他来单挑，派最新的选手去单挑。
而且上半部的话，其实本身在操作的细节就会比较多嘛，特别是在这个版本改动之后，他那个单挑就变得更加重要。
对，而且他这边在抢2哦，上路在抢2，下路也在抢2，
又在敲。
对，而且 FAK 两方。 都抢到，
一键是先上到2等，然后2等部分 FAK 下半部也是抢到。
对，这边就是刚刚我们提到嘛，上路的话，一键就是拿到很大的优势，下路 FAK
哈纳比被狂扁，
对，被狂扁，而且吉米恩还是前面有提到嘛，就是他比较对线可能比较弱一点，那还是要注意一下。
这哈纳比就只能大声喊一句：“我被 counter 了，没有办法，是对方候选出来的。”
对，蓝方不好，
在前面先亮了一个卡桑蒂，还是要付出代价。Gemini 绕了一圈要。 直接来塔杀，又是3等 gank， 又是3摊，直接硬起反击风暴举逼出闪现，但也是换掉了1键的闪现。
对，这边我觉得双方可以做得更好。首先是哈纳比兵线还没进来的时候，知道对面已经在后面露头，他需要去打这个兵，就算被打了100滴血量也好，你只要兵不进来，你都不会被带服，因为你的兵已经快到塔下了。那但是哈纳比没做，他是选择跑去塔下。
但这一波的话，可能 gank 没成功，双方的打野就会出现差距喽。Gemini 路过这边血量其实不健康，但名字也没有人会来 cover。 就是晕了一下敏智，但这是换年血帮忙施压再起，凯米奇在路上哦。
对，把他也打了半条，主要关键还是把他的魔量给耗掉。耗掉后，即便就算没血量，但是他有
偷地蹲点，会看到副盾，这声音响他并没有顶动，这边又是加速，缓是缓到了恩硕是可以回到队友身边，这时候Wako也赶来，Wako直接站到最前面，我能打。和谐的争抢战，Gemini闪现过去，非常果断的开反身搭配是腐败剑雨，空月也交出了一个闪现。 反身的一个盛大登场，反而是 Gemini 被留在了原地，他是没有闪现的。这个普空人头手扎落到 Wako。
哇，这边比较可惜的是 ，FAK 前面是开的不错，但是后续他们太执着，把空月给杀了。其实空月闪现后，他们可以后续就直接往恩手或 Wako 这边去做输出，因为毕竟他们是3打2，空月已经不能再回来输出了。
而且原本他是先交闪现的一方嘛，所以代表是他进来之后就是有去无回，
对，跑不掉了。那其实队友其实后续3打2的话，我觉得他们可以继续逼闪现，就很赚。
但挑引看上半部的这个士兵拉到18只，我们先看这一波的重播。起普攻打，而且这边空月盾是没打到任何东西哦。这边的话，我觉得他们就是打开的是还不错，逼对面闪现，但是后续就3打2啊，因为空月不可能回来打了，没血量，没闪现。对，这边就后续就打恩寿。或者直接打挖口也可以，就是你要大家一起打。 对，在目标的选择上面，好像出现想要
逼走对面，
有些想要去追空月，但反而是让空月成为一个很好的诱饵。
没错，
挖口全力的输出，这场比赛从哪里跌倒？JT 他们这次在下半部是跑回颜面了。
对 ，Gemini 该怎么打？我们看 replay， 马上学一下。
没错，而且你刚刚6重是不是？现在3重，我这里也是先抢下，
对，先抢下1只、2只。
我记得夜曲他吃虫的速度应该也算是挺快。
对，其实很多也那个打野都吃的蛮快。
拿下，在5分钟的时间，然后 Gemini 在下半部他是没有在同一个时段去换龙的，反而在眼前面逛了。
这边再看一下名字有没有给机会哦。
今年是还没6等哦，6等了，今年没有挂到，那应该就是杀不死。
对，1中的话应该是逼一个闪哦。
Or he could go for a counter gank like this. This is a little bit risky, but he has a lot of damage. There's the shield from the Rakan, and now he's in trouble. Doesn't have his flash to get away, and that
其实基本上被压血量，但是他 CS 是没落后。那只要到中期他带边线的话，就是可以单打一个球女。
He has his ultimate. He used his ultimate early, but that's a great counter gank from Vikings.
但一讲完，直接卷了一个大绝。今年同时也是交错第5下局。
对，而且这边比较可惜是他已经把 DB 用掉了，那就要开始打劣势局了。
结果输压输一输，这里还是要被打回家。
输压到输了，
还被输，再撑一下。这阿凯丽应该是很久等，对，准备发力。他现在就想要赖多一波兵，结果又被打残。要不再多一波，然后就被夜曲飞。我觉得再多一波应该要死了，这很危险。对，要放一波兵吧，然后放一声塔奇。这里是有把压线的效果给打出来，同时吸引到对方的打野。在飞艇上面是过得很舒服，不断的开始压制。除了上半部之外，是中下游。那中下游对于夜曲而言，就有更多可以去入侵啊，或者是去打地图资源机会。
没错，这把就有打到决定想打的哦，就选夜曲，前面不要发生太多事，甚至是队友优势，那对他来说很舒服。
第一场比赛拿分手，现在恩硕回到了挖口的身边，但辅助和 AD 好像走的位置是并不一样的。但也没事，小问题。小龙争夺战哦，
这边还是要小心哦。夜曲已经6等了，
打了一套今年没有大绝，往前骑没有骑到挖口，挖口交出了闪现，接着变成是今年的进场，准备要来自杀，一个落石湖就是斩下了鸟人。人头。前面还要开始往前垫，缓速有缓到。结果野区的遭遇战来讲，挖口
对，这边关键的话是球女没大，因为如果他有大的话，配合夜曲、配合瑞空，他们其实这波是绝虐哦。但
吉冕也没大，
对，但是吉冕不用大，因为他只要一直 QA， 他伤害其实是比球女多，
没错。在这一波的交换上面 ，FAK 掌握了主动权，
没错。而且前面你有提到，就是挖口跟恩寿是分开跑，
还是造成一些差异。对，夜曲现在是往上翻。他的第一个大绝，
但是我觉得他飞贾克斯，只要贾克斯有1的话，有可能被双杀哦。
这能杀的吗？还是只是反野？但上半部也只有一个红 buff。
他主要还是要看，因为他这边等的话，就是等于在等塔纳比有没有办法 Q3，然后过这个墙给他。那是就可以杀了，
还是他是在反蹲之类的，还是在吸经验？应该没有啦，我要看他位置离得有点远。
对啊，应该是我说的啦，就是他在等哈纳比 Q3 到，然后带过墙，然后就被杀了。
比赛贾克斯的发育也算是很好，
是非常好哦，直接免压20刀。
凯文走进去放了根视野，开始去掌握住河道区附近的定位置。
能看到两边辅助其实都有去做蛮深的视野哦，
其实视野差的满满的，就是红方和蓝方的眼睛都有深入到对方的家中。
对，两边都知道该插在哪里。
这个
而且凯文还直接知道对面眼插在哪。
这个在前头上面也是做的很透彻。把对方的习惯留给研究到，不然就是可能刚刚有看到吧。那第一条小龙看什么时候双方有机会要吃。这瑞尔是往上半部来走，所以好像对这第一条小龙是没有想法。
对他应该只是刷刷野怪，而且其实前期的话下路还是小烈。 如果打起来也没有这么好打，毕竟而且最何况是空月跟明智的大学都还在哦。那如果打大团的话，对 FAK 不太用。
依靠着自己阵容上面的性质去做调整，而且另外一个点就是今年他的发力期还没有到，再等一下。
对，他只要第一件出来，然后只要带边线，甚至是只要一直找球女单挑，夜曲飞他也不怕，甚至可以1打2。
但这个6重必须要注意一下哦。前面是 J team 都吃，不过以相对位置而言 ，Gemini 应该是没办法抢了，位置太远。
对，这边主要是阵容选得好啊，因为你其实这边3打3打起来，一定是比 FAK 那边强势一点。
对，那同样是没有办法去交换到另外一个地图的路线，所以请继续把自己前面的节奏给营运起来。
我觉得有利用到他们强势期哦，然后该拿的还是有拿到。那 FAK 还是要拖一下的吉米恩装备出来，
对，而且这卡桑蒂也是知道精髓啊，刚看起来是个放兵跑线，这赶过来去支援一下自己的队友。
对，如果队友说，哎，你 CS 怎么输这么多？我支援，我打的支援，
这你好像也是很熟悉哦，可能在后面有看过。
乱说话，
你不觉得他们这个电数差的有点像吗？我们普攻，
说吉米恩还是要小心哦，尤其是吉米恩问题一直都是他的对线。
这场甚至是已经有打野2次的施压了，
没错。
当时可以看到那个6重之后会有小城满跑出来，是对防御塔进行施压。经济2边分
差不多，主要还是要看大团，大团只要决定。combo 的好，那其实会一面打。
最近的大团还是比较发挥的，可能 FAK 要靠着法洛斯的先手吧，又或者是 Gemini 的先手去打，看能不能有人差距。
FAK 通常你要么就是抓球女，或者是抓夜曲，断他们的开团，不然的话就是打反开，就是开 win 保住一下 carry。然后今年跟一剑就是去打后排，对，
这样听起来好像在开团的目标选择上面就还挺明确。
而且看一个人，我们有提到 Book 法洛斯跟阿卡丽是不太搭配哦，那其实他这边就也知道，就走了一个攻速流。
中路继续的对线 ，CS 输差距大概在20左右。
打法师，尽量打法师20可以接受，
刺客打法师，然后哈拉比。TP 回来了上路，现在1线他是有个 TP 上面的优势哦，这里是蹲在了草丛里面，并没有选择回城。几个风，他应该也是有猜到，这里Q3没有打到，但两边是做血量上的交换。
Vikings doesn't want to let it go, and Guri overstepped horribly, just into the dark, had no idea what was going on, jumped into 4 people and gets punished instantly, doesn't even get flash or ultimate out there, so really, really big oversight for the jungler of Vikings.
但我看法洛斯他好像也一直有想办法要去靠自己的队友，不过间接的不知道会不会损失士兵，想说断到了。Q 技能搭配明星迅速的控制，凯威要做闪现，接着控制到 Gemini， 那是一个闪现换掉了对方的大局。
对，这边还是要小心一点，这边恩寿是有抓到机会
带出来，然后利用跳远走人，那一剑应该是也要准备亮 TP。到后面尝试想要断一下，不想要让你那么轻松回城。
这边哈纳比防装出来后就觉得自己能打了，
身上是有一个小活动。小龙空月直接开吃，这也是过来帮忙。阿卡丽还在接线，
但是这边决定还是要小心一点，因为瑞空是没大绝的，如果打起来，哦，球女位置很差，
往前吸，算是吸到3个人，而且有 TP 准备下来，这是回补后的贾克斯，球女选了一个大绝，选到2人，但名字已经准备要上送，当场击灭，又是落子图收下人头。
这边 Gemini 的确有看到，因为其实我看到我就觉得，哎，球员的位置怎么这么差，而且他闪后还被那个瑞尔吸回来。
好像都是透过小龙在钓鱼，就是这2波的人头击杀 FAK 都是在小龙附近。
对，这边已经有点晚了，
大战已经来不及了。
没错，因为 FAK 虽然团战是比较不能主动，但是其实他们抓到对面一波失误，直接马上开，而且他开的很关键，就是开到对面该开团的人哦，球女加夜曲很果断，
江南好像吸了2-3个人，对，然后另外一个点就是。球女虽然说她在队线上面压得挺开心的，但等一下离开队线期之后，现在是200的阿卡丽哦，那她头就有点痛。
我们即便是不打线的，
我们打他打线，但打的是边线，我们打的是边线，到时候再过来支援一下，看能不能去打出自己的展示。
而且他第一件装出来了，
Those seem to be the ones
腰
that
带
profit the most.
这腰带现在很
Jax
便宜
comes to mind.
，2500块，
Jax
很便宜，而且很适合他，就是他可以很多位移，
所以现在能出就是这种装备的进场英雄都还挺强。像我记得尼可上面就写了一个大大的 OP 啊，对，真的很强。
Really, this is the new Rift Hold, which you can drive. Kyrie is in an interesting position. He's trying to flank, now he's trying to walk away. This is
两边都觉
once
得
again
先
trying to
手你会吃亏，先手的话你会被龙打的血量，而且你的位置会站得不好。
support of Shogun.
那我们也看到吉梅直接去推边线啊，那推边线的话，球女就有点难受。
贾克斯看起来是蹲在上半部的草里，但应该不太能够轻举妄动，因为夜曲随时有可能大举一飞。
而且夜曲贾克斯打球女就没这么好打啊，不像是打卡丹地这样，他们看起来是想要4包1，而且空月想要开车了，开车去哪？
开车去撞塔，
哦撞塔
要来了，开车空月。
来了来了，哦，蛮会开车的，
这个有算是在航道上啦。
而且 FAK 如果人再不过来的话，可能上2塔也会掉哦。
还有一头，
因为 Team 是直接5个人上来哦，
哇，直线7秒，完全不晃。接下来2塔撞了一半 ，Gemini 来赶了过来，阿卡丽 TP 是快好了。 但法洛斯在回补的过程，2塔要直接没了。这里硬手反身球迷卷大局，但并没有吸到。不过 J-Team 还是拿到了地图物件。
对 ，J-Team 这波就赚了很多经济哦。只是比较可惜的是，明智的大绝又被扭掉。
因为刚刚 FAK 看起来想要硬手嘛，所以明智应该就是给点
尝试一下。
如果对方没有反应过来，是有机会打出更多机会，
但是都被 Gemini 抓到。
对，这看起来现在2塔的经验是给很高的，所以
这边比较可惜是 FAK 竟然没守到2塔，尤其是他们中路推完线就应该往上靠了，因为你阿卡丽要在下的话，那你对面就可以5个人在上推。这边 J-Team 就策略做得很好。
他会不会是觉得自己的 TP 差一点？因为我刚刚看大概就是5到10秒钟左右的事情。
那我们身为 PCS 的选手的队伍，他们当然 TP 闪现都算得很好。那他还有5秒 TP， 我们可以推。
没错，这里都不能够去浪费任何一丝一毫。
对，所以说 J-Team 有机会抢前2嘛。
你说现在的这个，你刚刚说这个上线和下线，
刚才他们秀下线，秀上线。
刚刚那一把是后2名的部分，现在 J-Team 要来展现一下前2名的部分。
J-Team 就是这么有趣，
没错。 现在开始往河道区域来走。
Get more control over the map.
然后一键下就 TP 了，刚刚哈拉比他是交了传送回去手下路，所以两边目前是有传送差。
而且这边阿卡丽对球女，那也知道夜曲一定要 cover， 甚至是连瑞空都过来 cover。那 Gemini 还是要小心一点啊，自己的位置。
他现在看起来也是，不过自己的打野宠物是层数还没刷完。等一下第2条小路会是风龙，
因为 Gemini 的话是比较偏帮队友做事业，
What is Eddie doing in the middle of everyone? That's a big shutdown to the side of Kati and Eris in a little bit of trouble there. Gets away, uses the slow.
空月就是会把自己的发育顾好，然后想办法在后面去
carry。然后下路已经看到打起来哦，球女已经被逼掉闪。
这就是边线的阿卡丽所给到的压力。
对，而且阿卡丽好像只是按一个海克斯，
是
不是在配线上J-Team要想办法让卡当去对到阿卡丽，然后让球女去对到。
没错，如果他们换掉的话，他们就是2线优；如果对到的话，他们就是2线劣。
而且比较尴尬的就是这个 TP 上面的差距，让 J-Team 在配线上面并没有办法去做太多的琢磨。
那 J-Team 这边自己也知道，直接把卡桑蒂换下去。那 FAK 要做的就是传送，回家再对线。对，
这场比赛还挺和平的，就包含你看到蔡尔瑞孔，然后你看到是法洛斯坎肯，会觉得前面应该会在下半部有很多的进发，但目前为止18分钟3个人头，经济也还在1000块以内，比较足。
对，两边就是比较没给机会，
你拉拉我拉拉，
对，比较稳重一点哦。
来看一下在防御塔的部分，在防御塔部分的话 ，FAK 是拿了1座，然后 J-Team 是2座的。球女开始往中路来走，不过他现在没有闪现，所以这应该也是 FAK 他们的一致情报。可能看到之后，而且你刚刚有讲嘛，要开就是球女或夜曲才会开，这下明智会成为重点。
就是球女要陪 配合队友开。虽然卡桑蒂跟夜曲、瑞空是可以进去开，但是你也要在附近。那你要在附近的状况内，阿卡丽跟贾克斯就能碰到你，
要在能够传球的地方。
没错。而且现在我觉得上塔迟早会掉，决定了上塔，因为你阿卡丽打球女太舒服了，刚才连大绝都没用，球女就直接上。对，
好像只能够归在塔下。
你很会对线嘛？
那现在来到了边线位置就不太一样了，而一剑在目前依旧是维持着大概30个兵左右的士兵差。
对，而且一剑选手算是蛮能忍的哦。其实正常来说，年轻选手都会看到人直接跳上去打，但是他知道对面打野还没秀，他都要小心。
哦，名字飞进来要被单杀了，这是西面飞了进来，打出了 solo kill。后面
no one's really close enough to deal damage with Eddie. Also has to be careful, but there it is already. Team Secret is advancing and trying to chase down the Viking members. Guri will fall. Only surviving members Carty and out of nowhere 4-for-1 trade. Or 4-for-0 trade even for Secret. I just said this game was going to come down to late game, maybe a dragon fight. Now they will take the Baron really get into the winning position. For game number 1.
骚扰一下
What a great collapse. Using Eddie and Taki a little bit as a bait there, really enticing Vikings to counter-engage into them because they knew they had the range advantage that the enemy carries couldn't really get close enough to Eddie,
没大，但是差不多了，多20秒就有了，而且球女是没闪现，那他们还是没什么好配合队友，只要对方抓到他的位置差，就直接飞他了。
而且阿卡丽雷霆风暴对，
两件装打一件加加一点。
those are really hard to get onto. You can see Kyrie is there, but no one really can follow up. Even using Shogun's ult aggressively, which backfires horribly.
一技能有命中，想上来又被雷神，但第二个的阿杜有没有机会可以控制到？恩硕后续是利用明星之术保住了自己的中路，吉棉开启了烟雾弹，但明智失去了作战能力。
哇，这边吉棉是直接进去1打3哦，他知道对面完全不能对他干嘛，而且这波敏智只要被打回家的话，龙又要放喽。
对，在这一波的进攻，吉棉也是超派，直接冲进去，一技能挂到挂得很准确啊。
对，我觉得吉棉很有进步的点就是他虽然对线是没有做什么加强，但是他其实打团啊，或者是带边线，这边他就有去花点功夫了。
第二条小龙落在 FAK 的手中，这对追定而言，好消息是这样比赛拿小龙速度很快了。哦。 哇！闪现出来了，闪现走人了。怕
哥不要这么靠近，
冷静一点。
哇，这个完美配合，
飞来飞去，球女卷大绝，走位躲掉，飞回去。
哇！而且他这个 R2是直接出来，
哎，又是敏智，我怎么说又呢？ 哇，要被打穿啦！
啊，对面选球女不好打，我选球女不好打。
这对面阿卡丽看起来是给予十足的压力啊。
对，可能他们就我觉得 FAK 教练厉害的点就是他知道对面会想球女，那我换一个人玩刺客的过来打他。
对，也是有在调整。
不得了了，这个 Skywalk，
哇，这 BP 上面也是从他不是那个角色压制，他是选手压制。
选手压制，
我这里知道不好打你，我换一个会打的选手上来打你哦。那是不是知道了之前教练为什么会换中路的理由？
哦，难怪，我错，
现在突然能够理解了。我们来在中路位来看一下刚刚那一波的抓人。
哇，后面有个 TP 耶！
这里还不知道。但一剑已经从后面过来，3夹之内，看起来这个带球的应该是没有空档，没有办法投篮了。
对，因为其实他没了塔上塔后，他其实只能在塔前自己的第2塔收兵哦，因为其实他出去的话都非常危险。
我本来以为就是最近他们这样比赛有夜曲，所以可能他们会看到有边线抓人的话，对，都是 FAK 一直。
所以刚才我说到，虽然 J-Team 选的非常好，但是 FAK 完全 counter 他们。你要飞我 AD， 我有坦克旗可以把它吃掉；你要飞我的贾克斯吗？不可能啊，他直接1打2啊，他有1。 那你要飞阿卡丽，他可以变隐形啊！
哇，打太极拳了是吧？
对，你
是2波千金啊！
哎，听说你 BP 很厉害，但是你被康了，
完全的化解。
对，而且现在我们虽然说什么球女配夜曲、配卡桑蒂、配瑞空很强，但是没配过。
现在 J-Team 必须要依赖的是5v5的大团哦，看什么时候有机会可以用出来。目前对，就像你刚刚讲的，1波都还没有用到过。
对你还是得尝试，我觉得 J-Team 就是打的太防守了。
里面来喽，一技能没有挂到恩硕。
这边吓到了，
稍微避让一下。
对，但是从现在开始我们就知道，吉棉永远都会在人家二塔上面。
那我还知道另外一件事情，就是一剑永远都会在人家二塔前面。现在贾克自己督上飞来抓人，配球，这是来自 JT 的一个 combo， 但一个大绝，
配合的很好，再见了，
再见88。
对，这是所谓的他们抓不了边线，你现在决定只能打大团。那大团的话，你球女又一直被抓，
这就是阿卡丽，这就是 counter， 完全的闪人。这样这一波 JT 他们终于尝试的中野大绝直接化为乌有。一个大绝换你2个大绝，连闪都不用交的。
这波球女要回家，中路有可能就倒了。就 Gemini 只要出来露头，给个压力。
瓦口表示我要玩游戏，我身上带赏金，我想要输出。
瓦口很努力，
他现在2件装，感觉两边的 AD 在这个阵容上战斗力应该是差不多。
而且已经5分钟过去了，球女装备还是没起来哦。
现在0-3-0，对面3-0-1啊，现在是2个给予级的战力上面比较。
对，而且阿卡丽已经出了惊人。
但我觉得其实有一点就是还是蛮好的，
这装备现在已经改成可以用
会在就是在结束之后第一时间先
变贵了，就变贵。以前小之前就700-800块就能够出，那现在1000
没关系，我们吉棉有钱，
有钱就是任性，想出什么就出什么。
我走到人家脸上他就闪。
对，跟我打，刚刚真的是走过去就先闪掉了。
对，对线很派啦，想要单杀我。
那现在是可以大声的把再来啊给讲出来。
再来啊！
哦，这句话我们可能下半场吧，有可能期待一下想听到的，可能在春季才是听不到。
对，因为他这个很派是，你对线可以压我，但是你打也不帮你，我打也帮我。
位也搬掉了，
还是一来一往之下有所差距。巴龙部分其实 FAK 如果现在要吃的话，法洛斯的装备应该是吃
对，但是还是最好不要给时去吃啊。因为其实你们现在慢慢领先，就继续打边线，慢慢顾边线就好。因为其实你去打巴龙的话，就给对线一个机会打大波团。
但凯运现在反而是有一个机兵流量在正中间，挖口交错咒语爆头，但一剑进来了，新的目标会是谁？但反而又是吉棉的进场，吉棉开出了一个烟雾弹，哈拉比顶在正前方掉到了半血，球里的大绝，只有捡到一个坦克级，现在的状态并没有到特别好，反而是哈拉比继续往后撤退。
你大绝这样子用，没办法配合，难怪他们还没配合好，因为他大绝都自己太想炫了，
说自干是不是？
自己想要秀，但是你配乐曲是100%，因为他们有改过，就是乐曲配球女很好配啊。
他那个是可以直接灌篮的，
对，直接灌篮那个直接卷5个，但是你为什么自己一直想用呢？
没有帮好，
对，回去可以检讨一下。
这可能也是跟阵容的出水
可能要多跟空月双排一下了。
现在 FAK 拿第3条小龙，
对，因为 FAK 这把可能会打得比较慢哦，他们不太可能去开巴龙，开巴龙的话，这边就有机会打大团，那你只要继续带边线，你2件都。
看一下第2局的 BP 上来说，在班位上做了调整之后，
中路只要5开都没事，
有感觉出来，知道比赛节奏还蛮慢的，对，没有太多的大反攻，
但是只要一波打完就会结束了。
有可能是一波定生死，但因为刚刚 FAK 他们换掉了中路，所以代表了视野上。
What? The Baron on 2 HP. Guri just flashes over and takes the Baron. That was one of the biggest blunders I've ever seen. Everyone just stopped hitting the Baron. They thought the Baron was dead.
但接着变成瑞尔进场，再飞过去，进了大炮了，瞬间的一个雷霆爆发，然后还有这个可以再拖时间，这波也绝大绝并没有发挥太好的效果，然后一个大块围住吉棉，吉棉哇，这边只能说他知道对面没有硬 CC。他只要飞进去，这边完全对他什么都不能做。
我
在这一波是扮演了大工程，直接抽掉了对方的敌军将领。
对，而且这边夜曲没打，那瑞空。海盗小跟瑞空加球女的 combo，
要站出来，但这次的话一个控制下来，他今天的基本又是没死，空人又想他来进入到烟雾弹里面进入了隐形，现在变成是贾克斯，直接贾克斯遇到多人，名字已经倒地，空人也关不掉，有一局手里先来位去动，这边 unstoppable，
即便秀爆对面啦，空月想说哇没血，闪现上去，人呢看不到啊，
人直接消失了，他直接隐身起来了，
而且即便这把真的非常非常秀，他知道对面还有瑞空加球女可以 combo。他直接去找瑞空去打，就算对面打他，他直接残血逃跑。
Oh my！
而且刚刚的话，这个新人塔已经也相当的关键，在这波连续的刺杀，完全都在吉棉的掌控之中。
对，这边就真的很帅，他知道对面有4个人，但是我不怕，而且他直接打 AD， 他还躲掉羽毛，那1还是挖口直接单杀，1打4单杀对面，空月你飞过来，我按个金轮，再见。对，然后这边他知道唯一能配合就是瑞空加九女，那直接去找瑞空打架。就是
还有一个护盾这里没想空月想硬杀，但上来发现人不见了，
人不见了，去帮队友，哎呀，被CC了。
爆炸火花的伤害，但也已经看到非常可观的伤害。
这里真的应该就是没有办法，打不了，比较可惜。而现在凯文骑了进来，反而是贾克斯直接跳到了对方的面前。这里看到是一个卡上见人就扁，打出了有用的效果。这边想要全机器哦，配大绝配合了击到，大快躲赢。这里是救出了法洛斯的性命，变成是贾克斯再度的进场。法洛斯并没有受到太多威胁，但最后 MS 还是被瑞空给刷到，但来自追击的反击。这里有机会可以打到凯文，但局面从侧面也准备要来切入，不过是被对方给劝退。追听准备要再来杀人，对面来并没有过强，在对方3人的包夹之下，追听拿下 double kill。
追听等了30分钟，终于配合一下了。因为其实他们这个配合，你只要打就很好赢啊。但是这边他们也抓到，就是因为前面 MM 把大绝用掉嘛，卷来也把大绝用掉，想要抓好上帝，但是失败了。那失败后，他们其实推塔的时候要小心哦，尤其这个非常
刚刚知道追听成功使出来的，
对，因为打了29分钟，可能队友跟他说了，这个只要我飞过去安塔就好了。
是经过了29分钟之后，我理解了，我了解了，我明白了，学会了。是现在好像也为时不晚了。
对，其实他不会的话，可以上网查掉。
你知道现在有一些网站它都有那个技能的 combo 教学，这也是可以去学习参考一下。30分钟对 LEC 的手法有但下一轮的话，对，龙魂的话，接近还是得打大波团。那大波团的话，下一波 LEC 是有大绝哦。所以如果这样子开下去，其实就到 AD， 那阿卡丽跟瑞尔是可以往后排去做收割。而且刚 LEC 关键是大哥哥不在啊，这 LEC 他大哥是吉米尔呢，吉米尔刚才还在走路啊，没有想到在场上我决定找到了反击机会。那现在中野的大绝用好了，这一波看能在偏对，那MN还是要小心一点哦，可能要往后一点，甚至这一塔都不能守，还是要小心一下。好，即便就想1打4，真假？但队友在呢，看一下对面，因为对面有人会闪，先吓吓他，先吓吓他。啊，是吉米啊！看到就闪的感觉会做噩梦的那种，是睡觉过去会想到吉米的脸，这突然间飞出来。吉米还有550的赏金哦，那贾克斯有600。哦，这里也是3件装在手喽，拿出了冰心，在团战听起来好像是选手真的厉害。
Going to get a little bit
2个 PCS 都会培养，潜力新秀，就这2位，直接给他
中野现在都属
球女没大了，那这一波的配合 TP 好像被断，贾克斯断掉他的 TP， 那变成敏智一阵尴尬，空月飞回去表示我要闪人。但敏智已经倒下了，一个多连锁是打到了护盾上面，挖口想要输出，直接丢出自己的羽毛，一个顶，最后是顶到了空月，又是一个一技能再度飞了进去，空月也要造成当场 M 拿下人头，
龙魂直接给了哈纳比，你这个传送怎么被断了？
现在挖口还想要尽力，挖口还在输出，挖口
huge pop loss, but only his one and Shogun in a great position as a lot of feathers flashes out against Hassan, and Hassan doesn't have his now, so now Shogun ready to fire against him, but he gets eliminated. Hassan with a huge shot with the shield, where did the shield come from? Everyone has fallen down the pathways. He has to be careful, he still doesn't have his resistance, this is quite squishy.
In the end, 他们知道九女又去带边线了，那我直接去抓他，最多就是空月带他的先支援，但是我们是
use the fight, but Shogun uses absolutely
边线不是他的家，敏智多次的在边线上面遭到对方的就是在 everything on the other side.
给我个惩戒，我抢了。
直接卷大，但
在卷大，其实这边就该跑，然后跑去草丛，再尝试做一波2打4，但是 等 TP 下来，但是 TP 就是有点尴尬，因为他如果选大又是在选一个人，就是这把他都在选一个人，比较不知道他的想法，等下可以访问一下。
哎，等一下，应该访问，如果有访问的话，这场输会访问不到他，让他们能够再站起来。
对，等下我们的 Penny 姐姐来访问一下我们，哎，你怎么选一个人？
询问一下。但这一波的话变成是机妹想要改动，但我觉得就以刚刚那波团战来讲，如果卡上地他的 TP 有下来的话，我情况会不太一样。
对，因为下来的话，加上球女没浪费大绝，他们可以拖一下时间，挖口跟守门女再跑下去哦。
刚刚说挖口他的输出拉满的时候，其实伤害也算是
挖口很努力的。
要看这样的交换下来，
都是魂落在了 FAK 的手中，来到33分钟，想要配合绝大局捡到了，但是有一个tank绝大局瞬间救出了法洛士，那也许被留在原地卡上地冲了继续想来偷 M 开始疯狂的偷地想要走 A， 但这里有军人可以多波时间，往前的一个登场是抬飞到了 FAK 的2名成员哈拉比，他一个人在打3个人啊，想来切 M 切掉了吗？切掉了，这句话直接带走了 M 的人头，哈拉比在这波站了出来，又是一个晕反而是一剑，还做一个反击，这进到了恩硕的面前，然后这下子闪现出来，但此时卡上地已经拿下了一个 double， 然后再克回去追击，再一这波卡上，哈拉比直接1打3哦，而且这波他们开得很好，但是已经被 FAK 开了，我觉得这边吉米恩跟可能要跳进去，因为我觉得他的确可以2打4，那如果你不进去的话，那其实会有点难受，因为其实你进去的话，让队友跟你们一起逼个5打5，因为对面已经没球女大局了。哇，这波哈拉比很 C 耶，很 C， 他一个接全部哎，对，如果他没有这样子做，他们可能就输了，尤其他们招都用完了，那剩下的 FAK 来打，但是哈拉比很看哦，是2024年第1集神偷奶爸吗？下了他现在没视野了，他只能盲猜，看到下去，但来不及下。
Shogun has his ultimate available now though, and this is a nice counter engage. Hasmid almost dead. Hasmid is going to die. Kratos hits a huge counter engage, and there's arrows. It's pure chaos from both sides. Shogun goes down into the GL first Young. 1 HP, he's still alive, he's walking. There's Guri. That was not actually Shogun, that was Guri. And Hasmid is still on the other side. Shogun is trying his damnedest to kite away. The dragon turns away, he's still alive. Arrows needs one little ability. There it is. Oh, it's back and forth. The dragon is still trying to fight his way out of the spot as well. 5k HP. Guri re-engaging now. Cardi will help him out. This dragon will snap out the other Vikings. It looks like most of them
来到了这个时间点，不感觉他们在获胜的
guide them over to the Baron, but then
因为其实在边线也是他们没有在带边线，然后最近突然间会玩。
First game in PCS, we have 29 kills.
其实都是他们打本阵团战的问题。
38 minutes, but we're getting all the way to all the late game objectives.
教学，autotape 切出去，教学，到底怎么玩？那学妹我不会玩，这学得很快啊，现在也是学会了。
对，其实说真的，这已经改了，跟以前不一样。以前可能空中就那个卷就结束了，但现在一定会成功。
比质量正面，像 FAK 他们面对到问题是，像处理不太了这个场地。
他们现在的问题是，他们已经没办法带边线出来了，8打5就可以逼他们。
飞地狱赛决赛这是前推，怪塔已经爆炸，然后卡上的话直接拖阿卡丽的位置，但把对方掉到了残血，这一波的配合变成是 FAK 有机会开始往前追击，但哈拉比好硬啊，2次送给他硬了。没扣血，他这波打完之后再先冲了大概30秒，我觉得这波该做的都有做到，但空月休前把下个分离不知道掉到半血，挖口拿下人头，然后空月是在背后，这波把他吸引出来，让年轻选手最后是尝到了教训，开启了一个第2次的风暴，然后接下来追定准备要来抓死风暴，准备要来往这个高地塔来冲了，小应该没有，因为追定前面是有拿到6条虫子嘛，那再加上8号霸，我觉得推塔的速度是非常非常快，而且 FAK 给到机会后，追定就直接把握住，他比起波团都打得很好，他其实有去限制住阿卡丽。
But Shogun is starting it up. I think they spotted Shogun hitting the Baron. So Baron is under siege. 3 people trying to zone off and spot Team Secret. And it's going down quite quickly. Young is trying to look for an angle. There is the ultimate. And healing off Baron. Kratos just staying in. Oh, the steal on the other side. This time Young gets in there. Somehow he got an angle in there. The fight is still going. 1-for-1 so far. Team Secret on the wrong side of the map. Can they walk away? It looks like Vikings not super chasing them. So, next objective goes to Secret. Now they are on the map with the longer lasting, stronger objectives. So the ball is back in their court. We are playing tennis right now. Vietnam is not in Melbourne, so Australian Open is going on over in Australia. But I think PCS is definitely putting one step forward.
法洛斯出来想要输出，能不能够打死卡桑蒂呢？卡桑蒂半血，卡桑蒂往前，卡桑蒂昂杀了不？卡桑蒂把人带出来，卡桑蒂还能输出，卡桑蒂还没倒地，卡桑蒂还能冲刺，卡桑蒂吃了破，卡桑蒂走了。
I think the enemy can't see the war being played because of the dark. So they thought there was two on the Baron to left off, and jungler couldn't get in there, but because of the war, he can ultimate to one of the people in the Baron pit and then smite it away. So smart from the side of Secret. Great coordination in the middle of chaos. It's so good to see. Those three micro plays, those are the things we live for here. And yeah, 5 items.
看现在夜曲跟冲的 combo， 他会
and first top laner Kratos insanely strong 5 items.
现在又想做个配合，可以看到攻略跟
Secret items
想要抓人，
这波是梅昆的大招要好，来找一下法洛斯的位置，法洛斯现在不敢下许望痛，但如果去接中线的话可能会有危险。
而且
AD 在 JT 抓到 AD 在中哦，看有没有想要回波。
damage output could be too low. He doesn't have any sort of penetration against Kratos, so Kratos stays in his.
像是每一波他都会继续想办法把那边拉回来。
Varus can really do much against him. So yeah, let's see how the damage stacks up. Nico, of course, they can deal a lot of burst damage, but not the highest DPS. So really, I'm concerned for Secret in terms of their DPS compared to the full crit Shogun and to the fight ever since the Syndra rework. She really became more of a late game DPS. Yeah, just control rate, so definitely has the higher damage output in terms of DPS compared to the Nico as well. Also, much stronger in this game. 40 minutes in, we finally break the base through, and Vikings is concerned at 42 minutes, 1 minute to the end. So at least this is the
已经给了夜曲，只要配合关灯飞、一前吞，大概都有一模一样的画面。往前一吸，但又是处理卡桑蒂的时间。我们来看一下哈拉比掉到了慢血，但这是卡桑蒂可能会倒哦。卡桑蒂一个补攻，这是法洛斯，还有阿卡丽直接shut down掉了哈拉比。
全美这边打得很好，直接把对面4个吸走，那队友对4把一把哈拉比打走。如果他倒的话，最近其实没有。
Quite a lot of damage from Ares, what have you done? Ares with horrible positioning. As the flash rings Zonya, so Ares almost out of the fight, and now Vikings with an opportunity to fight back, but Kyrie is the first to go down. Yeah, follows, and Ares can't really fight. He has to keep back. He's almost off cooldown, so that's what he wants to do. Shogun, oh, flash from Eddie. He's trying to follow up on Shogun, but that was too much. Eddie, that was way too far forward. But he gets the revive, he gets stunned, and now Shogun back. One in the ADC. Ares is coming back, and he gets on top of Cardi. That should be the kill, and this should be game number 1 for the TCL. They're so close to closing it out. This was not expected after Ares' horrible opening to come back into this game. Kratos gets the killing blow on Ares. Kratos, he has to kill Hassan if they want to have any chance. Oh, and he gets the shutdown. Go on, it's just the support. Taki will not be able to. Taki will definitely not be able to finish this game. Kratos, the hero, and 43 minutes in, only 1 inhibitor fell.
每个选手都有站出来，但是就配合上很奇怪。
Still in a winning position, they will still have a much easier time fighting for objectives. They will always have the threat of back here now. But Vikings hold on. 1v5 win is all they need, and Eddie used absolutely everything in that fight, so he's much more vulnerable. Forward try to kill Shogun.
像是3龙会哦，远古巴龙加龙魂，
而且 FAK 这波抓得很好，主要是
远
古巴龙加龙魂，我怎么没看过？
对，看过。
昨天好像在打50。OK， 那我们先再8分钟，先恭喜群体。没有，现在没有，对，现在要恭喜。